It is indeed that time for us to once again come together and finish another run.
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
I'm very confident. We're going to channel our inner...
Hello there.
What they called? Liberty Prime, that's the name. I've forgotten the name of it for a second. We're going to channel our inner Liberty Prime. And we're going to dispense... You know, we're going to dispense a nice bit of democracy out to everybody in Paldea. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go crazy. Welcome in, everybody. It's nice to see you all. How are we all doing? Who have we got in chat today? And then I'll catch up real quick. We got the GOAT Stream Elements, of course. The bot. Undo, Maximum, Georgia, Spartacus. Welcome in, everyone. Good to see you. It is indeed a good day to be here today. We're going to see the most OP team I think we've had. Go kind of crazy today. So I did remember to do a certain evolution this week. We have an even stronger Mon in the team, which is already kind of OP enough. But we're going to have an even better Mon today as well. So this team's going to be quite overpowered, I think. And it might be... This could be one of the easiest endgames we've ever done. I might be wrong. We'll see. I think this could be a very easy endgame, though. We'll find out in a minute. But you have a new button in chat. You can warn people that you can undo. However, I don't think they've patched it yet. It is actually bugged. To some degree. Where at least it was doing this before. Again, I don't know if they fixed it, but if you warned people that were on mobile, sometimes it wouldn't pop up for them. And if you don't acknowledge the warning, it puts you in this weird, like, shadow ban state, basically. Where it kind of tells you that you're banned from the stream, but you can still kind of watch the stream and things. Really odd. So, the warn feature is a bit buggy at the minute, so you've got to be careful with it. Because, yeah, it kind of throws people in the shadow realm, unfortunately. Democracy indeed. Thank you for the redeems, everybody, as well. Doing good, just eating some corned beef hash and playing Fable 3. I don't know if I've ever played a Fable game, you know? I've seen a lot about them. I don't think I've ever played one. Genuinely don't recall ever playing one. I think I was planning on it at one point. I just never did. That sounds about right, I think. Yeah, that might well be the case. I was planning on doing it. I just never got around to it or whatever. Do have some vaguely exciting news. Well, at least for me anyway. It's not stream related or anything. It's IRL related, but it's just kind of cool. Undo will like hearing this anyway. I've finally, after a very long time now, started to go through the process of actually finishing my bike license. So I've started booking all the necessary things that I need to do. And renewing some of the things that I need to renew to be able to do it. So I'm planning on hopefully getting that done in the next 3 months. So me and Undo will both be released into the world. It's going to be great. Don't have a full license? Well... So the problem was, Undo, is a lot... With the... regs and stuff over here, I'd pretty much done everything I needed to do it, minus the like final part to finish it off. But I never had a chance to actually finish it. So at that point I had the bike and everything with it, which I was, you know, taking out and, you know, doing practice on and stuff at the time. But I actually was I never actually finished it off. So I'm finally, after, well, like 3 years of not having the chance to be able to do it, I'm actually finishing it off. So I'm actually going to finally finish it. Because the problem is a lot of the stuff runs out over time, so it was kind of like I was just renewing stuff for the sake of it. And I haven't been able to take my bike out so much in the last couple of years and things. So I haven't been able to Or it's been kind of like just a money sink. But finally going to do it. Fable's good. Really looking forward to the new one. That's cool. Twitch being buggy? Nah. It's like Ubisoft, isn't it? There's no bugs in a Ubisoft game. Fable 2 and 3 are nicknamed landlord simulators because you can make easy money by renting properties. That's kind of funny, though. I like that. But some games have fishing, and apparently Fable's got renting out places. I like that. Yeah, I currently am not allowed to ride liter bikes, no. Were you legally allowed to ride your bike? I don't understand. Yes, just not all the time. Not in certain places, no. But I was to some degree, yeah. It's kind of one of those things where, was I necessarily supposed to? Maybe not, but... yeah. We're good now, though. Yeah, I'm sorting all my stuff out to, complete the last parts, basically, of the stuff. To get the restrictions and all that taken off of what I currently have, so, I'll move up to Category A. And, we'll be in. It'll be great. I'll finally have my unrestricted A-rank license. But, yeah, I've still got to do a couple of parts of it, but I'm trying to get it done in the next, like, 2-3 months. I'm starting to go through it all and renew all the stuff I need before actually being able to book the test again. So, yeah, I've got to redo my, my like, theory certificates and stuff, which I'm doing in 11 days. So I'm going to go and get that done. It's on the day of a stream as well, so we'll know on the day of the stream whether I passed that part or not, and then whether I've booked a full test again or not. Fable Real Estate Simulator? It sounds like it, doesn't it? Let's get into the game, though. I'm sitting here rambling on about bike stuff. Let's pause that. Funny enough, though, Undo, part of the reason why I went to go and do it again, or finish all my stuff off, was because I was... because of like us talking about it the other day, I was kind of like, I should probably get this done finally, shouldn't I? Like, yeah, maybe I should. And then I was thinking about it, and I was like, let's just have a look at some bikes. I was just looking at a few bike things again, and I was like, I want to get this done now. Shouldn't have to worry about it anymore. And then when I get it done, I mean, I'm probably... The thing is with it, right? So, I mean, bikes are expensive anyway. I'm not going to buy a bike straight away. I just wanted to get the license stuff finished. But also, the thing I figured out is, even if I did buy something, insurance is going to be ridiculous. So it's like, it's not even worth it. If I get the license and that fully finished, right? Like, I'm still going to get absolutely, like, hammered on the insurance for a long time. So... I think I looked it up out of interest just to kind of see what like a quote would be. And like on a 400, it would cost me like £800 a year. And I was like, there ain't no way. So I was like, okay, so even if I do get the you know the stuff sorted to the unrestricted, I was like, we ain't going up near 1,000 for a very long time. It's gonna cost me like my entire everything for me to be able to pay for that. Here we are, though. We'll go through the team in a minute. These are the mons we currently have, though, as you can see. Only change currently that's happened since last stream is here. Krypton. You may see 0 to hero because we now have a Palafin. So that's the only change. We have Palafin now. So there you go. We have Palafin now. So we have hero form Palafin, who we'll get to use in our first fight probably when we get out there and get going. But first things first, we need to level everybody up, get them ready for the Elite Four. Is it a bit redundant to level everybody up because most likely the team's kind of going to pick itself? Yes. Am I going to do it anyway? Yes. I just kind of feel like I will, just for the memes. So we're going to go and level everybody up. We'll get that guy now because it's going to take a long time. And then I will start chatting away. So everyone needs to get up to level 60. So we need to do them all up by about 10, 12 levels. Let me just catch up real quick. Just a waiting game. As soon as I turn 24, I'm allowed to ride it without taking another test. Yeah, that's the thing with us. I guess the big difference over here, Undo, is with us, you have to... So if I was... Say I was, like, 19 now, right? Obviously, I'm older than that. If I was 19 now, I could take the lower license stuff if I wanted to. And then I would have to take another set. I would have to go through the testing process again once I'd reached the age, which at that point, if I had a... if I was 19, would allow you to go into A2, right? Which is up to... Basically up to about 650s. That's about like the max of where you can go, 650cc category bikes. I would have to retake the whole test process again so I could upgrade from an A2 to unrestricted. So I just kind of like been putting it off for years and years and years until I was over the age and then in a position to do it. So now I can kind of do everything at once because I'm over the age brackets that are required, you know? So I just decided to kind of put it off for a long time and then do it all. So welcome in Jules as well. Yeah, there's a lot has happened this run. We've done a few since. We're on run number 14 out of 18 now as well. So we're probably going to finish this one today, most likely. I don't see us really getting stopped too hard in this one. So I think this is going to be a bit of a battering for the end game here. I mean, the only real trainer I actually look at in the entire end of this that I think is going to be much of a challenge for us is actually Eri. That's about it. Don't really see anyone else being a challenge because Cloyster is going to absolutely nuke the Elite Four. It's going to be unreal. Currently getting with 20k in rent and shops every 5 IRL minutes. That sounds like a lot. Don't think we have game audio. Oh, thank you for that. I forgot to switch my audio over. Useful that you mentioned that. Welcome in, Bevan. How's it going? Nice to see you, my dude. Yeah, carry on in the conversation a second. How you doing, Bevan? I had the insurance for a sports bike in London as a 23-year-old was like 1k a month. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Basically guaranteed to get stolen or crashed. Yeah, for me, well, keep in mind with like all of my stuff. So because of all like the insurance and stuff I previously have up for mine, I have what? On my bike, I have 5 years of no claims from where I haven't crashed, which is a bonus that goes against my premium to, like, lower the cost, right? I don't know if it's the same in other places, if everyone else has that as well. But I have a 5 years no claims on my thing where I've never had a claimable accident. And on my car license, I have 7 years. So that all works against the insurance cost, and it was still like 850, and that was on like a 400 machine. And I was like, my god. That is ridiculous. It's the same over here, but from 21 and up, you're allowed to do the A license test. And oh, okay, A over here is 24. But you can do it a couple of... this is a 0 to hero in action, by the way, as well. We switch out Palafin from the front of the party. Then he comes back after transforming into hero form. And here's Palafin hero form. The dolphin is here. He now has 160 base attack, which is pretty much one of the highest. I think it is the highest in Gen 9. He basically just becomes godly. His stats are like so overpowered, it's crazy. But over here, you have to be 24 to start A directly. If you do the A license otherwise, you have to be... you have to have had the other license for 2 years, so you can in theory do it at 21, but you have to have already gone through the process of doing the other stuff. And then obviously, as I say, you have to do the other tests anyway. So... yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the ass. Code 80, which is what I have. I do the test on an A bike, which I'm allowed to write, and then I went up... yeah, so you do the test on the higher category bike, and then it allows you to just use it when you're ready, which is fair. I can't remember. Have you finished your test, didn't you? You've done all your tests and stuff. What is the test like in over there in Europe? Because I'd imagine it's probably fairly universal for all European countries. You have the highest, what? No claims bonus, you mean, Bevan? Is that what it is? You don't drive, do you, Bevan? I don't think. Do you have a license, Bevan? Have you ever done any, like, driving stuff? You don't? Ah. I just didn't know if you had or not, because I know it's sort of like... I don't think you'd ever mentioned anything about it, so I wasn't sure if you had. Yeah, so you've finished it all now, haven't you? Yeah. What does the test over there involve, out of interest? The test over here is kind of... I don't want to say I think it's kind of like... not really all that relevant, personally. I think some of it is. I think some of it's a bit kind of... Some of it's a little... what's the word I'm looking for? Redundant? That's the word I'm looking for. Redundant, I think. Because it's split into 2 parts over here. I think that's the same. We might have talked about this before. I think you have to do 2 parts. Should do a bit of highway riding and a bit in the city, but the route I take was only country roads, practically no city riding. That's not how it should have been tested. It sounds like you got away with one there, Andy. You had a way an easier time of things. I'd love that. Going around in the country roads, that'd be brilliant. I bet there weren't that much traffic around either. Yeah, so over here you have it split into 2 parts. Hi, Forks. How you doing? Young Krypton the Palafin has already appeared once on stream today. He's in the back of the party at the minute, though, because it's not worth switching him out and using 0 to hero every time just to try and kill some blissies, so he's just sat in the back right now. Yeah, the test. Over here is split into 2 parts. There's a Module 1 and a Module 2. The way it works is... Module 1 is an off-road segment where you basically go into a giant like area, you know, paved area, whatever, with a bunch of cones or painted spots or whatever in it, depending on what they do. Usually it's cones. And they basically get you to do about 15 minutes or so of maneuvering and doing various things around the car park, pretty much. So the first, the actual test itself, some of it sounds a bit stupid. The first part is you literally have to pull the bike off the stand and wheel it into a parking bay. That's the first part, to show that you're actually capable of moving the machine manually. And then it's not just going to, you know, it's not going to knock you over every time you pick it up. Once you've done that, you have to do a slalom figure of 8 combination where you have to try and get as tight as you can on figure of 8s around a couple of cones. I think you have to do 2 or 3 rotations around it. They don't really care how big they are, though. So, I mean, in some cases, you can go really wide. Some people want them to be really tight, though, and they have, like, limits on how wide they can be. I've seen. You then have to prove you can ride, like, sub 5 miles an hour without crashing. You know, like, without wobbling the wheels too much and kind of, like, coming off, which that's really easy. You just use your clutch. You practically don't even have to use any power on that. Especially on a bigger bike. Once you've done that, you go into a... I think it's, what, a 6 meter wide U-turn, I want to say. 6 or 7 meter wide U-turn. You pull a U-turn and then you go into the speed section, which is emergency stop, hazard avoidance via swerving around some cones to, like, you know, be like someone jumping out in the road or something. But you have a minimum, like a speed gun that you basically have to hit a minimum speed, otherwise they'll fail you.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
It's only like 30 miles an hour or something. Hi, Christoph. Thanks so much for the 18 months. God damn, 1.5 years. Unbelievable. A whole 1.5 years. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, dude. And it's nice to see you as always on a Sunday. Always appreciate you popping in and saying hi. And we, yeah, we always have a nice little chat. So it's good to see you, my dude. Thank you so much. Yeah, right, folks. It's, like, super annoying having to constantly switch in and out the party. I thank you for helping me out yesterday, Comrade Forks. Forks is, like, my main trading buddy when it comes to doing stuff in Pole 1, so I grabbed him for all of about 2 minutes yesterday While we went in the Union Circle just so I could give Palafin or Finizen a rare candy. It was great. Oh, you have the parking bay one too. That's amazing, isn't it? Vehicle control, riding around cones, slalom, figure of eight, evasive maneuver. Oh, it's the same thing then, yeah, pretty much. Second one is on the road, and of course theory test before the second exam. Yeah, we have to do, so with ours, we have to do our theory before we're allowed to do the other two. Which is the one that so I have to do that one first again, which is the one I've got in 11 days. I have to redo that again before I'm even allowed to go near the other twos. So I have to do that one first again. But, I mean, realistically, I don't think it'll be that bad. The theory I've never struggled with. It's not really that hard, personally. Most of it's pretty common sense, you know? It's just like, what should you do if there's a horse in front of you on the road? And 3 of the options will be like, rev at it. And then the last one will be like, stay further back in case the animal does something unpredictable. It's like, I wonder which one it is. Yeah, rev at it. That's the answer, of course. Yeah, the second part is on road as well. Honestly, I think the second part on road is quite easy. I mean, once you've done that stuff, like... It's easy, isn't it? Like, once you've been out on the road before, you'll be fine. As long as you don't do anything completely ridiculous while you're out on your final exam, it's pretty hard to kind of mess that part up. Provided you don't cause an accident, basically. I mean, this is how I looked at it with my car 1 year ago when I did that. Pretty much as, like, this is a thing. It's a true thing. My brother, when he was doing, when he did his the first time, he ended up clipping a curb while he was coming out of a junction somewhere, and, you know what I mean? They still, like, passed him, and he had, what, like, 1 or 2 faults. That was it. And he properly, like, you know, clattered a curb on the way out, so... It doesn't really matter a lot of that stuff. As long as you don't just, like, total the car, you're pretty much going to pass. Yeah, it sounds about the same, to be fair. And we have a few categories, each with, like, 2 exercises, of which you have to complete at least 1. Oh, we have it where you have to do all of them. If you fail one of, or any of them, you end up getting, like, failed. The main fail condition for the first part, which is, say, we call Mod 1, is one of 2 things, which is either at one point don't check over your shoulder. You have to maintain constant checks over your shoulder, of course, because they basically say pretend it's like a full-on, like, you're on a road, basically, not just in a place doing the maneuver. So they're like, make sure that you always, you know, keep an eye on what's going around you at all times and whatnot. So you have to do that. So if you miss checking over your shoulder, particularly on the U-turn one, where they want you to do an emergency one right before you turn, you'll fail. The other one is if you put your foot down at any point during anything, they'll also fail you, but honestly, that's not that hard. All that really comes down to is just basic clutch control. Like, if you can control your clutch, you don't really need to do that, because it's kind of one thing that... It was one of the harder parts that I kind of got used to when I was riding my bike for the first time. Which is, if you ever feel like it's going to tip, just let your clutch out a tiny bit, and it will just right itself back up again. Because that gyroscopic nature of bikes just means that it wants to stay upright. You just give it a little bit of power, and it'll be fine. Feel like it took longer to figure out the Union Circle than the... Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what happened, folks. All I can say is... So I looked. I wonder if it's... Well, I don't know why this would have any bearing. Originally I was in offline mode apparently when I first made the Union Circle, which doesn't make sense because I had to connect to the internet to do it, which is when I got that 4-digit code, and then when I connected to the internet it gave me a 6-digit code. So I don't know, nothing really changed, but for some reason they gave me a different code. Car license exams, or bike actually. I've decided that after procrastinating and sitting on it for a long time, now that I'm above the age that I need to be to just go and blow through all my licenses at once and get all that stuff done, I'm finishing off my bike license that I never finished. So I had to renew a few parts that have you know, run out in the last little while, in the last like couple of years, but I'm like finally finishing it off. Or at least in the next few months. The first part is on the 11th of July, so it's in like well, 11 days because it's the last day of June today, isn't it? No oh, there we go, Blissey. That's what we wanted. If you have a license already, I'm also really far behind on chat as well. That's my bad. I'll like try and catch up. I'm just talking about bike stuff, so I always get a bit distracted with that. You don't have to do it before the first exam. If you don't have any license, you have to have your theory before the final exam. Interesting. That's an interesting way of doing it, I suppose. Ours is past the written then driving test, which is usually really easy. Depends on the state. Alright, Parallel Park is like the one that everyone hates over here as well, yeah. The rest of it's easy. Like the maneuvery bits like the Parallel Park can kind of be a bit of a pain in the ass sometimes, but I pretty sure I did get Parallel Park when I did mine. I did my like driving test in 2017. I got Parallel Park. What was the other one I got? I know I had Bay Park. I had Reverse Bay Park, which was in the test center, which was worse because there was a bunch of that bastard of a person I had doing the examination for me. I got in there and there was like 3 people queued because I mean obviously it's a small test center because the place I live in isn't huge and there was a small center there. There was like 3 people waiting to come in behind me and he's like, right, we're going to do the Reverse Bay Park now. And it was, you know, it's kind of like one of those, like you've got back to the car park and you think you're safe, but now I'm going to make you do the final bit. And you made me do this fucking reverse park in front of like 4 people waiting. Which, it was great. Like, the park in itself was great, but I was like, mate, why? Why you gotta do this to me? It's bad enough that, you know, I'm sat here thinking, have I passed, have I failed? And you take me back to the place again where I have to go and find out my result in a minute, where everyone's waiting, and you're gonna make me park in front of a window where everyone's looking out, and there's like 4 people waiting to come in and park in behind me. It's like, what are you doing, man? Theory here is kind of hard. Many trick questions or situations that don't really exist in real life. Super Dutch example. On a bike lane with a specific sign, what vehicles can you expect here? According to the sign, only bikes and motorized bikes with a max of 25 kilometers an hour. In reality, you can expect pretty much every vehicle that fits on a bike lane, even if it's not allowed on there. Yeah, that's the thing with those types of like theory tests, I think, is like that a lot of the things in them are very situational and doesn't necessarily fit. We have a lot like that as well, where they'll kind of just be like they'll give you a scenario, but it's not really something that happens like, it doesn't actually happen. So I don't know, but it should be easy enough though. I mean, most of the questions are quite easy. The theory over here is split into 2 parts. We'll kill this Blissey and then I'll switch the screens real quick. The theory is split into 2 parts. You do it all under the same exam, but it's just in 2 pieces. We have the first part is called the just the main part of the theory where you answer the questions, and then the second part is called hazard perception, where they basically you'll basically watch like a video of a simulator of like a simulated biker riding down the road, and you basically just have to click the mouse. I think it's the mouse or the enter key, I can't remember. It's been years since I did it, as I say. You have to basically just click a button to say when like you first see an approaching hazard. So you might see like a kid running along the pavement, and it'll be like you click the button when you see the kid, because then you go, well, he might have jumped out in front of me. Or you see like a van speeding in from a lane on the side, and you think, click the button. And you basically score points depending on how fast you click it. Like how fast you kind of catch on to whatever the thing is. And you have to get like a minimum score. But if you click too many times in one scenario, you'll get banned for cheating. And you'll get 0 points for that whole scenario, so it's very much like you kind of can't like take the piss with it, but you got like, you know, a couple of clicks here and there is fine, but you just can't be excessive, you know. I'll give it. Here we go. I'll pull one up right now. Should we do some practice live on stream while we're here? Shall I pull up a question? I'll pull up a question right now on here, shall we? Let's do one. Let's do one together. What would you like? What category? I can't do anything with signs. Let's do safe. That's maintenance. Attitude. Let's do attitude. Let's do a question from here. Right. This is the first question. This is under the attitude category, okay? You wish to turn right ahead. Why should you take up the correct positioning in good time? It's multiple choice. To allow other vehicles to pull out in front of you. To give a better view of the road that you're joining. To help other road users know what you're intending on doing. Or to allow drivers to pass you on the right. That's the first question. This is just like a sample of random questions for practice purposes, if you wanted to, but that's kind of wild though, Christoph, that you have so many parts of you know, written exams and things. We're just as we were talking about, we're doing a practice theory question here. Just anyone in chat can have a go. A, B, C, or D. You're turning right. Why should you get into the correct position to turn right as early as possible? Like, you know, within good time. Allow people in front to pull out in front of you to get a better view of the road that you're joining, not the road you're on. Help road users know what you're intending on doing, or to allow drivers to pass you on the right. I feel like that's a fairly clear one. Like that one's it feels quite obvious. You could easily narrow it down to 2 immediately if you were unsure. Car theory split into 2 parts. First one is hazard detection with the images and the options. Brake / get off the gas, do nothing. Second part is just theory. For bikes, it's only theory, no hazard. Oh yeah, so it's kind of the same, just reversed then. So we have to do that as the second part undo, and you have to do it as the first. The answer for that one is pretty obviously C. Let people know what you're intending on doing. Would make sense if it was give a better view of the road that you're on, not joining, but there you go, correct. That's what we'll do. Every BRB will reopen that sheet and we'll do another question, shall we? We'll do a theory question. Well, see, this is what I mean, the wonder about it with them situationally, because I would look at it and I would say, well, actually, that could be a valid answer as well. Because you want to know what you're about to turn into, so you get into a position so that you can make sure you have a look down the road you're about to turn onto. Because there's no good going, right, I'm going to turn that, and then you just find out there's a wall of traffic there and you couldn't go there anyway. You know? Like, ideally, you would say, well, actually, you do both, wouldn't you? Because you'd get into a position to be able to look down the road you're about to turn into, so you don't immediately crash when you go around the corner. Because, I mean, all it takes is just something where you're not quite paying attention. You're like, right, I'll go around the corner now, start accelerating, and then there's a bus stop 10 meters away from the junction. You slam into the back of him, or whatever, you know? I had to do a bike course in the military since I had one, and they even teach how to slide. That sounds pretty cool. How to slide? What do you mean by that, though, Christoph, though? They were actually teaching you how to do, like, power slides. Or, like, they were kind of teaching you how to... Kind of like how, if you ever see it in bike racing, where people are, like, trail brake into a corner where it slides the rear wheel out sometimes. Is that what you mean? Or you mean, like, properly just pulling power slides and stuff? That's kind of funny, though. You guys just memeing about. I love it. Actually, I had an accident when someone trying to pass me on the right when turning right. Had my blinker on and there was no shoulder on the road. Yeah, that's a pretty bad one. I know a lot of those types of questions come up in the test for us about situations like that, where it'll be, why should you check your mirrors last second before you turn whatever direction and things, you know? And sometimes I think things like that, it doesn't matter, does it? Because you can check your mirrors as much as you want, but if someone does something stupid, you know, you can't, like... You can't change you can't affect other people's actions. You can just be as safe as you can yourself, and then see what happens. And if someone decides they want to do something, quite frankly, you know, moronic, like trying to overtake you in like a spot where there's clearly no room or whatever, or when you're about to turn that direction, then, you know, that ain't on you really, is it? That sucks, though. That would have been a nasty one. It would have hit you right on the leg, presumably, as well. Wasn't sure between B and C. If it was only one option, I'd choose C, but B definitely is correct answer too. I think, yeah, it's kind of hard to, like, explain. I would say B is like a valid answer. C is like almost more correct. You know what I mean, you know? Like, it makes more sense for you to say, well, if you only have one, making sure that people know that you're turning right is probably better than looking down the road that you're about to turn into. But either one is kind of a valid answer. That's kind of how most of the test is over here. A lot of them will be like two answers you can just immediately discount because it'll be something stupid. And the rest will be like, yeah, I could see this. But then it kind of comes down to your knowledge of whether you know it's correct or not, you know? Like, you'll get one that'll be like, what is the traction control system to? You know? And it'll be like, you know, obviously traction control stops skidding and wheel spin when, like, you know, heavy accelerating or whatever. And it'll be like, they'll put one in there that'll be like ABS's equivalent. So you think, like, you go, oh, hang on, traction control or ABS? You know, like, which way around is it again? And it makes you kind of question it. And then the other ones will be something stupid, like helps to stabilize the machine when side winds are there or something. And you think, it ain't gonna be that, is it? Traction control doesn't make any sense for that. But yeah, it's, you know, it is what it is. It shouldn't be too bad. I think the final score you have to get is 43 out of 50 on the first part. You have an hour to do it. You have like 55 minutes for the questions, I think. Something like that. I think, if I remember rightly, you have 55 minutes to do it. And when I did my first one on the car, it took me about 15 minutes to do both parts. I sped through it pretty quickly. I think on my car one, I got 44 out of 50 on the first part, which I passed, obviously. And then the second part, the hazard perception, is out of, I think, I want to say 70? It's been a long time. And I ended up getting, like, 60-something in that. That one's pretty easy. As long as you don't just do something really stupid, it's quite easy, yeah. How to slide the bike down safely and not go flipping. I see, okay. I see. No one wants to go flying off, of course. This is going to take a while to grind up to level 60 on everyone here, I think, as well. Although we do have a couple of mons here that are getting quite close, which is nice. So that will help. More blissies, please. Where are the blissies? Come on, blissy. Any blissies? There we go. Remember riding trails on dirt bikes when I was 8 and had parts where you drove on the roads for a mile or so near a town before getting on the next section of trails? That's always pretty cool. I quite like that. I've never been dirt biking or anything like that. I've always been kind of interested in trying it, but I feel like it would be one of those ones where I would... It would feel like a completely foreign way of doing things compared to the road, you know? Like, I bet it would be really, like, trippy going from the road onto the dirt. Learn from old school bikers and people mostly predictable. It's animals that you have to worry about. I don't know. I mean, you say about people being predictable. I've seen some dumb stuff that people have done. Really dumb stuff. I remember there was one morning. This was when I was still at the lab. There was one morning where I was going in. This was at 7 in the morning in the winter. Or actually, it would have been somewhere between late 6s and early 7 in the morning. So it would have been like around 7 a.m., right? We'll just call it 7 a.m. for argument's sake, because I don't know exactly when it was. But it was dark, so you couldn't really see a lot, right? And it was up a hill. So there was this section of road not too far away from where I live, where you go up a hill that's like a snaking bend up a hill. So it snakes left and then right over the top of the hill, okay? All of the corners are completely blind because they're all, like, properly, like, fenced in by trees either side. So you can't see around the corners. You can't, like, you know, look across. It's not open up. It's not flat, obviously, either. It's a steep gradient. And I remember one morning, I was going up the hill. I was actually speeding in the first place. I was going above the speed limit because, I mean, at the time, obviously, I was on a small capacity machine and I didn't have a huge amount of power. So I was, like, you know, I was throttling it to get it up the hill. And some guy overtook me while going around... Like, he overtook on the outside of the blind corner over the crest of the hill. And it's like... I don't know what you're doing, my guy. Like, what the fuck are you doing? But after that, I was just like, okay, I just don't trust anyone anymore. I'll just kind of like do my thing, and then that's it. That was I think the worst one I've ever seen, like overtake wise on me. The one overtaking me blindly over the crest of a hill on a corner. That one was pretty bad. He was, I don't know what speed he was doing, but I reckon it must have been like, I reckon the limit was about 50 up that hill. The bends weren't hugely sharp. They were like fairly smooth, but I reckon it was about 50 up that hill, I think. This geezer must have been going 70 up there. Like 60, 70. He was like speeding his ass off. It was crazy. That was wild. My bike flipped over me and slid about 75 feet, stood up and watched the truck pull over. Off-duty police officer was on the other side and saw the entire thing. That's always handy, though. Having people who see things like that is always very handy. Probably nothing worse than having a crash or something like that and then no one's seeing it, you know? I keep saying as well that I'm going to catch up on chat and I'm still so far behind. This is what happens when I start talking about bikes, isn't it? This is what happens when we get on about bikes. I had those simple questions too, but there's also questions like what vehicle are you allowed to use? Which vehicles are allowed to use the bus lanes? All vehicles, including touring buses, only scheduled buses, everyone. I actually got that one wrong. Apparently touring buses are allowed to use the bus lanes as well. Who would know that and why does it matter? Yeah, exactly. Like some of them, it's just kind of like, what? Why is this relevant to me? I'm not driving a bus. So why does it matter to me? I suppose like the only thing you could say is maybe someone would pull across to go into the bus lane and it would be useful to know whether they were going to do it or not. But like, quite frankly though, if there's a bus lane coming up and I've got a bus behind me, I'm probably not going to be sat in a position where I'm in between the bus and the bus lane anyway. I'll just move out the way because I'm not allowed in the... Well, actually, to be fair, over here you're allowed in a lot of bus lanes on bikes, but... Don't get me wrong, people are stupid, don't care, I'll straight up out for it for bike. Over here, I don't think over here there's so much of the people being out for them, from my experience so far. I've definitely seen stuff about that over there, though. I think people are just stupid sometimes with some of the things they do, you know? Assume everyone wants to kill you? Yep. So that's it. Assume that everybody just wants to crash into you and cause you a horrific accident and you'll be alright. But in like the least fearful way possible. But in saying that, you can't be like, oh, I'm terrified of everybody. You do that in the sense of like, I ain't going anywhere near this guy pulling out. Like, swing extra wide so you don't crash me. You know. Even if it's just a case of like slowing down earlier than you normally would on the brakes because you're like, I don't like the look of this person, but you're on this junction or whatever it is. But bird riding quads, a four-wheel ATVs, yep. Trails were better and you didn't have to be careful of skill levels or abrupt danger. I have done quads before. Quads is really fun. Because, I mean, obviously you have the extra stability and things, so you can just kind of, like... You can kind of play around a little more, I think, on a quad versus... On a bike, obviously, you've got to be a bit more switched on. So it definitely allows you to relax a little more, I would say. They are fun, though, a quad bike. I've only done it maybe, I think, well, either once or twice in my life, but... Riding quads was really fun, yeah. I would say. I really liked it anyway. Questions like, what is the maximum height of a trailer on a bike? Got that one right, 1 meter, but asked any random biker and they won't know. Yeah, we have some about, like, what's the speed limit of a, something with a trailer, things like that, a lot. What's the speed limit of a car towing a trailer on the motorway, or what's the speed limit of a, you know, bike towing a trailer? You sometimes get, like, other ones which are kind of relevant, like if you have a, you know, a passenger on the back, what do you need to adjust before setting off on your journey? You're like, you know, rear shocks. Or something along those, you know, it'd be one of those types of questions, like adjust the preload on the forks or the shocks or whatever. That'd be about it. Take a bit of blame for you not catching up on chat on my essays. No, it's fine, you know. Hey, I'm never going to complain about chat being busy and us talking about stuff, you know. Streaming is so much easier when we're, you know, mid-flow in conversation, even if it's kind of like disruptive from the fact that it's hard for me to catch up. It's, you know, it makes things a whole lot easier when we're just in free flow conversation. One of my questions was what to do if a dog starts running at you. Correct answer is slow down. Kick at the face and pull the throttle. Is that the answer? Was that really one? That's kind of wild. I have seen one a couple of times, which is about like I've seen a couple that will be like, you have a passenger on the back who says the road is clear. What should you do? And like the answer is just ignore them and look yourself. And it's like, well, yeah. Like, in the nicest way possible, I'm probably not going to take your word for it if someone says it's clear. If you're not a biker, anyway. Because you're probably not going to know. But if they are a biker, why are they going to be on the back? So, you know, some of them kind of answer themselves, I think. But yeah, there are some really dumb questions in there, though. There's a lot of road signage ones. Sometimes you'll get, like, what type of shape will X sign be? And there's a couple of different ones. You've got circle signs, which are orders. So the easy to remember that is that O for order, same shape as the sign. You'll have red bordered circles for what you... There was a way I saw this yesterday. Someone described this, and I thought it was quite good, actually. I already knew there was a thing anyway, but it was just they described it in a good way that I think could be good for people learning, over here anyway. That if you view it like a game, right? Red order is the enemy, and blue order is the ally. The blue will teach you, will give you something useful. The red will tell you you can't do something. You know? So it'd be like, you know, 30 in a red circle, obviously, is the speed limit, saying you can't go above 30. But then the blue circle with 30 in it is, yeah, 30 is the minimum, so go wild, you know? I'd teach passengers how to ride. Yeah, you do have to teach people. I've never had anyone on the back. But you do have to, you know, kind of let them know about what to actually do in a lot of situations, because there are a lot of things that the person on the back will do that will actually affect the way that the performance of the bike goes. So you do have to kind of keep them informed about what's going on. We're almost an hour in and we haven't done anything yet, which actually you might go, oh, well, it's been a long time. We haven't beaten any boss fights yet. What's that about? I think we're going to be fine, because actually the speed at which this team, I think, is going to decimate everything in the game. I'm not really that worried about being effectively, like, behind on schedule, because I'm pretty sure that this team is just going to kind of walk through everything anyway. It's gonna go full Sonic speed, rolling around at the speed of sound. So, and my boss asked me what the hand signs are for turning. Yeah, that's another one we get sometimes, is hand signals. But that's another one. It's like, how often are you actually doing a hand signal, though, these days? And also, if you're in a situation where, let's say, something has happened, right? Are you even going to remember the fact you need to do a hand signal in the first place? You know? Or what the specific hand signal action they want you to do is. Other than, like, maybe sticking your hand up left or right to say that you're going left or right if your indicator isn't working. Got another one. Another one I got wrong. Where's it? Hang on, let me find a Blissey and then... You're on an entrance ramp or whatever the lane to get onto the highway. Oh, we call it slit roads or slip roads normally. Emergency ramp or whatever the lane to get onto the highway. Yeah. You can't enter the highway yet and have to go on the emergency lane. Are you allowed to turn on your blinker? Answer is no, since it's not safe to merge. In reality, everyone have their blinker on since you want to join, right? Well, you'd assume so, yeah. That you had it on in the first place when you were intending to join, but you got muscled out and didn't have enough room. So, yeah, you would assume that you would already have it on in the first place. Wouldn't you? If you were intending on joining the lane of traffic in the first place, which you'd hope you would if you were on the entrance ramp to a busy road. Hand signals, like anyone in the car would know you want to turn right if you put up your left hand. That reminds me of one I thought was really silly. I don't know if you guys might agree with me on this. So I got this one wrong yesterday when I was doing a practice test, where it's like the, how do you show that you're slowing down if you're using the hand signals because your brake lights don't work, right? So, but presumably you'd have been in an accident for that to happen, because it's not legal to ride around with brake lights that are broken in the first place. But let's say, for argument's sake, you got rear-ended and were riding it back home afterwards. Now, if you're showing someone that you're slowing down, right, the action is you stick your hand out, whichever direction it is, I'm not going to say which one yet, but whichever direction it is, to the your left arm or your right arm out, and you basically, like, lift it up and drop it down, like you're pretending like you're, you know, flapping your wings like a bird, right? You, like, move your hand up, you move your arm up and down to say that you're, like, slowing down, okay? Which arm does it make sense to use if you are slowing down? Or showing that you're about to slow down, or that you are slowing down? This is one for Undo and Christoph, really, because I don't think anyone who's a non-bike person will probably know, because it's a little more niche. But you might. Bike doesn't have turn signals. It's not required to. That's wild that it doesn't have them, though, or it's not required to. Oh, that would be... they would hate that over here. You'd have to get them on there straight away. Not a flat, but a tilt down. I mean, the brake with my right hand, but I use the clutch with my left, so to actually stop. So, well, see, I would argue, if you're showing someone that you're about to slow down, right, or you're slowing down, because that's when you're supposed to do it, that you're slowing down, it makes sense to use your left arm so that you have your right hand on the brake. Because potentially, let's say that happens and then something happens in front of you, I ain't going to want to try and stop my bike at however many miles an hour using just the rear brake. Apparently, you should use your right hand and take your hand completely off the brake when you show someone that you're trying to slow down for a hand signal. And it's like, in what universe does that make sense? I'm trying to slow down, so let me take my hand off of the thing that's going to let me slow down to tell someone that I'm slowing down. What? It's like, all right, yeah, you pull your clutch in last minute when you're stopping to stop you from stalling, or if you're changing down, fine. But like, you don't need that hand really that much when you're not immediately dropping your speed. I think it's really weird. Rails, it was right arm out, hand down. See, I find that wild though that it's like that. I suppose it depends. If you're on an auto, I suppose it doesn't matter, actually, to be fair. If you're on a geared bike, anyway, I guess it... I just find it really weird that it's right arm out. It just sounds really stupid to me. I don't know. Right arm out just doesn't really make sense to me. Gotta stop. Better stomp on that rear brake. Yeah. Rear brake is better than the front and flipping. Yeah, but that's assuming, though, that you're, like, slamming the front on. Because, like, if you pull on the front, like, slowly and progressively, you're not going to flip. You use both brakes in combination in order to slow yourself down, you know? But you're not slamming either of them on. But it doesn't make sense that if you're trying to show someone that you're slow, or you're in the process of slowing down, that you take your hand off your best tool for stopping, being your front brake. Even just for taking a bit of the pace off by slowly squeezing it in to take some of the pace off. It just doesn't really make sense to me why that's... I mean, I don't know. It just seems stupid. I suppose also it depends on things like conditions, because if it was chucking it down with rain and you're going across a bunch of lines in the middle of the road, do you really want to take either of your hands off the bars at any time to show someone you're slowing down? I probably wouldn't. Thank you for the Noxcat, the cat. Why did they not come up? I have Thingy open today. That's weird. I have Mix It Up open. They haven't come up. Disaster. Do I need to refresh it? Hang on. Let me refresh it. They haven't appeared. Oh, no. Hold on, Shaylay. Let me get them for you. And thank you for the silent lurk. That's very weird, though. I don't know why they didn't come up. I do have Mix It Up open today. Fucking work with me here. Mix it up, please. Please. Why are you not appearing? Kind of confused. None of my alerts seem to be appearing, even on the testers. Oh, there's Nox Cat. Okay, that's appeared finally. Maybe it's just really delayed at the minute? That's odd. Okay, well, they worked that time. I don't know why they didn't work the first time, honestly. That's just confusing. Welcome in, Socially. How you doing? You've done your last day at your old place now, haven't you? I think. How's it going, dude? Nice to see you. I hope you're doing good today. Feel free to, you know, lurk away and do what you do. I appreciate it as always. Shaylay, thank you so much for the redeems that eventually worked and the for the silent lurk. I appreciate it, my dude. Getting beaten into your head for when you have to make a 1-second decision. True. But I suppose it's just one of those things where a lot of the information I think that they give you in theory tests and things is not something you're going to think about in that time. Really, all you're going to be thinking about is assessing what's in front of you and whether you're about to slam into the back of a wall, you know, a truck or a wall or something, rather than like, oh shit, which hand signal do I need to, you know? You're kind of like, you got to make the 1-second decision, sure, which I agree with, but I think the last thing on the back of my mind is which hand signal I need to use. I'm probably more so going to be thinking about actually getting the bike stopped and not crashing into something. More like, I mean, that's kind of like a weird, like a bad example though, anyway, because like the hand signals are kind of mostly useless. But CIA agent no longer. You feel free now that you've gotten away from the other place then socially. Now that you're in the freedom of well, I suppose you're between places now, aren't you? I suppose. Have you managed to make any progress on that front since we saw you earlier in the week? You managed to find anything else that you wanted to go into, or are you having a bit of a kind of like rest period where you're just kind of taking a bit of time for a week or two before you get back on the grind, you know? Freedom of joblessness, yeah. The both freedom and also entrapment of it. Because, I mean, it's great while you're free, but then at the same time, money. And if, you know, if you don't have ton, if you've been spending a lot of your money anyway and you don't have a ton stashed away, it can be a bit awkward on that front, I suppose. It's nice to see you, though, my dude. Always a pleasure to have you here, as you know. We appreciate you very much around here. Well, hello. Chat. The ad break has started. You know what that means? It's driving... it's motorcycle theory test question part 2. Are you ready? What's the next question? Let's find out, shall we? Question 2. What type of emergency vehicle is fitted with a green flashing beacon? Fire engine, road gritter, ambulance, or doctor's car? Hansing was somewhat understood if the somewhat understood here, but again, I'm in the country where people will use golf carts or 4x4s to go get gas. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to do things like that over here. I think quads are banned on the road other than farm roads. And golf carts, I think, are just banned from being on the road. What emergency vehicle with something other than a blue... Well, I mean, that's the thing. So you've either got fire engine, road gritter, ambulance, or doctor's car with a green light. So, I mean, by that logic, you would assume that it's not ambulance and it's not fire engine because they have blue lights, right? So it's road gritter or doctor's car. I'll give you a hint. It's B or D. What do we think? I know the answer to this one, of course, but green lights would be for a military convo here. Or convoy, not convo. Anyone want to take a guess? Christoph's gone for road gritter. I mean, you don't see many green lights on the road over here, I'll be honest. What even is the difference in a doctor's car and an ambulance? I don't know exactly. I would assume maybe it's like a on-call doctor who's just, you know, kind of like an unmarked police car, I suppose. The answer is doctor's car, funnily enough. There you go. Doctor has the green flashing light. We'll do another one. We have a couple of seconds. Why not? Oh, you're going to love this one. You're going to love this question, chat. Welcome back, everyone, from the break. We're just we were taking the opportunity while we're on the BRBs today to do some motorcycle theory test questions, just to test your knowledge of the road, you know. What must you do when an amber light is flashing at a pelican crossing? Oh, here we go. Stop and wait for a green. Stop and wait for a red. Give way to pedestrians waiting to cross, or give way to pedestrians already on the crossing. Oh, what a banger this is. You don't actually need to know anything about the Pelican Crossing to answer this one, which is nice. Although I will say there are a few... we have like 3 or 4 different types of traffic light crossings. I think there's... Well, there's Zebra, which isn't a traffic light one. Then there's Pelican, Puffin, and Toucan. Some of them have different orders in which the lights will go off. So... sometimes you'll get asked about, like, it's on solid amber, what comes next in the sequence? And you'll have ones like that, but... what is it? Hang on, we already read that. What's the... where is answer E? Hit the pedestrians for double points. Get a strike, like in bowling, yeah. Just wait for the pedestrians. I mean, yeah. That's the obvious one, isn't it? I suppose, in theory, stop and wait for the green light also makes sense. Because if it's yellow, then you're technically not supposed to go through it anyway, unless it's unsafe to stop. But if there's a pedestrian on the crossing, you're not going to drive through it anyway, are you? So it's wait for the pedestrians waiting to... or already on the crossing. There you go. We'll do a bonus round as well, shall we? Put in some applications, just waiting to hear back. I'm not too worried about it at the minute. Saved up enough the last little bit if I tighten my spending. That's a good way of doing it, though, socially, you know, I think. I think that's fair enough, you know. You kind of knew it was coming because you knew you wanted to... Or at least to some degree, you knew you wanted to, you know, leave the place. So, you know, smart move preparing for it, you know. And, well, good luck with hearing something back. I hope it goes well and you get something fairly quickly and, you know, keep yourself busy. That's what the flashing light is for, right? I think, technically, I think in these cases, flashing usually means that it's about to change. So usually it'll go... Some will go solid, and then they'll start flashing, or some will just be solid. The flashing amber usually means it's about to change back to red, I think. Rather than green. So you'd have to stop anyway, but... Do you live near Tarzan? I've never heard of any of those. No, we just have overly complicated ways of doing everything over here in England. Which is what we do, you know. We love rules. Yellow flashing is yield. Yeah, yellow flashing, the only time you'll see it here on like an actual traffic light will be like when it's about to change, as I say. The only time you'll see it here. You do have other flashing yellow lights on the road, but they're not for anything like that. They'll be like on the back of a large vehicle. Sometimes they'll have one, or like a large slow vehicle. Which, this is where it's relevant. Like the snow gritter from the previous question, that'll probably have a yellow light on it somewhere flashing. Flashing orange means traffic light is out / malfunctioning. Treat the crossing as an unsignaled one. Interesting. Yeah, exactly, Nitty. It means speed up, doesn't it? Like Undo said, there was option E, which was score a strike by knocking the pedestrians over. That was option E. Welcome in, though, Nitty. How you doing? How's it going, dude? We're doing motorcycle theory test questions in the BRBs. We're going to do a bonus round, though, alright? You guys, on the doctor's car one was a confusing question for you, because none of you have come across that before. So we're going to give you a chance to redeem yourselves, chat, alright? Here we go. Are you ready? This is question number 4 of 28 on the attitude section. You're being overtaken by a long, heavy vehicle. So a lorry, basically. What should you do if it's taken a long time to overtake you? Answer A. Speed up. Answer B. Slow down. Answer C. Hold your speed. And the, well, I mean, you already know that this isn't the answer. Change direction. Like, what does that mean? Drive into the side of him? Oh, I'm just going to change direction by turning right straight into the lorry that's overtaking me. Answer D. Drive into the truck and just not, you know, give up on driving home. Crash into the truck and attempt to make an elaborate insurance claim. That should be option D. Welcome in, Tabletop. How you doing? Speed up so it can never merge back into the slower lane. That'd be evil, wouldn't it? Yellow flashing lights, meaning prepared to stop for rural highways, but a flashing yellow on a four-way means yield or basically treat it like a four-way stop. Interesting. Yeah, I know you guys over there have a lot of, like, those four-ways, we just call them, like, crossroads or whatever. You have a lot of those, like, crossroads type junctions. We really don't have many of those. A lot of them are unmarked. There are some, like, four-way traffic light junctions, but they're, you know, they're, like, not hugely common, I would say. A lorry. Indeed, a lorry. Same pronunciation, but different spelling, of course, but yes. Doing good. How about you? I'm doing alright, you know. I'm definitely doing a little better than earlier in the week and last week, I've got to say. I'm doing alright, you know. Am I thriving? No. Am I surviving? Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm living, you know. And I'm doing okay. That's what I would say. Alright, so the answer, of course, the answer that you would give for that question, of course, is... Yeah, I mean, the answer they want you to give anyway is slow down and let him pass you, basically. Which presumably then means you just overtake him immediately after, because if he's a slow vehicle, I don't really know why he's overtaking you in the first place. You could just speed up straight away afterwards and re-overtake him again. Make it completely irrelevant that he overtook you in the first place as a sign of dominance. Never challenge the bigger vehicle. Yeah, no, I would agree on that. If like a massive truck is doing something, just let them do it or get out of the way of them as soon as possible, whether that be like slowing right down or whatever. Just get out of the way of them and let them do it, because like the worst thing you want is for them to like pull across and you get, you know, caught up somehow. Alright, slow down is what they're going for. You want to do another question, chat? You want one more? Another belter of a question? Have we got another question? What's the next one anyway? Just for later on. Oh, here we go. Nitty wants another question. Alright, Nitty, I'll give you another one. Thank you for the lurk, Jules, as well. I appreciate it. You have a good lurk, by the way. Have a good one. Four-way stop junctions in America seem so backwards to me. Over here, the rule is give way to the vehicles from the right and give way if you're turning left. Yeah, give way to the right is a thing over here as well, yeah. Stopping at every intersection feels so unnecessary to me. Yeah, it's the same with, like, roundabouts. It's like, I mean, it's kind of just... They function properly because everybody just, like, plays by the rule on it. And it kind of works because you're all just letting the person on the right go past until there's a gap for you to go through. Answer the how are you? I'm doing good. Just a lazy day since I couldn't go for the Pride March today. Fair enough, though, Nitty. Fair enough. Well, I'm glad that you're having a nice lazy day. Vibing, if you will. And welcome into the test conditions of today's stream. You're going to be grilled about questions to do with the motorcycle theory test today, so I hope you're prepared for that. I hope you've been doing your revision beforehand, Nee, to make sure that you're prepared for this today, because this is important. If you fail the test and get less than 43 out of 50, banned forever. Never coming back into stream ever again after that, alright? So, you will be banned. Never back. You're never allowed back here ever again. The right of ways always goes to whoever takes the least amount of damage while dealing the most. That is true, actually, yeah. In claims, yeah. No way I'm fighting a truck in my tiny bike/car. Yeah, you'd be kind of crazy if you did that, wouldn't you? If you actually took a fight with someone there. All right, this is the next question. This one I feel like is a universal one potentially, providing you've heard of the concept of this. The conditions are dry on a smooth, flat road. When should you use the 2-second rule? This depends on if you know about the 2-second rule or not. Before restarting the engine after it has stalled. When checking your gap from the vehicle in front. Before using mirror signal maneuver routine. So at a junction, basically. Or when the traffic lights change to green. Never driven in the UK, and I've had my fair share of roundabouts here, but I've got no clue how to drive around a multi-lane roundabout. Practically none of them over here, only single lane or turbo roundabouts. Pre-select your lane, you can't change on the roundabout here. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of just like one of those things that you just sort of like... How do you describe it? You kind of put your life in everyone else's hands sometimes on a roundabout. Funny enough, that's actually the one place I've actually binned my bike was on a roundabout. Because, it was like a slightly damp day, so there was kind of a tiny bit of moisture on the road. So it wasn't really, I wouldn't describe it as wet, but it was kind of damp. And there was some sort of fuel spilled across the inside lane of the roundabout. And I was going, like, third or fourth, I can't remember, I guess it would be technically fourth exit, so almost back on myself. You know, I'm going like 180 and coming back kind of almost to the direction I've come from. But one junction away, or like one, like, turning away. And I ended up going right into the middle as I, like, went in to go around the tightest part of the roundabout. And my back wheel went over the fuel. And, yeah, I had the front wheel folded and the rear wheel slid out. But, yeah, other than that, I've never binned it, thankfully. But roundabouts are kind of, they're alright, you just get used to them after a while. They're fairly simple, they seem worse than they are from the outside, but when you actually do them yourself, it's not that bad. Trust me, bro. An old couple stopping a roundabout, single lane, to let someone in, caused a dented bumper. That's pretty bad. Could you please repeat the question and the options? Of course, Nitty. The conditions are dry and on a smooth road, smooth flat road. Okay, so normal conditions, good conditions, as opposed to wet conditions. When should you use the 2-second rule? As it's in quotes, the 2-second rule. It's a rule that you use to determine something while you're out on the road. Okay, involves the 2 seconds basically, as you can imagine. Before restarting the engine after it's stalled. When checking your gap from the vehicle in front. Before using the mirror signal maneuver routine. So basically when you're stopped and about to... Or when you're about to... You could be like pulling up to a roundabout or something. You know, you're pulling up to a stop basically about... Or maybe up to a stop when you're about to turn or something like that. Or when the traffic lights have changed to green. Those are your options. Those are your options. Now, if you know it, if you know what the 2-second rule is, it's an obvious choice. 2-second rule here means keeping 2 seconds distance from the car in front while driving. Okay. So I think we know Undo's going to be going for option B. Hi, Plumefee. How you doing? Nice to see you. How are you? Alright, spin in circles and then go back over here. There's part of me for a second there that thought I'd completely forgotten to switch my screen back from the BRB when we did it. But no, I haven't. Good, how are you? I'm doing alright, you know. I'm surviving. I'm hanging in there. I'm doing pretty decent. Thank you for asking. Hope you're having a nice weekend doing stuff, though. You been doing anything fun? Hope you've been doing something good. Think D, it's a shot in the dark. Here we were taught 3 seconds. 3 for distance, really. Interesting. Okay. The Undo's right. The 2-second rule is the gap in front, gap to the vehicle in front of you, basically. This was something I was taught by when I learned to drive for the first time, which my instructor was a bloke called Marcus. He was great. I like Marcus. He was like this old wily character who used to just kind of like, you know, joke about me while we're in the car, and we kind of, you know, he'd make it like, you know, more fun. But when I first learned to drive, I was like shitting bricks for ages, and then eventually, you know, I kind of picked it up when I got some confidence and got into it. But he kind of had to work with me a lot on like getting that stuff. But the 2-second rule is something that basically you apply it via, if you say it in your head, right? You pick out something, say like a lamp post, and you think to yourself about it. He said that if you use the phrase, only a fool breaks the 2-second rule, and you say it in like a normal way, it takes about 2 seconds to say. And if you've passed the object that you picked out, like the edge of a driveway or whatever, by the time you've said it, you're too close because you've broken the 2-second rule. So that in theory, the 2 seconds that it takes you to say it should be the gap of space in between you and whatever it is that you're trying to gap. Car goes past the lamppost, you say it. If you've gone past the lamppost before 2 seconds, you're too close. You drop back. There you go. That's that one. So the 2-second rule is the gap between you and the vehicle in front of you. Working on art mainly. Ayo, any particular projects you've been working on? I know there's a potential new project you may get to work on soon for a mutual friend of ours, of course, after a very successful charity stream yesterday. And a goal in there that may involve you at some point, Plinfy, to do with outfit designing, of course, which is going to be exciting. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. There may be a project that you'll be perfectly suited for at some point in the not-too-distant future. Gonna be pretty cool. Car, we're taught to keep 2 seconds distance. On a bike, I was taught to keep 3. I mean, this one is basically just a... The bike test is pretty much a copy of the car one, just with a small section on bike questions specifically. So, like, most of this is kind of general, not, like, generally applied rather than specifically. The next one as well, I've got up ready as well. The next question for when we need one. The next one's about one-way streets. We'll get onto that in a bit. We don't need it right now. That's impossible. The gap you create is so huge, you could park like 5 jumbo jets in there. Every car that overtakes you will just merge in there. It depends on the speed, though, as well, doesn't it? Because, I mean, if you think about it, the faster you go, in theory, the 2 seconds is kind of going to be, like, slightly shorter. And it depends on your speed in comparison to the other person's. I kind of think about it, but I don't necessarily, like, hugely stick to it. I kind of just sit back in a pocket of how far I think is, like, feels fairly safe for me. And then that's where I'll stay, you know? I'm not specifically sitting there and being like, all 2 seconds, you know? Looking forward to it. Hey, yo. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, you know, but I'm just, all I'm saying is just keep an ear out, you know? Could be an exciting project there, Plinfy. You didn't hear it from me, though, right? You didn't hear it from me. Don't think I've ever heard of that rule. It may just be more of a European thing, to be honest, I think, socially, I reckon. But there you go. So socially hasn't been keeping to the 2-second rule. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, that is. Can't believe it. How could you do that socially? How could you not stick to the 2-second rule? Can't believe it. Thinking highway speed, so like 60 mile an hour and over. Yeah, that's fair. Usually I keep 1 second distance in a car, and that's the maximum distance before people cut in front. Yeah, it's kind of it's like one of those rules where it's deliberately like larger than it needs to be probably, and people will just, for one, you know, they'll just like go for a dive bomb on you out of nowhere and things because there's a massive gap. How many left after water? 3. No. Is it 3? Maybe this is 15, not 14. No, this is run 15. Yeah. So there's 3 more. Yeah. There's 3 more. We have Ice, Dragon, and Fire. Those are the last 3. The final 3 we have to do there. Which, of course, it'll be randomly picked, and it most likely will be today that we'll pick it as well. Because although we're very slowly grinding through this, and we've been going for an hour and 25 minutes so far, yet haven't actually even finished grinding everything up to level 60. And you might think, damn, it's been a long amount of time, and we haven't actually done anything yet. That's kind of crazy. When are we actually going to beat someone? I'm pretty sure that like we're going to absolutely dominate the end of the game here, and I think even with like 3.5 hours to do it, we're probably just going to speed through everything. Knowing my luck, Dragon will be last. I kind of want it to be last, honestly, tabletop. But I think it'll be one of the more interesting runs. So I personally would like Dragon to be last. Because I think everyone views Dragon as like the god type, don't they? So it would be cool to have Dragon at the back as the last one, the final, you know, the final like flourish of the thing. 1 second definitely isn't super safe, but you kind of have to if someone overtakes you and you slow down to create a gap again. Someone else just overtakes you. Yeah, it's, as I say, it's one of those rules I feel like undo that kind of is there, but if you specifically apply it in the way that they want you to, it's like, you know, you kind of don't do it because it's just, it's not how it works. Oh, there is one thing actually about the Tauros run as well. That just reminded me. Saying about the Tauros run there. I will have to get together with someone who has a copy of Pokemon Violet for that, because the water form Tauros is exclusive to that game, and so it's impossible for me to get it otherwise. So when the Tauros run is going to happen, I'll have to get someone with the other game to trade me a water-type Tauros. Or at least, if not that, then breed one so that I can have like a level, a baby Tauros out of an egg. Because we figured out you can breed them and get the baby water Tauros or baby fire Tauros at level 1, but it's impossible for me to get the water one otherwise because it's exclusive. Yeah, I remembered that real quick. I just wanted to chuck it out there. But yeah, no, you're right though, Undo, to be fair. A lot of them are like, I know, like, one of the things they'll always talk about here is it's like, you know, roundabouts and things. They'll say, like, you should pull up and kind of, like, slow down and practically stop every time when you get there. But the thing is, it's like, in actual fact, you're not going to do that because you've looked ahead if it's open and you've already assessed whether there's traffic there or not as you've, you know, approached it. So it's like, I'm not going to stop if there's no one, you know, if there's nobody there. You know, I'm going to look at it. I'm going to make sure I take multiple looks and lifesaver over my shoulder before I pull onto the roundabout, of course, because I don't want to get clattered. But I'm not going to, like, slow down to a crawling speed to pull onto a roundabout if I've already seen ahead of time there's no one there. You know? It's like one of those rules. It's like you look before you get onto something. And they always kind of, in those tests, assume that, like, you drive up to something and then check when you get there finally. But people don't actually do that. Nobody actually stops and then check. Or, like, most people don't check, you know? You're gonna, like, check before you get there and then have a quick glance before you actually pull onto the thing, rather than, you know, slowing down to a crawling speed and then doing it. Turn from the store with lunch. Welcome back, Spartacus. What did you grab? Pretty sure my instructor just told me to make sure you keep the other car's tires in view. Yeah, that's not a bad rule as well, to be fair, I think, if you look at it like that. You're probably a decent enough... Like, are you at least a decent distance back if you're seeing the tires? I know it's like the one with bikes as well. If with, like, larger vehicles, you should be far enough back where you can see their mirrors. Otherwise, they can't see you. I speed up if I see a gap with a roundabout. And, of course, I look ahead to check the cyclic. Yeah, I mean, I do the same thing, though, Undo, as well. It's like, I know you shouldn't do it, but I've done it before. It's like you see a set of traffic lights and you think, it's green, but it's been green for a while. And you think, I speed up a little bit. That was a misclick. But you'll speed up a tiny bit, like, I'll sneak through here. And then if it changes to yellow, and someone's like, oh, you went through there, you just go, too dangerous to stop. I was already at, like, normal speed. It changed on me last minute. Wasn't able to stop. I had to go through the yellow. And then you pretty much just have to hope that someone isn't stupid and goes off on, you know, immediately pulls away on, like, whatever the other changes on the, wherever the other cars might be coming from, and doesn't immediately pull away. I've just noticed as well, we've got like 2 more Blissies probably before we're level 60. A break is going to start in 3 minutes. And you know what that means, chat? It actually doesn't mean we're going to do a question, because I'm gonna actually have my stretch break and go and grab a drink. But then once we've done that, we're going back to question time. And we're going to do another question about one-way streets. Yeah. Green means go. Yellow means go faster. Yeah, speed up. Red means don't stop. Blue means floor it. Blue means that the police are now chasing you and you need to floor it, otherwise they're going to catch you. Purple light. Purple light, most likely you're somehow have become... whatever you consumed during the day was laced with LSD and you're now high on drugs. I think that's that one. That's what blue light is, I think. That one's... no, purple is you're on drugs, so... most likely you're not actually on a bike at all. You're probably sat on a chair somewhere, imagining that you're actually on a motorcycle instead, on a rainbow-coloured road. Blue means the Rozzers are right behind you, and you need to find a tidy side road to sneak down. Of course, I'm joking when I say that. I'm not advising people actually run away if you ever get pulled over by the Rozzers. I'm not endorsing that, just to point that out. I feel like it's important that I mention that. Who's a... oh, yeah. Argon is really good here as another Pokemon. I think this is the team here. Although, actually... you know what? There ain't no way we're not bringing Krypton here, surely. Mr. Zero to Hero himself. I don't think we can afford not to bring Palafin here, can we? We have to bring him. We have to bring Palafin. Life Orb Palafin? Imagine how strong that's going to be. It's going to be goated as hell. Gyarados is a random cherry berry for some reason as well. We'll wait here for a sec, because I know, as I say, the break's going to go off in a sec. But we're now up to level 60 on everyone, though, so we can go and approach our first fights in a minute. We'll actually do Tatsugiri first, now I think about it, so we'll go and clear that in just a moment's time. But we'll get through Dondozo, Tatsugiri, and then we'll go from there. So we'll chuck Cloyster up front, because Cloyster's busted, and it's just going to kill everything anyway. Yeah, blue is you done fucked up Aeron. Good old Aeron. Those are some great clips. Purple means you want to check for... yeah, you need to go and get a check for color blindness instead. Outrun the car, but you probably want to outrun the radio. Yeah. Green light means a fake stealth undercover ambulance is sneaking up behind you. I just learned that like an hour ago. Yeah. Flashing green means the doctor is after you. There we go. There's the BRB. All right, I'll leave you to stew on the question while I go, shall I? One-way streets. Chat. One-way streets, okay? You're on a... the question won't kind of make sense when I say this, but you're on a one-way street, so a one-lane one-way street, and you want to turn right. Where should you position your vehicle when there are 2 lanes? It's a bit self-explanatory, really. Just to the left of the center line, in either lane, depending on traffic. Oh, we got low battery on the controller. In the left lane or in the right-hand lane. Now, you're turning right, remember. And the answer isn't on the pavement after having driven through the pedestrians, okay? So, that's not the answer. But have at it. I mean, actually, that's a bit of a crap question. This is the right-hand lane, obviously, because you're turning right. Hang on. Oh, here we go. You're riding a bike on a single carriageway road. What should your road position allow? Other vehicles to pass on the left. Pedestrians to hear you approaching. Faster traffic to overtake easily, or drivers at junctions to see you coming from further away. Okay? I'll be back in a sec. Hi, Shags. Welcome in. How you doing, my dude? In the middle lane, of course. Yeah, I know, right? It kind of... That one's a little bit silly, though, because it says, like, on a one-way. But most likely, any one-way I've ever been on doesn't have multiple lanes at the end. It's always just a single track. So it's like, yes, on a one-lane road where there's 2 lanes. And it's like... Does that exist? I've never found one if they do. If my English road names are correct, a single carriageway is a highway. Why the F are there pedestrians on a highway? I'm not allowed to help you, unfortunately. So, a single carriageway isn't a highway, Andy. I'll give you that as a clue. It's not a highway. It's a smaller road. Answer was clearly D. Drivers at junctions ahead see you approaching. Yeah. You got it right there. We're going 7 from 7 so far. We're doing good. Oh, here we go. I'll give you this one as well. You can have this one. I'll give you this question. You'll love this. It's everyone's favorite. What color flashing light is back? Which vehicle uses a blue flashing beacon? Blue. Now, I got this wrong earlier because I didn't know this, but I now do, so I know what the answer is here. Breakdown recovery. It's not what you think it's going to be. Breakdown recovery, snowplow, motorway maintenance, or bomb disposal unit. Which one of those also uses a flashing blue light? Welcome in those Shags. How you doing, my dude? What are you up to today? You doing anything fun? Pleasure to have you here as always, my dude. Fun fact, early American beaches were labeled as major highways for ease of travel between states. Really? A stealth ambulance, the fake ambulance, yeah. Big ass roads in the States, that's true. You do have big roads over there. Chicken nuggies you got earlier as well. We love some nuggies. Right, while we're stewing on that stuff, let me get back into this and get going here, shall we? Flashing blue means, yeah, you fucked up. Pray it's not, it's a 1 in 3 chance it's not the police and you were just speeding right in front of them, is what it means. That's what you're hoping for there. The flashing blue. I'll give you the options again. Okay, flashing blue.
Nice.
Same as just regular emergency services. Flashing blue, okay? Nice. Motorway maintenance, bomb disposal, snowplow, or breakdown recovery. Which one of those has a flashing blue beacon? So basically just a flashing blue light. When they're driving along. Which one of those has a flashing blue? Which, of course, the emergency services also have flashing blue, so... A bit of a weird question, I think, but... Or why? I don't know why they have the same color, but... No. That's actually the answer, Evan. None. It's none of them. That's actually what it is, yeah. No, that's the answer. Yo, Bevan, love that guy. Yo, Socially and Bevan, I love that interaction. What an interaction that is. I've missed you guys saying that. It's sad, because wasn't it... I think the other day, Socially, when you came in, I don't think Bevan was here. So I don't think we get to see you guys do that. Washington, a dead whale, beached itself on a Friday. None of the other departments wanted to deal with it, so they passed it to the state highway workers. Really? And that sucks, though. This guy forgot. I mean, it's kind of hard to keep track sometimes, though, you know? I got a lot going on, alright? Give me a break. Give me a break. And that wasn't actually that great. I feel like Undo is trying to figure out which one has the blue light. After this, for the fake stealth ambulance from earlier. Undo's trying to figure it out. No, I won't. That's good. You should hold me to high standards, you know? That's what I want. Hold me to high standards. Please don't use Body Slam. Oh, that did nothing even with a Shell Smash. Never mind. Told them they could call it a day if they finished moving it early enough, so they took 2 tons of TNT and blew it off the beach. They blew up the whale. I feel like I've heard about this, actually, of them using stuff to blow up the whales. If you forget again, I'll send an airstrike to your house. Jesus. I answered the motorway maintenance since the Dutch variant. Oh, God. Well, the question is how's the J pronounced? I'm gonna say it's like, oh, maybe it's just like, the J is the part that's throwing me. I mean, I assume that the W is pronounced the same way as it is in German, so it'd be a V, so it'd be Vaterstadt, but the other part I'm not entirely sure about. Would it be like Reeks or something like that, where you don't pronounce the J at all, it's just pronounced like the I? Kind of like an I in like. So it's like... Right, so it's like Reichsvaterstadt. Similar to that. Something like that. Close enough. I actually pronounced the Dutch word that didn't sound atrocious for once. That's the only time I've ever done that on stream, and I've only pronounced 2 Dutch phrases. Let's go. Gave Bevan the launch codes before... Oh, yeah, member of the CIA, of course, I forgot. I'll have to come up with a new bit for that now, socially, that you don't work at the CIA anymore. You'll have to become, like, undercover somewhere. Maybe it's all part of a ploy. Maybe you're actually just undercover. And you're just trying to make us think that you left, and you actually didn't. Stroop Waffle. Good old Stroop Waffle. Footage of it, I can share the YouTube video on your Discord if you want. Yeah, go on. Chuck it in. Chuck it in. Having been to the museum, I know that one. Do you actually, Shags? You've been there. That's kind of cool. Don't blow my cover. Alright, I'll keep it quiet, you know. Socially is a narc. I'm the target. The answer to the question, if anyone's wondering, it's actually bomb disposal unit, apparently. I didn't know that one. I don't think I'd ever come across any of these before, really. I didn't think it was breakdown recovery, because I'm pretty sure that's flashing yellow, like I said, kind of like I said earlier. I thought maybe snowplow, because I've never really seen it, so I thought it was possible. Motorway maintenance, I think, is probably also yellow or orange. Did we not hit? Oh, we shell smashed, that's why. So it's bomb disposal is what it is. Which channel? Let's post it in memes, why not? I mean, it's a video of someone blowing up a corpse of a whale with TNT. I feel like it'd be vaguely comical. Chuck it in memes, why not? Yeah, bomb disposal, that's what a blue flashing beacon is on a vehicle. Apparently, anyway. I guess it's a good thing you've never seen a bomb disposal vehicle. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, actually. Probably. I swear, maybe if you lived in a city, it would be more likely to be one that you'd see, but... Yeah, me living, like, not immediately in any cities or anything, you know, it kind of helps a little bit. That's fair enough, though, Undo, to be fair, with those. That makes sense, like, to be fair, I don't really understand why it has blue in the first place on bomb disposal. I guess it's because it's, like, high priority, maybe makes sense. In the same, you know, it's like you don't want the bomb disposal truck to get held up in like a... Let's say there was a terror event that happened somewhere. It makes sense, I suppose, that it's a blue flashing light because you want it to get, you know, you want the bomb disposal squad to get to the place where a potential thing has been found as quickly as possible. So that makes sense, I suppose, that it's a blue flashing light. But I'd never come across it before, so I had no idea. I can't remember what I said the first time. I think I said snowplow, but because I just thought, well, I don't really know, so... But it makes sense, actually, to go for that now. Like Socially said, I turn around if I see one of those. Bomb disposal, I've got no clue what lights they have. Well, yeah, I say maybe it's a good thing that you haven't seen any of them. Tatsugiri is so small, it's covered up by Cloyster as well. Kind of love that. The next question would be... This is 9 out of 28. But the next question, just to let you warm up. Traveling at the legal speed limit, what should you do if a vehicle behind approaches very quickly, flashing its lights at you? Accelerate. Touch the brakes sharply to show your brake lights. Yeah, so basically brake check. Maintain your speed to prevent the vehicle from overtaking or allow the vehicle to overtake. This is going to one-shot, isn't it? With the... Oh, Shell Smash Cloyster with the one tap from the 5 shots of Icicle Spear. Yes, let's go. Yeah, brake check him, accelerate and race the guy, brake check him, maintain speed to stop him from... to prevent them from overtaking. But that doesn't really make sense, does it? Because if they say that they're approaching very quickly from behind you, presumably they're moving faster than you. So by maintaining your speed, they're still going to overtake you anyway, because they're going faster than you. Or allow the vehicle to overtake you. I mean, basically all the driving theory test questions, if you don't have any of this type of thing, maybe where you're from, a lot of them are just common sense. You basically just pick the option that's like safe or common sense. Informius NRC. I love it. Yeah, but it'll be like, you know, like where you get one of the ones where it'll be like, most of the time there'll be an answer that'll be something like, stop when it's safe to do so. And if that answer's there, it's almost always going to be that. Because everything else is like, accelerate into the middle of a train crossing while the barriers are down. It's like, you know. Slow down, let them overtake as soon as they're right next to them. Move sideways and push them off the road. Yeah. Pull a handbrake turn in the middle of the road, blocking the entire lane horizontally. And conveniently deploy a can of petrol that you have, like a jerry can from the passenger seat, so that you pour it all over the road afterwards and go, oh, it's skidded on the fuel, you know. What you do? There'll be no witnesses. No one will see it, right? I mean, in that case, it's just, you know, the most logical one is allow them to overtake, which is the answer, of course. I like how we're multitasking today. We're doing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Monotype Water, and we're also going for a motorcycle theory test at the same time. It's great, isn't it? 5 tons of TNT. That's a lot of TNT right there. I've got to say, that's a lot of TNT. Banana peel. Yeah. You whip the blue shell out of the side passenger side door, the glove box, you know. And you're like, oh, so I threw this at me and I got hit and turned sideways. I started spinning around when I was in the lead. See, again, like the next one is like you're riding towards a zebra crossing. What should you do if pedestrians are waiting to cross? Now, for reference, a zebra crossing doesn't have traffic lights. It's just like, it would be a crossing in the middle of like a street in a town, right? In the middle of like a main street where there's a bunch of shops or something. Like, there's people waiting to cross. What should you do? Only let the elderly and infirm cross. Slow down and prepare to stop. Flash them with your headlights or wave them across the road. Thank you for the redeems. Tabletop. Yeah, flashing blue shell. Do a handbrake turn, spin round 360 degrees at 180 degrees, look the other driver in the eyes and show them 2 middle fingers. There we go, didn't even miss a beat. Well, actually, you say that, Tabletop. I've now automated the Nox Cat and Cat Ears. So I don't have to actually do them myself anymore. They're now automated using a bot, like a bot program called Mix It Up, where I can basically get it to display the images just on its own. So, there you go. I don't have to do it anymore. It's quite nice for playing, like, when I was doing New Vegas. I couldn't really tab out of the game really easily to get it up. So I was able to just get it to automate and do it itself, which is really cool. Here we go, though. We got 5 minutes on the clock. We got a 5-minute timer from the Wales redeem as well. We're going full Wales. We got the other redeems going. We're talking about theory test stuff. It's great stuff, isn't it? A lovely day today. Flash them. Go for the blind move, or flash them and then, you know, give them a chance to cross the road, but they don't know if you're actually there or not. Once again, looking for answer E, bonus points. I mean, the answer, as I said earlier, the answer is going to be slow down and prepare to stop, because if that's ever an option, it's always the answer. This is good, though. I'm doing my revision for this at the same time. You're approaching an unmarked crossroads. How should you deal with this junction? Accelerate and keep in the middle of the road. Slow down and keep to the right. Accelerate and look left. Or slow down and look both ways. I wonder. Because I think it's definitely better to only look one way than it is to look both sides. Because then at least you don't see the person who's about to kill you from hitting you from the wrong side. So, you know, I suppose at that side, you know, you're in a great position. I missed you, Nigel. I missed you too, CIA agent socially. / undercover partner, you know. I'm just deep undercover. I'm not... Nigel's not actually Welsh. She's just deep undercover in Carmarthen at the moment, in Wales. So, you know, he's deep undercover. He's on a long job, is Nigel. He's been there for years now. Answer should be 4, but for fun, let's do 1. Accelerate through the junction. It reminds me of there was a YouTube short I saw yesterday of a car. It was a, like, American guy who was in a car somewhere, and it had a fold-out seat that came out the bottom of the trunk, as you would call it, right? But you could fold down the seats in the back and basically turn them the other way by folding a set up that was set in the bottom of the floor. So you could have rear-facing seats in the car. And then the guy just pulls them up and he's like, rear-facing seats so your children can, you know, find out they're about to be in an accident in comfort. You know, it's like, who came up with that in a car, in a car design? Let's make backwards-facing seats. So you can see the accident coming ahead of time. So you know you're about to get smashed into. That would be a good idea, won't it? Shared the video in memes. Hope you enjoy it. I'll have a look after stream. I'll get on that. It's obviously, you know, slow down and look both ways, obviously, because, you know, no one's going to go across a crossing without checking both ways first, or at least you think they probably wouldn't. I think we're going to go... Who do we lead with here? I think we have to probably lead with Krypton here. The only thing I need to look at is, does Toxicroak have dry skin? If Toxicroak has dry skin, I actually can't do this because it won't let me flip turn it. So I've got to check that first. No, it's anticipation. We're in then, basically. Yeah, Palafin is going to go in. We're going to use flip turn and switch out, and then that's going to give us the option to go crazy with Jet Punch later on. So we're going to be going wild here on this one. It's going to be crazy. The power of Palafin is about to be unlocked, and we're about to go absolutely nuclear. So we're going to see what happens there. What's the next question as well for the thing? I can't see the screen at the moment, so... Oh. Undo, you might get this one. I don't know. It'll be whether or not it's the same over there in the Netherlands or not. But I think you have these, so it might be. That's why I say that. Who should obey diamond-shaped traffic signs? The answer is taxis, lorries, buses, or trams. I wonder if it's the same over there. Diamond-shaped signs. They're usually white with a black outline. Rather than like red or anything else. They're usually just white and black. Well, we crashed into a rufflet. But I feel like Undo might get this one if it's the same there anyway. Answer in America is everyone. Fair enough. Only diamond-shaped signs we have here mean you're on a priority road, so no, we don't have one. Okay, never mind. The answer's trams. But I thought, don't the Netherlands, like a lot of European countries, have a lot of tram networks and things? I thought the Netherlands has... I think they have trams as well. It's strange, because I seem to get the trams question all the time, but I've never seen a tram in this country. I think they're a lot further up north. I've never seen one anywhere near where where I'm from. or have ever really been, to be honest with you, but it's tram drivers. There's a great question you get as well, which is just like, why should you be more aware of tram drivers when crossing like a tram line or something? And the answer is just because they can't steer to avoid you. And it's like, that's a bit obvious, isn't it? He's on rails. Of course he can't fucking steer. Time is up for the wheels as well. And thank you for the lurk socially. You have a good one, yeah? Thank you for being here. I appreciate you hanging out with us. I hope you have a wonderful time lurking away. We will see you when we see you, okay? I appreciate you being here, my dude. Eri, where are you? Over here. We're just doing the quick shiny Dratini check, because it's that level of copium that I'm hoping for that we'll still find one after that one time where a shiny spawned and we accidentally killed it. No, we didn't kill it. It went underwater. That's what happened. Neither the BRB tabletop have trams. I think they have blue, a round blue sign. If it's a tram-only road, or the round one with a white center and a red border, with a tram exception underneath, meaning no one is allowed on that road except for trams. Fair enough. Makes sense. I wonder what that was then. It was a Indeedee. I didn't know what that Pokemon was for a second. I was trying to figure it out. I thought it was a shiny or something because I didn't recognize it. Hop down here, grab the center, of course. And now we're gonna... Well, hopefully we're gonna speed up now because we've only got 3 hours. We've got 3 hours and we need to do all the fights. In theory, we should be fine. I don't see why that'd be a problem, but... I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go crazy right here. Right, we're going in. We're marching in. Next question while we're in the cutscene. When should you flash your headlights at other road users? To show you're giving way. When showing that you're about to turn. When telling them that you have the right of way, or when letting them know that you're there. Solid question. I already know what the answer is. I mean, the general rule of thumb with these types of questions is they don't want you to do anything other than one specific scenario with all of these. It's the same thing with, like, beeping a horn or something like that. The answer's basically the same for that question. It's just switch out the action that they want you to do. Flash drivers, not like that for many reasons, many of which are actually legal, but everyone does it. Yeah, exactly. It's another one of those things that kind of everybody just does. People flash to say, to give way to you and things all the time. But, I mean, the technical correct answer is only you should do it to let people know you're there. But presuming that means at night, but, like, you think they'd see the lights anyway on the road if you were round a corner or something? I mean, if it's a blind one-way bend, maybe you'd flash or something, because they might see it. I don't know. Or you'd beep. I don't know. When should you use... Oh, here we go. When should you use your vehicle's horn? To alert others of your presence, to give you the right of way, to greet other users, or to signal your annoyance. Right on cue. All of them. Yes. Any of them. Which colour follows the green signal at a puffin crossing? Here we go. Steady red, flashing yellow. Steady yellow, flashing green. I think I know this one. I mean, you can narrow it down to 2 immediately. Well, I guess 3 depending, but you can narrow it down to 2 fairly easily by just using traffic lights in general. Because it ain't going to go from green to red immediately, is it? So it's either flash green, steady yellow, or flashing yellow. Goes with all your bird crossings. Honestly, there's too many of them. As I say, there's like, what, there's 3 of them? You have toucan, pelican, and puffin. Some of them make sense. There was one that, this is again the same guy who taught me to drive actually mentioned one that's a good way to remember it. Which toucan crossing, literally the only difference with toucan basically is like cyclists are allowed to use the crossing as well. So toucan being toucan cross, cyclist and pedestrian, which makes sense, which is a good way to remember it. Most of them are basically the same though. They're all just kind of like different types of crossings with traffic lights. Some of them will just have like a sensor and that'll be the only difference or whatever though. I'm honestly surprised Finizen won that fight. It's a bit of a... I want to say it's a crap mon. Finizen, like, or not Finizen. Palafin without its hero form is pretty mid. Palafin in hero form is OP. So it goes from like okay to overpowered in like 3 seconds. You want to have a guess though, Andy? Albatross crossing, seagull crossing, pelican, yeah, puffin, toucan, penguin. I'm sure that'll be one in the future. I don't know. Sparrow crossing. All of them. There's only 4, I think. And then we have zebra as well, as I say. Which makes sense. Black and white stripes, of course. You want to have a guess? You want to guess under? It's a 50-50. It's flashing amber or steady amber. Solid green, solid orange, solid red. Repeat for pedestrians. Solid green, flashing green, solid red. Those are the only orders of lights I know. It's a 50-50, though. It's a 50-50. What do you reckon? It's one of the yellows, obviously. It's flashing yellow or solid. Going solid. It is solid. That's actually one of the ones that catches me out every once in a while, because I think there is one where there is the flashing yellow, which I think is pelican, isn't it? Because we had a question about that. Generally, the color order for most crossings is red, red and yellow together, green, solid yellow on its own, red. Because then the red and yellow together is like, it's about to change, so get ready. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Now the next one is, why is it dangerous to travel too close to a vehicle ahead? I did have a question actually the other day, which was, what does the term tailgating mean? Which I thought was quite funny. There was another one like that as well. I can't remember what the... Oh, hello. Oh, I can't actually pause the thing. Hang on. Well, I guess we'll keep going, because... Well, how long... No, we have tons of time on the timer, actually, don't we? We can stop for 2 minutes. It's fine. What was the answer? Flashing or solid? It was solid. Solid was the answer. Like with Zazuma, she's willing to help you with the water Tauros. Ayo, I appreciate it. I will, I'll post in Discord about it when I need it. Because obviously I don't need it right now. I need it in like a couple of weeks. But I'll post in Discord about it when the time arises, though, Tabletop. But thank you for asking, though. I appreciate it. You are liaising on my behalf. Thank you for that. Yeah, this one, why is it dangerous to travel too close to the vehicle ahead? Engine will overheat. Mirrors might need adjusting. View of the road ahead will be restrictive. Or your satellite navigation might be confused. What? I mean, the answer there is too obvious, really, and it's so you can see ahead. On a road where trams operate, which vehicles will be most at risk from the rails? Cars, bikes, buses, or lorries? Again, it's kind of obvious, because only one of them has, you know, 2 wheels, and so would be anyway endangered by having a rail of some sort there. Tailgating has 2 meanings here. 1, to follow too closely to another vehicle. 2, a party you have in a parking lot to celebrate a sporting event. Interesting. Google Maps is confused about the car in front, yeah. Riding on a motorcycle that has an engine of less than 50cc. What should you do if you see a queue of traffic building up behind you? Keep well out of the way to allow vehicles to overtake you. Keep well away from the curb to stop people overtaking you dangerously. Wave vehicles behind past you, or pull in and let vehicles overtake you. Welcome back, Tabletop. Pause the music and switch back. There we go. Yeah, I didn't know that tailgating has a second meaning, though. That's kind of cool. Over here, we only have the one, which is just, you know, being a BMW driver, basically. That's the alternate way of describing tailgating, is a German saloon driver. Mercedes, Audi, or BMW driver. That's the alternate terminology. I appreciate it, Tabletop. As I say, it'll be a couple of weeks probably. I guess I could get it early and put it in home, but I'll figure it out. I very much appreciate that. Thank you so much for asking on my behalf. I appreciate it. Hooking me up with some with a deal there. I mean, this one kind of makes sense, this question as well that we've got. It's basically, if you're on a really low-powered machine and there's a queue of traffic behind you, should you get out the way, stay really wide so people don't overtake you, wave people across in front of you, or what was the other one? Wherever it was. I mean, it's just pull in and let people go past, innit? When it's safe to do so, of course. There's 9 questions left for this section, by the way. Following a large vehicle traveling at 40 miles per hour, where should you position yourself? Close behind to make it easy to overtake, while under his wheels. To the left of the road to make it easier to be seen. Close to the vehicle to keep out of the wind, or well back so that you can see past the vehicle in front of you. That one's fairly self-explanatory as well. Under the wheels, yeah. You should be parked in his rear window. So you can look through his windscreen and get a better view of the road ahead. Hanging off the back of his truck so you can see through it. Welcome in, Zazuma. How you doing? I appreciate the offer to help me out with the Tauros as well. Thank you for that. I'll let you know. I'll probably post in Discord about it at some point. I'll ping you in Discord and we'll get it going. Don't sucker punch me. Okay, you didn't. You went for brick break. That's good. Going for the flip turn. Going for that flip turn on Palafin. Means we bring in Slowbro. Choice specs. Not choice specs. Wise Glasses Slowbro, who's going to eat a brick break here. Oh, poison jab. That actually works. Okay. 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 Yeah, I mean, it's obviously well back, so you can see past the vehicle, isn't it? Fairly easy. In the passenger seat. Yeah, you ask him if he'll give you a lift. That's what you do. Oh. Well, that didn't do that much damage, actually, that sucker punch. Strangely. Next question. Yeah, in the vehicle's trunk wasn't a choice, unfortunately. DM would be best for me. I appreciate you letting me know. I will, if I remember at the time, I will hit you up about it. But thank you for the... I really appreciate it. Thanks for helping me out with it, though. I big appreciate it. Is he going to go close combat? Let's try Slack Off. Seed Bomb. Ah, that's not good. Oh, he lived. That only did like 70 damage. Dude, the bulky Slowbro right now. Bulky Slowbro set actually going kind of crazy here. God damn. This one's a picture. I'll skip this one because you can't do it. It's basic. Oh, Slowbro with a one-shot critical hit. Oh my god. It's basically you're driving up behind some horses. What should you do? Slow down. Lucario coming in next. That was huge, actually, though, from our boy here. I think... Does this Lucario have Dark Pulse? It might. I think he has Dark Pulse. Bugger. Ah. Do you have any who has priority questions? We have a few questions where you have to number. Oh, no, we don't actually have anything like that undo, unfortunately. That would be a cool one, though. I like the sound of that. That sounds like a nice question, actually. I quite like the sound of that one. Oh. Does he have a... No, he has Flash Cannon, doesn't he? Gyarados is the option here, then. Slowking a possibility? It was. Although, in this game, if I remember rightly, King's Rock is kind of like a strangely late item that you get. So in our case, I think we couldn't actually get King's Rock in time to really make Slowking hugely useful. And with that as a kind of like thing, we thought, well, actually, most of the team is pretty strong as it is. So I decided not to go for the evolution, just purely because we already had a strong team, and I thought Slowking probably wouldn't add anything we didn't have already, you know? But I think it is a good mon. It might have been good here, to be honest, Slowking. If we kill Annihilate, we basically win this for free, so... Because keep in mind, we still have Palafin in the back, and we have, like, Toxapex and shit, so... We're basically in here. And we outspeed with a Dragon Dance. It's not quite a one-shot, but we should live this. Oh... Beautiful from Gyarados. We're Dragon Danced up here. I could probably go for another one if I wanted, but I think I'll just play safe and go for the waterfall and knock it out. You're in a line of traffic. What action should you take if the driver behind you is following very closely? If you're being tailgated, ignore the driver behind and travel within the speed limit. Slow down, gradually increasing the gap between you and the vehicle in front. Signal left and wave the driver behind in front of you. Or allow him to come in front, basically. Or move over to a position just left of the center line of the road. Brake check, yeah. It's actually the closest option to brake check, funny enough. It's slow down, increasing the gap between you and the vehicle in front. But the thing is with that, wouldn't that just piss off the tailgater even more? And he'd be more likely to go for a stupid overtake on you. If you just deliberately slow down in front of him. Aren't you just going to annoy them at that point? And they're going to be like, they're going to do something stupid. You'd think, maybe. Might be wrong, but... Do we have a special attacker here as well? Because if not, we're in a bit of a problem here. Mom would tell me to break it and make them pay for damages. It's not a bad idea, to be fair. I think Palafin's one of our better chances here, so I'll jump in with a Jet Punch here, I think. Hero form, Palafin, 160 base power, or 160 attack on our Jet Punch here. I'm going to go crazy with this. That didn't do a lot of damage, but with Life Orb, it was through, like, stamina, 4-stack stamina or something stupid, though, so... What else do we have? Double Edge, Flip Turn, Acro. At least Acro's super effective. We'll try that. Oh, it's faster than us without priority. Interesting. Critted as well. Already doing something stupid by tailgating you. That's true, actually, Nitty. You're not wrong. You're actually not wrong there. Let's go Pex, because then I can just Venoshock and negate the defense increase. We'll go Toxapex and just go for Venoshock. Why would you shift gear? Like, there's no point doing that. Oh, it does have, doesn't this thing have high horsepower, actually? So I've got to be careful. America, if they rear-end you, they're automatically considered at fault and have to pay? Really? I didn't know that. Oh, they've thrown. Eri just threw so hard. What's the minimum gap you should leave when following a vehicle on a wet road? Wet road. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, or 4 seconds. This is a stopping distance question. If you know that, you can apply it to this as well. All the seconds. What would that be combined? It'd be 10 seconds combined, Andy. Combine them all, I suppose. 6 in America on wet roads. Okay. The same logic stands then, I guess, because it's wet road is double stopping distance / time that you should, you know, leave in between, isn't it? And then icy roads is 10 times. 6 seconds, that's so much distance. Yeah, so ours would be 4 here, because it'd be 2 seconds normally, but 4 seconds in the wet. Because you double everything in the wet, including stopping distances and stuff. Why should you never wave people across at pedestrian crossings? They may not be ready to cross. It's safer for you to carry on. They may not be looking, or another vehicle might be coming up behind them. Less than 1 second, push them out of the way. Yeah, bulldoze them off the road. Land of the fees and the home of the sued. Not so fast, my friend. There's a fun twist of no-fault states like where I live. Oh. Wait, so no one's considered at fault in a situation like that, folks, is it? If you get rear-ended. That's wild. If you can get rear-ended and not considered at fault, that's crazy. Is it unless there's like an overwhelming factor to prove they were doing something that took their attention away? Like if they were found to be on their phone or something. Or would they still get away with it if they hit you in the back? That's crazy, though, if they do. I mean, the answer here is, but you shouldn't wave someone across because there might be another vehicle, obviously. They might not be looking. There might be one coming from the other side. What type? Oh, here we go. Which type of crossing allows for cyclists to ride across with pedestrians? It's Undu's favorite. It's the bird crossings again. Zebra, pelican, puffin, or toucan? I actually mentioned it earlier in the stream as well. Zebra, pelican, puffin, or toucan? The seagull crossing. That's the one. It's seagull. That's the one. Welcome in, Harleen. How you doing? Did you know I'm amazing? Amazing. Do I know that? Debatable. Would I accept that? I don't know. That's a mighty fine compliment that I don't know if I'm physically able to accept, you know? Toucan, because toucan, yes, yes. Exactly, Under, you were listening. You're paying attention. Toucan cross. That's how my driving instructor told me to remember it. Toucan crossing, toucan cross, two being two different types, cyclist and people. There you go, toucan crossing. I'm alive, how you doing? Kind of similar. I'm doing alright, you know? I'm doing better than I was probably last week. Last week was kind of a clusterfuck. And this start of this week was kind of bad as well. But I'm probably doing a lot better now. I feel a lot better. I feel a bit more normal again, you know? And I'm having a fun time today. I'm a little bit excited about some stuff as well. We're memeing about motorcycle theory tests right now because I'm going to renew all my stuff so I can go and finish off my bike license that I never finished properly. So I've rebooked my my theory test that ran out ages ago to do in 11 days. So we're just kind of memeing about it, and I'm throwing out some of the general questions to chat to see if you guys have read up on your theory test knowledge or just see how different it is in other countries, because we've had a few interesting ones so far. Correct, so no fault is assigned in the accident. Been rear-ended and the other person's insurance paid for my car to get fixed, but my insurance rates went up anyway because it was a no-fault state. Oh, yeah, that's dumb then, yeah. So because of it being specifically no fault, your insurance premiums went up because they didn't say that it wasn't the other person's fault. I mean, it's going to go up anyway a little bit because it's an accident, of course. That's how it works, but it went up basically more because they decided that it wasn't your fault. Because they couldn't attribute it to being the other person, your premiums went up even more. That sucks. That's actually horrible. Well, I hate that. Accept it? No. I've heard that you guys use birds for crossing names, but I didn't expect them to actually use those names in the exams. Well, that's how you differentiate them, though. Toucan, puffin, pelican, and zebra. I'm sure there's another one out there somewhere, but I've never seen them. There's probably another obscure one somewhere. Rhino crossing or something, I don't know. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good question. You'll like this one. Hang on, what are we buying here? Rocky helmet, we want one of them. And a choice scarf. Honestly, I don't think we'll need a choice scarf. We'll buy one anyway, though, because we can. Because we're rich in game, so we might as well. Why are young motorcyclists more likely to be involved in crashes? Because they're too cautious. Because they ride in the middle of the lane. Because they ride in groups. Or because they're inexperienced. They ride in the middle of the lane like normal people. That must be it, right? That's such a stupid answer. This is the official, like, samples of official questions for the driving test. Or bike test, which are basically the same thing, pretty much. Thank you for the lurk, Zazuma, as well. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is their official name, yeah. That's wild, though, Forks. That's... How much, like, just roughly, how much did it put it up by? Like, was it a significant amount? Like, it almost, like, increased it by half as much as you were paying or something? Or was it, like... even more than that? Did it, like, double your premiums or something? That's ridiculous either way, though. Have a zebra crossing, the one with the white stripes where pedestrians can cross, but the official name is Right. Vop. Shall I try and pronounce this? Voltgangers Oversteek Platz. There you go. That's the one, is it? I've heard of that one, yeah. Of course. That didn't sound too wrong when I pronounced that for a long word. It looked more complicated than it actually was. Meaning pedestrian crossing place. That's also the name they use on the exams. Okay. Yeah, we have the animal system. I mean, zebra makes sense. The bird ones, I don't know why they went for birds. But the zebra makes sense, obviously, with black and white stripes on the road, but... Other drivers are penises. Yes. Ask Zansu about the squirrel. Oh, people are going to have a thing about this, aren't they? Because they're going to go, no, it's squirrel. This is a thing I've had many a time. American people who call it squirrel. And they always find it fascinating that I call it a squirrel. Squirrel is how you... That's the pronunciation. Squirrel. Alright? It's squirrel. I don't say it funny. You do. Squirrel. What about the squirrel, though? I need to know now. Vowels are off, but most people would understand you. Okay, nice. Well, I could just say VOP, though, instead, and I'd be fine. Or VOP. Crosswalk. That's another one, of course, that you guys use over there. But yeah, we just call them crossings. Zebra crossing, or whatever type of crossing, you know? I've noticed that in a lot of American things, they tend to put, like, the kind of... like, it's almost, like, over-explained in the name, if you know what I mean. Like, when people say, like, eyeglasses, versus over here, we'd be like, well, we just call them glasses, because you'd assume that they went on your eyes, you know? So, people don't feel the need to say that part. Or, like, with crosswalk, you just say crossing, because it's like, well, you could run across it. Like, that's kind of like the logic that we would use over here. It'd be like, you don't need to add the walk part, because you could not be walking. No one but the biggest traffic nerds would call it a pop. Traffic nerds. Naranja, that's where we were. I'm doing 2 exams at once here. But yeah, young motorcyclists are most likely to crash because they're inexperienced. Not because they ride in groups. Because they're youths, that's why. Aim to become the champion. Oh, I click catch Pokemon. Alright. I'll have to double down on that later on. That can... Oh, we just got booted out because I misclicked. We failed the exam. Uh-oh. We said we were here to catch Pokemon, so we got... How does that make sense? We've come to the Elite Four saying, yeah, we like catching Pokemon, and they kicked us out. Americans are stupid and we need extra words to keep people in line. It doesn't work, but we try. I mean, it's not much better over here, to be fair. People just do whatever. Can't believe we actually messed that up by misclicking. That's hilarious. Traveling along a single track road. There's a passing place on your right. Now remember, we drive on the left over here. Just keep that in mind. There's a passing place on your right. Okay. What should you do if you see a vehicle coming towards you? This is a single lane road where traffic goes in both directions on the same lane, like a country road. And there's a passing place on the right. What should you do? Continue along the single track road. Stop in the passing place. Move over onto the verge or onto the grass. Or wait opposite the passing place. It wasn't just squirrels. It involved rabbits and chipmunks as well. I'm interested to find out what this is about. Chipmunks and rabbits as well. Not pass. Technically, I could give you that. So, I mean, the way that it wants to lead you down is to say, like, well, you go stop in the passing place, but that you would have to cross onto the... Effectively, you'd be on the wrong side of... It's a single lane road, but you'd be on, like, the wrong side of the road, right, if you did that. You'd be on the wrong side because you want to be on the left. So you wait and let the other car go in the space. Yeah, so undo is right, yeah. Artisan was the worst gym in this run. Against Brassius. Makes no sense to me. I'll try and explain in a minute. Oh, I actually misclicked on that as well. I clicked the wrong option. I clicked stop in the passing place thinking it was the other one. That's my bad. We actually got the answer right, but I just misclicked the wrong one when I was picking the answer. Yeah, you just wait for them. You wait opposite the thing and then they pass you instead. Or I guess technically you pass them when they go in the passing place, however way you want to view that. Going about 70 in the wrong lane while in reverse. How did you manage to go 70 in the wrong lane in reverse? What happened there then? What happened there, Tabletop? That sounds like an interesting thing. Not how any roads here work. Yeah, so over here with like single lane roads, like a proper like country road, traffic goes both directions. It's just like a single track, right? Because there's not a lot of traffic on it, so there's no need for multiple lanes. So the idea is that I will have places on the left to pass in, and they will have places on the right, because we drive on the left and, you know, you drive on the left-hand side of the road here. So it makes sense to me that on the left-hand side is where you would have your passing place, versus on their left would be where theirs one would be, because that's the side of the road that you're supposed to be driving on. Even though, of course, it's a single road, so in theory you're both on the same side, kind of, but going opposite directions. But everything will be on the left, so that it kind of makes sense that it would be there, you know? But of course, over there in a lot of other countries where they'll be driving on the right, it makes sense to be the other way around. Had to flip all the left and right questions in my head. Left-hand drive versus right-hand drive, of course. Well, you don't have to worry about that with bikes, though, at least. Right-hand drive versus left-hand drive under, of course. You imagine that if bikes had left and right-hand drive. Oh, you bought a European bike and it had the clutch on the wrong side. You imagine how annoying that would be. Oh. If you had, like, you had, like... God, that would be horrible. You had the brake on the left instead of on the right, and you had the gears on the right. Oh, I'd hate that. That sounds horrific. Alright, we're going straight in here as well. No worries. Calculated. GG easy. We're going to win. Cloyster's going to sweep here, let's be honest. Have a good one, Maximum. You take it easy, my dude. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you hanging out. It's the end of the month as well, so we'll officially see you next month, I suppose. For the start of July. But thank you for being here. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Thanks for the cheeky gift sub the other day as well, and the sound alerts and stuff. I appreciate it, my dude, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night and sleep well. Let me catch up real quick on this. It was a Friday, so the officer said he would let me off with a left of center if I told him something he never heard of before. Why were you reversing that fast though? Unless you might be explaining that in a minute though. Hang on. Road shoulder or ditch? Oh, so you have, like, a permanent thing on that. I suppose, though, over there, there's not as many, like... In the US, there's probably not as many, like, roads like that, I'd say. This would be, like... The equivalent of this would be, like, a road where there was, like, 8-foot-high hedges on both sides. Or bushes or something. So it was, like, properly, like, closed in, you know? So there wouldn't be any, like, visibility ahead or anything. There'd be no visibility or anything like that. The idea being basically as well that if you, that whoever's closest to the passing point, if you met nose to nose, basically reverses to the point where they can find one and then parks up in there and lets the other one free, you know? Oh, that did a lot of damage. I think Cloyster's going to sweep this whole thing, really. The only thing will be about whether something outspeeds us after we've shell smashed, but I don't think it will. Thank you, mod, whoever that was, whichever mod it was who snoozed that. It might be Undo, I'm not sure, but thanks for snoozing the ad break there. I appreciate it. Thus, my car was officially attacked by ninja squirrels, demon rabbits, and rabid chipmunks. After a quick, I guess drug test, yeah. Drug test, I drove home with my left of center. It's kind of funny, though, that he gave you, like, a free pass on it, though, for telling him something he'd never heard of before. I love that. Years later, they added guidelines for animals in the road on the DMV. Oh, this was... You were 18. Okay, so this was, like, a few years back now, then. I thought this was this weekend. Like, I was confused for a minute there. For fun, I was 18. Oh, we could get sucker punched here. He didn't. Let's go. We outspeed Wugtrio and we one-shotted it. I love that. That's what ditches are for? Or would you... when you say ditch, how, like, deep is the ditch? Because when you say ditch, I think of, like, a couple of feet deep. Oh, camera up. Are we going to kill this? Hang on a minute. Are we going to kill this with Icicle Spear? Ooh, this might be close. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Was there any doubt that Cloyster is just going to just maul through it? My bad. I dared to question the power of Cloyster for a second there. That's my bad for thinking that Cloyster wouldn't just, you know, annihilate everything in existence. I can't believe I dared to think that maybe we wouldn't just wipe everything off the face of the earth. That's amazing. That's hilarious to me, though. "18 years ago." I just love that he's like, yeah, I was just driving at 70 in reverse up a road for fun. What? Couldn't vary. Ditch over here means it's full of water. Wouldn't want to pass that. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well, Andy, you know. Ditches vary. Some are a few feet deep. Some are inches. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was thinking more like what Undo said, like a deep ditch, like a drainage runoff ditch that might be like 3 feet deep, you know. I see. I see. The next question as well. We've only got a few left. What will happen if you follow this vehicle too closely? It's a lorry. Brakes will overheat. Your fuel consumption will increase. Your engine will overheat, or you won't be able to see the road ahead. I feel like you could actually add another option on that, which would be he can't see you. So I feel like that would be another one as well, which would be what happens if you follow too closely. He can't see you, so if he brakes abruptly, you're going to run into the back of him. But manage to permanently alter the DMV tests and guidelines purely because of that as well. That's actually kind of funny. You can actually take this test without studying. To be fair, this is just the attitudes towards driving section though, Undo. This isn't the, like, all of it, remember, though. There are other parts. This is just one section. Toxapex is useless here because it's poison. We're going to go with Quagsire up front here, I think. We'll go Muscle Band. Slowbro is okay here, I think. We'll also go Gastrodon with lefties, and then we'll go Assault Vest Quagsire. Keep Palafin here, and then, you know, fairly decent to have Gyarados in the back, I think. I think we can wrap this fight up in 3 minutes before the ad break starts. Why not? Let's challenge ourselves, chat. We won't snooze the break. We'll see if we can finish it in 3 minutes before the break starts. Welcome in, Cinderfay. How's it going? Welcome to stream. Or E, the lorry will probably bash you off the road for even trying to be in the same space as you. Exactly. Still have to study biology to remember all the bird crossings. This is true. You need a bird watcher's guide to do it. Yeah. This is someone who has seen lorry drivers. They're built different. No thought, only carnage. I know what you meant. No, knee. All right. I know what you meant. Close combat. Nice. I mean, the obvious one here is that your view ahead will be reduced if you're parked up the arse of a lorry. What should you do if you're being followed by an ambulance flashing blue lights at you? Pull over as soon as it's safe to do so. Accelerate to get away from it. Maintain your speed and course. Brake harshly and stop well out into the road. Go for an Aqua Step so we can get a speed boost, I think, here as well. I think Close Combat might kill for just over half, actually. This might knock us out, though, because we have Close Combated. Yeah, that's unfortunate. The Close Combat that we took kind of screwed us over a little there, maybe, and we might have lived otherwise. I think what I'll do now is I'll bring out Slowbro. Oh, I should have probably brought out Palafin, actually, shouldn't I? What am I doing? If Slowbro goes down, I'll go into Palafin and then give myself the switch. Knock yourself out. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, obviously the one... It's the actual answer. What? No, it's not, is it? Yeah, it would be pull over as soon as it's safe to do so, not brake check the ambulance. That'd be dangerous. Brake check the ambulance would be bad. We can't do that. So, I misclicked one, but we got 28 out of 28. Believe it or not, chat, we did it. We got 28 out of 28. How good we are. Choose a different test. We have lorry tests here as well. Let's do... oh, yeah, we need to do Krypton now, and then we can... We'll also break the sash doing this, and then we'll switch. He'll go for discharge. We'll flip turn into Quagsire, which will then give us the free switch to get Palafin Hero out, and we'll also bring out Quagsire. So we'll get a ground type out on the field, and then we'll be able to go for something else. Actual answer would be maintain a legal speed. Yeah, it'd be like find a place to stop that's safe and then stop properly, you know? There's light screen. Never seen that Magnum Zone go for an attacking move turn 1. Almost always goes for light screen. I agree, actually. Yeah, it's the same thing for me. I don't think I've ever really seen it attack most of the time. I can only assume it must have seen the kill and thought because we were a water type it would go for it, but it is unusual, yeah. Wave. I don't want wave crash. That's not that good. Lorry test. What do you do when you try to overtake a car and they speed up and don't let you merge back in? Slow down, speed up, do nothing, or push them off the road. I think this is levitate as well, so I'll have to go for surf. We're not going to finish this in 3 minutes before the ad break starts, I don't think. There we go. Speak of the devil. Let's switch to the BRB and we'll wait for the break to finish. But we'll go on to, oh, here we go. Maintenance, riding in adverse weather, and clothing. 79 questions. That sounds good. Riding during the day. What would help make you more visible? Wearing a black helmet. Wearing a brightly colored helmet. Switching off your lights, or wearing a dark jacket. Why is it a good idea to plan your journey to avoid busy times? Have an easier journey, you'll have a more stressful journey, your journey time will be longer, or it will cause more traffic congestion. How does that even make sense? Me planning my journey will cause congestion. Yeah, Nitty's right. Lorry is like a truck, yeah. Like an 18-wheeler or something.
They tried to nail the coffin shut, but
hey
you
y'all,
just
Shaylay. How's it going? We're sitting on the BRB screen right now, actually, because there's an ad break going. But we're doing another round of motorcycle theory test questions while we wait for the ads. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in from Shaylay stream. How you guys doing? We have can you do a big shout out as well, please, Undo? If you would, I would appreciate it. How was your stream, my dude? What are you up to? Fading Skies. Tell me about Fading Skies. And thank you so much for the stream streak as well. Was that a 5? I can't scroll up. There we go. It's a 5 stream streak. Thank you so much, my dude. I appreciate it. There we go. And the break's done as well now, which is even better. Checking out a demo for Fading Skies, which is amazing, and beautiful indie platformer action adventure game. Nice. That sounds pretty fun. Sounds like a good time. Welcome back from the break, everybody. I'll read the question, the next bike question out in a minute. We're currently doing the Elite Four as well. Huge crit from Quagsire. Let's go. The Lord of Quag is doing some good stuff for us right now. Incredible work. I highly recommend checking it out. The team making it are doing some amazing work. Fading Skies. I'll keep an eye out. Yeah. That sounds like a Sounds like an interesting game. I'll keep an eye out for that, yeah. I definitely will. Thank you so much for the raid, my dude. I really appreciate it. You don't have to do that. Dudes run, have limited time to get laundry done. Go do it. It's important. It's important to get your stuff done. Of course, never worry about raiding and running or anything like that, you know? Go get your stuff done that you need to do. Appreciate you hanging out and vibing with us before and after the raid. And thank you so much for the raid, my dude. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Get that laundry done. One. But thank you for being here, man. And thank you so much for the raid. It's incredibly cool of you. Was I correct in my guess? I'll scroll up in a second. Lorry is like a pickup truck or a big... Yeah, like even bigger than that. Lorry is like 18-wheeler truck. Think of it like that. Like 18-wheeler truck, you know, with like a big trailer on the back, yeah. Like a big, like, delivery, like, industrial delivery truck. 18-wheeler, like, 3-axle truck. Something like that. That's a lorry. Like Optimus Prime truck. Think of it like that. It's like an Optimus Prime. If you're a Transformers person. An Optimus Prime big truck. One of those type of things. Like a tractor trailer? Maybe? I think that's what they're called, yeah. That might be the one. Zero to Hero Palafin's about to come in and clean this up as well, because there ain't no way this thing's living a jet punch to the face. Boom. There we go. We're currently doing Monotype Water for anyone who came in the raid. We're trying to beat the game with only water types, and this is the Elite Four. So we're actually getting towards the end of the run here. And currently our team is incredibly dominant. This is Palafin. We have one of the new Pokemon from Generation 9, who is like a superhero dolphin, and he's overpowered as hell. So we're using him quite effectively right now. If you're wondering what the strat is for the very next fight as well, it's also use Cloyster. Because with Shell Smash, I think we probably outspeed everything and kill it all with Icicle Spear again. So we're going to do that again. A Mack truck? Potentially. Need to show you what lorries look like. Or what our lorries look like. You send me a picture, Nee. Send me a picture of the lorry. I'll have a look. I'll have a look at the lorry. Yeah, I mean, this one, it's why should you plan a journey? You'll have an easier journey. That's a bit of a weird question. What should you do if your tire bursts while you're riding? I've had this happen to me. I've had a tire go on me midway through a ride before. I was going about 50 miles an hour and I had a tire, not like, it didn't burst necessarily, but how would I describe it? It had a cut in it. Like it had been gashed by a piece of glass. And it, like the inner, like tube part of it basically kind of burst while it was there. So it was kind of, it started deflating. It didn't explode. But it started deflating while I was riding on the road with it basically. Which was kind of scary because it thrashes your steering around really badly. It's kind of a weird one. You don't really know what to do. It was like, imagine being on like a really, really bumpy road. Where like, or if you ever saw through like a piece of wood, right? And you have where the vibrations go through your hands sometimes. They come back through it when the blade gets stuck. It was like that, but for like 5 minutes until I made it to the place where I was. Where my steering was basically just getting thrashed around. Horrible. Yeah, like one of those type of trucks, yeah. Like a big, long truck that's like, you know, 40 feet long or whatever, you know? One of those big ones. Alright, what's next? Oh, Nitty sent me the truck as well. Hey, look at that! I like how they're all, like, coloured and have, like, the designs and things on them. That's actually pretty cool, though, Nitty, to be fair. I like that. They're cool trucks. Old school ones, which are 12-wheelers. I think they look pretty cool. I like them. With all their, like, artwork and bits and bobs on them. I like that, though, Nee. This is the, here you go. This is the question here again as well. You ready? The question again is, what should you do if your tire bursts while you are riding? So it doesn't say what speed, but you are actively on the road riding. What should you do if your tire blows up? What should you do? Gently slow down to a stop, brake firmly, change to a higher gear, or lower the side stand. Speed up, but gotta get to a repair shop as fast as possible. Of course, yeah. Pray. All valuable options, I think, given the circumstances. Oh, him using Solar Beam is such a throw. He dies now before we get a chance to do anything. That's actually great. We kill this Tropius for free now. That was almost a one-shot off the single Icicle Spear. This one here, really, the only thing that maybe threatens us is Oricorio, if it's fast enough, or Jerry. The rest of them are going to get absolutely mauled here, I think. Unless there's a Pokemon I've forgotten about in this team. I don't see Staraptor being faster than us after a Shell Smash, to be honest. If it is, it'll probably kill us. But if not, we'll... Well, with the attack drop, that's kind of annoying, but... Nah, it's dead. I mean, keep in mind, we're guaranteed to roll a 5 every time, and it was basically a 2-tap on Staraptor, which is good. But yeah, I have had this happen to me where I had a tire blow on while I was out. To be honest, Prey is not a bad option, because I didn't even know what had happened. I just thought there was an issue. I thought the issue was with my steering, actually, when it happened, because I was saying my steering just... It was front wheel. So thankfully it wasn't my power wheel. I think it was front wheel. But it started thrashing around like a bugger. It was really, like, kind of scary to just have it happen. Because all I just felt was randomly my steering just snapped to one side. I'm surprised I didn't high-side the bike, honestly. I probably wasn't going quite quick enough for it, but... it snatched the steering to one side, and then when I managed to get it back to central on again to go straight after I'd come off the bend where it happened, it was just thrashing from left to right, like wobbling forwards and back. Like, kind of like going between slightly turning left and right. It was really like thrashing back and forth. It was horrible. It was a really nasty experience. I thought I was going to bin it, but thankfully when it happened, I was only a couple of minutes away from where I was working at the lab, so I was able to kind of nurse it home. And I thought, that's weird, had a look at it, but I didn't notice the tire. So I only found out, like, 8 hours later when I came out to go home. And I was having a chat with someone who was, like, parked up next to me. And he was like, oh, what's wrong with your tire? And then I looked at it and realized that it caught a piece of glass or something, or a screw or nail or something in the road when I went around a roundabout, funnily enough. And it had obviously, like, gone right in the groove and gashed the tire. I think I have a picture of it on my phone. I might post it on Discord later, but, yeah. Wild. Some of these tests just make me go, like, is this testing knowledge or common sense? Well, that's the thing, though. That's kind of like some of it. Some of it on the driving test stuff is, like, is just common sense. A lot of it's not that hard. But would you believe it or not? This is a genuine thing. Genuine fact. Would you like to have a guess at what the pass rate of this test, these type of tests are, these driving tests? This is a generalization, but... This, like, type of test, so the driving test, we'll just call it that. What's the pass rate of the theory? Not the practical, the theory. Undo says 40%. Okay. Anyone else want to take a guess? What's the pass rate on this? Why are you guaranteed 5 hits? Because I have the ability Skill Link on Cloyster, so a multi-hit move is guaranteed to hit 5 times. Or it's guaranteed to hit the maximum amount of times it can roll for. Because of Skill Link. It's really overpowered on Cloyster, because it can get Rock Blast, Pin Missile, and Icicle Spear. And obviously Icicle Spear is stab, because it's part ice already. And you can, you can give it, like, something to make it even stronger, and it becomes, like, ridiculously strong. Castle is Dragon as well, so keep in mind, Mr. Dragon type here is going to be weak to us as well, which is kind of funny, so we're going to go wild here. 35 for Nitty, 90 for Cinderfay. You got one tabletop, what do you want to throw in at? So we got 40, 35, and 90. At least, I guess, one of you has confidence in the British public to not completely bin it on this test, which, I mean, fair play. No idea. Okay. The answer, roughly... Okay, Undo, the one from Undo is, what, in the Netherlands it's 41 for cars and 46 for bikes, at least in 2022. It's pretty similar over here, actually. It's about the same. It's around, I think it's just under 50%. For this test, the theory, under 50%. It's about, like, the 50% mark. I think it's, like, high 40s. 47, something like that. Or it was, again, like, a couple of years back, anyway. Isn't that crazy when you have some of these questions? Like, it's like, there's people waiting who are already crossing the road. What should you do? And the answer isn't drive into them. People are actually, like, fail at the bird crossings. You would, I don't think you would, Undy. You'd remember it because we've been talking about it. You'd remember. You'd be like, oh, those bird crossings, you know? Why did you throw a brick at my window, mate? You deserved it, bum. You deserved it. You deserved it. I threw it all the way from here to Canada. It's the longest throw I've ever made. It's a new world record, actually. We're going to get hit with Hyper Fang here. Oh, we aren't. I'm actually a little scared here, because now I'm thinking about it. Can Shell Smash Cloyster actually outspeed Noivern? I don't know if we will. Noivern is very fast. We might actually lose Cloyster for free here. This could happen. Genuinely might happen. I want to protect real quick and see what it's going to do. I just want to scout it and see what it goes for. Hyper Voice. Oh, it doesn't know what moves best for us then, I'm guessing. I'm not sure if we're faster. Genuinely not. We are. Okay, no. Alright, this fight's over already then. That's a one-shot. This fight's over. This fight's already over. Cloyster is faster. That's the fastest threat on the whole enemy team. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't have anything with a priority move. This is already finished. The only threat there was maybe Noivern outsped us, but Shell Smash gave it. This is why I said earlier in the run, this is a genuine thing. I ran a poll at some point during the run. I think it was when we were about Larry. And I gave chat the option, and I said, should we ban Shell Smash Cloyster and just use it with regular Icicle Spear, which is still going to hit 5 times. It's pretty good. But do we ban Shell Smash? And the vote was no. This is why I said maybe we should have banned it. Cloyster is slow, but when you Shell Smash and you get that speed up, it's just unstoppable. You just can't kill it. We took one massive hit, and now we're just one-shotting stuff in the Elite Four. That was a crit. Oh my god. Well, there you go. But the answer here, I would assume, is just slow gently to a stop. Presumably, yeah. Exchanging to a higher gear is a bit pointless here. Oil is leaking from your forks. Why is this dangerous? Your suspension will be ineffective. This is actually a more interesting question. Suspension may be ineffective. Axris gets 2-shotted as well. Your steering is likely to seize up. The forks will quickly begin to rust, or the bike will become noisy. So you can assume basically already. This is actually an interesting one. I don't think I've got this question before. It's not going to be the noise, because that's just a stupid one, nor will it be that the forks will rust. Because not only would they not rust fast enough while you were just on the journey, but also that wouldn't be dangerous if they were rusty necessarily, because that isn't going to affect it a huge amount. Most dangerous problem is getting it in your brakes. Yeah, I would assume so as well. So it's suspension is ineffective, or steering is likely to seize up. I mean, I would assume if it's forks, it's probably going to be suspension will be ineffective if there's no grease on them, because it would become really stiff. Rather than steering, but yeah. Yeah, it mentions in like the description of why you give the answer. It says, you selected A. If oil seal on your forks or shock absorbers fails, forks oil will leak out. You're in this forks as well, mate? Don't let your oil leak out, mate. Making the suspension ineffective and the motorcycle difficult to control. It can also be very dangerous if the oil gets into the brakes or on the tyres. Why isn't that just the answer? It's dangerous if the oil gets over the brakes. The brake discs or brake pads or whatever. Like, that's more dangerous than it fucking up the suspension, isn't it? Unbelievable. Thank you for the 3-stream streak, more. I appreciate it. And for the look. I hope you're having a fun time with Stardew. We're doing motorcycle theory test questions and also playing the game. It's a trivia day today. Checking your direction indicators. How many times per second must they flash? Oh, hello. So your blinkers or indicators, how many times per second must they flash? Never thought about this before. I assume it'd be 1 to 2 seconds. There's usually a bit of it's like flash, stop, flash, off, flash, off. It's got to be 1 to 2 seconds, or 1 to 2 times, hasn't it? In a second? Surely. Yeah. Some of these we don't actually know. No worries, tabletop. Go get your stuff sorted. Make sure your PC is nice and cool. PC cool. Keep yourself cool. You know, make sure you're nice and cool. Do I just... No, there's no point running Shell Smash Cloyster up front. It says Splathra as the lead here. I think I'm going to run this team. I think this team will be absolutely fine here. Let's run this team. We're also going to run... Oh, actually, Rocky Helmet Gyarados we want as well here. I think. Rocky Helmet. There we go. I think we'll be good with this. It's also pointless having Wise Glasses on Azumarill, but still. Normal speed means it's working. Faster is broken light, but I don't fucking know the speed. Yeah, right? Really obvious if it's broken, but I've got no clue how many times per second that is. 1 to 2, apparently. This is another technical question here. What should you check after you've adjusted the tension of your drive chain? Rear wheel alignment, pressures, valve clearances, or the side lights? What a comical at the side light. Oh, I've adjusted my chain. I better check the lights. What is that as an answer? Let me just check the chain now that I've adjusted me lights. What? Kind of a weird answer is that? I mean, I'd assume it's got to be alignment, hasn't it? I mean, pressures wouldn't change if you messed with the thing. Valve clearances. I don't know what valve it would be that it'd be talking about, honestly. I mean, that presumably would be engine stuff, which has nothing to do with drive chain specifically, because it's on the exterior, so it's got to be rear wheel alignment, or wheel wobble. I actually did do that once. I had to adjust my chain, and I tensioned it too hard. And I remember when I went to do my service, which I still need to get done, because I spoke to the people and they said they were closed at the minute, because they were having, like, the person who was doing it was sick, so they weren't there. But when I went to do it once, they told me that apparently it was way too tight. So I actually over-tensioned it, even though I did what I thought it said in the book. How will you benefit from having your motorcycle regularly serviced? Lower insurance, refund on your tax, increased exhaust emissions, or reduced risk of breakdowns? It's got to be exhaust emissions, surely. You know, you got, you know, that's what everybody knows. You know, you get it serviced regularly, you increase your emissions. That's a good benefit. More emissions. Everybody wants those higher emissions, right? Oh, what are we fighting next? I wasn't looking. Quote for Gita: Leona's Sword and Shield is a champion who deserved a better theme. Gita's theme deserves a better champion. Yeah, I can understand that. That's fair. It's got to be, you know, reduced risk of breakdowns, obviously. But... Wait, did it not attack? Oh, it flinched, didn't it, I'm guessing? Okay. Oh, I actually hit Stone Edge. Damn. Parking your motorcycle. How can you reduce the chances of it being stolen? I mean, presumably it's not park it outside, but... Park in a space marked for bikes only. Chain it to an immovable object. Switch off the engine cutoff switch, or leave it on a side stand. Put it in your backpack. Yeah, take it with you, so it can't be stolen. Put it in the... Everybody knows when you put it in the bike-only bays, no one can steal it. Put a sentry turret on it. That's a good idea as well, Bevan. No one can steal it if you do that. You just put like a something on it. It's like an explosive. If they try and like put something in the key slot, it's got like a fingerprint recognition thing. But if someone who isn't you tries to unlock it, it blows up. We've been charging you too much for existing and using bikes. We're giving you lower insurance. Yeah. You've had it serviced recently, so we better make sure that we go and get the premiums reduced on your insurance. Just say no. A thief can't legally take it if you just say no. We're actually, oh, it's slower than thing. King Gambit is actually kind of giving us a little trouble here. I mean, it's chain it to an immovable object, isn't it? Let's be real. It's kind of obvious. That one's an obvious answer, really. Motorcycle has a faulty oil seal on the shock absorber. Why is this a serious problem? Great question. Excessive chain wear, difficulty in controlling. It'll be harder to ride uphill or the bike won't accelerate so quickly. Welcome back, Jules, and thank you for the redeems, Azuma. Appreciate the hydrate spinal. It's time. I mean, faulty oil seal. Presumably it'll be the same thing. It will increase difficulty and control. Because you'll have, you know, it's the same thing. It's just a reverse question of oil leaks out and gets on the rest of the machine. Presumably, yeah. How would it make it harder to ride uphill if you had oil from the shocks that was spilling out? What part of the bike must be kept clean? Fairing, engine, wheels, or number plate? There you go, that one's obvious, isn't it? Multitasking. We're beating Gita and we're also doing the bike theory test practice at the same time. It's great, isn't it? Multitasking. What can cause excessive or uneven tire wear? Oh, this is an interesting one, actually. Oh, how are we going to... Oh, Avalug. That thing is actually going to kind of stop us in our tracks. We'll have to use Slowbro on that. We'll go Icicle Spear, but this probably won't do that much damage. Ooh. We've been walled, finally. Something has finally stopped us. This thing has body press as well. Hello. Cloyster's going to die here, I think. Unbelievable. That's fine if Cloyster dies, honestly. I'll just use Slowbro and use Psychic on it. It'll be fine. And then the last Pokemon that comes out is Terra Rock anyway, so... We'll be fine, though. We don't have Slowbro anymore. Uh-oh, he's not in the team right now. Uh-oh. Oh, we'll go Quag instead. Be fine. What can cause excessive or uneven tire wear? Faulty gearbox, faulty brakes, faulty electronics, or faulty exhaust? Yeah, Quag will be fine. Critical hit, really. Pretty much, if you're wondering why I'm not really concerned at all about Glamora, just keep in mind, we haven't, like, Palafin hero form is in the back. Is that Speed Tie, I'm guessing, then? Interesting. Or maybe he was just faster than us, I suppose. But Palafin hero form is in the back, so... We have Palafin and Azumarill, which probably, if you look at it, are two of our... Oh, is Veluza still in play? Oh, Jesus. I didn't realize Veluza was still up. That's actually kind of a problem. That'll kill us. Oh, he has Mold Breaker. I was going to say, we have Water Absorb. How is he hitting us? Of course. Alright, I guess we'll use Azumarill then, and try and get a play rough one-shot. This is actually going to be close in the end, strangely. But we ate that fairly well. Oh, that's not great. That's better, though. Alright, he doesn't know what to use on us, then. That's the answer there. The Veluza doesn't know what moves best. As long as it doesn't freeze us, we're fine. Good. I would assume its faulty brakes can cause excessive tire wear. Or uneven tire wear. because your brake's going to be pulling harder on one side. Avalug's an immovable wall of a Pokemon. Oh, snap. He's perfect to chain your bike to. Yeah. If you don't want it to get stolen, chain it to an Avalug. You'll be fine. You'll be alright if you chain it to Avalug. It won't get nicked then. Perfect. We'll go Aqua Tail. Or we could go Superpower. No, Aqua Tail. Why not? How should you dispose of a used vehicle battery? Bury it in a garden, put it in the bin, leave it on wasteland, or take it to a local authority disposal site? Fishing for a freeze or a flinch? Yeah, must have been, surely. Inuit couldn't do enough damage to kill a Azumarill. Oh, we die here on a Azumarill. This is interesting, then. This is going to be the straight 1v1 against Palafin, then. I mean, in theory, if you look at it on paper, that thing is more defensive versus us as an offensive weapon. You'd expect that we probably have the advantage here, but defensively, we aren't that strong. But on the offensive side, 0 to hero Palafin really should probably clean this up. Alright, we just have to live a hit then. We are life orbed, but it's fine. Classic question right there. I was expecting too low tire pressure. That's a good one, actually, to be fair. Oh, this Terra Blast rock. I think we'll be okay. Yeah. I was going to say, could you imagine if we had an upset defeat against Gita of all people with water? That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? We have actually had a draw against her before where our last... I think maybe it was against Gita. Our last Pokemon knocked out her final Pokemon but took recoil and fainted as well. So we had like a draw. Send it to the ocean. No one's charging the electric eels, are they? I mean, it's take it to a local disposal site, isn't it? Makes sense. Easy. That was a good fight, actually. Wearing a helmet while riding your bike. What would make the helmet illegal? The helmet doesn't have chin protection. The helmet is borrowed from a friend. The helmet is more than 4 years old. Or if the helmet isn't fastened correctly. What we're going to do, actually, we'll switch to the BRB while this cutscene is going. And I'm going to take the opportunity to go and do a quick stretch break. Because I need to do that, actually. I haven't done that for a few minutes. So I'm going to go and do a quick stretch while this is going, okay? And then we'll carry on, alright? We'll speed up for that in a minute. So I'll get to your comical answers after this, okay? I'll be back in a sec. If it was made from paper mache, and the helmet is broken. Good answers. Good answers indeed. I mean, legally, I think technically it says it's more than 4 years old. I think it's 5 years old is where they recommend you should get a new one because of just internal decay. Its helmet isn't fastened correctly. It's actually, technically, it's illegal to ride around with a helmet that's not strapped up correctly. So if it isn't fastened correctly, it should be. Yeah, it's technically illegal. Hi, Oreo. Welcome in. How are you? I know you've been at work. I hope it was an okay day today. I'm sure it was very busy. From the emote the fan emote you've posted there, I'm guessing that You're, you know, done with the day. Well, yeah, I know that helmet it isn't yours. Chum, you're gonna have to come down to the station in it. Yeah, right? We're so bad today. Oh, no. If you're wondering what we're doing as well, we're because I've got that test coming up, we're doing a driving theory test as a stream. Or motorcycle theory test. So I'm reading some of the questions out and we're just memeing about them. So we're kind of just doing that. So I'm doing both practice for that and also this at the same time. The best part is I think I'll actually remember some of this stuff for some of the ones, like when we've talked about them, genuinely. Because I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember Undo was joking about the fake ambulance. The stealth ambulance and things, you know? Why was it so bad today? Was it just really, really busy, or was it people being annoying as well? Next question as well, by the way, is what should you do when you're riding a motorcycle in very hot weather? Ride with your visor open, wear protective clothing, wear normal shoes instead of boots, or slacken your helmet strap. Let's go beat Arven first as well. It's probably the best thing to do here. Take off all your clothes. I mean, what? Both? No, no. I'm sad that it was, it all kind of sucked today. That's no good. It sucks that it was all kind of like that, you know? Let's run Palaf then up front, I think. Also run that on there, and then let's run... We won't run Assault Vest here, we'll run Leftovers actually instead on thingy. No. Let's run Leftovers on Pex instead, let's do that. Thank you for the sound alert, whoever that was, I'll have a look in a second. I'm just, haven't got the chat up at this second. Arven, let's go there. It will let me. There we go.
Hello there.
Right, let me catch up on chat real quick. So I'm, oh no, actually I'm about there. PokePal, welcome in. Hey, oh, there's a name I don't think I'd seen for a long time. A while since I've seen you on my stream there, Jack, my dude. How's it going? How you doing? How are you? Thank you for the sound alerts. And the hello there from PokePal as well. What was the second one? The first one was Keck W. I don't know what the second one was. How's the run going? After like an hour and 20 minutes of grinding, we've just steamrolled everybody so far. It's not even been close. Like, well, the fight against Gita was kind of close, but I didn't really bother adjusting my team or anything. So I just like went in, just fought us straight away, and I probably could have changed my team up a little bit better, but we kind of smashed everybody. The only 50-50 call we really had was against Hassel, because we didn't know if Shell Smash Cloyster was faster than, what's he called? Noivern, but no, it turned out he was. So we one-shotted Noivern, one-shotted Flapple, and then killed basically everybody else with one Icicle Spear. How you doing? It's going okay, you know? It's going okay. Things have its ups and downs here and there, but you know, I'm doing alright. Better than last week anyway. Last week kind of sucked, but this week's pretty decent. What about you, my dude? How's things with you? Just completed the Elite Four pathway, AO, onto the Team Star boss, base boss, and then the one you're currently doing. Good stuff, good stuff. I've got like 45 minutes to win these 4 fights, so I'm going to have to motor through this. I'm assuming the answer here is probably ride with your visor open. Alright, this question I don't think makes sense, but okay. That was wrong. Because I would assume that's the only one that relates to actually what they've said in terms of very hot weather. The answer to that question was wear protective clothing. Which my assumption was you were already doing that because you're on the bike. So technically that was wrong. So your answer to what should you do specifically when it's hot weather is the normal thing that you wear in the first place anyway. That doesn't make any sense to me. The only one that made sense, really, is, like, visor open to vent your helmet. Because the assumption is you'd already be wearing the protective gear in the first place, and that's probably why you were hot. That's silly. I don't know. I think that's a stupid question, to be honest. Here, if you want to chat, I appreciate it, my dude. I appreciate it, you know? Things just, you know, life's just the way it is, you know? Things ebb and flow and whatnot, and, you know, sometimes things are good. It's, what is it, that meme? It's that, what is it, that, like, isn't it a football manager or something? I'm sure someone else has seen this. But it's this meme of this, like, foreign football manager, and they ask him about his team, and his answer is, they're like, what about the performance day? And he just says, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. That's kind of like, that's life encapsulated in a meme right there, isn't it? Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. There's ways, you know? How are you doing there, my dude? That was wrong. That's kind of dumb that was wrong, I think. I can understand why you guys say about you would go for that one, but I feel like my assumption would be you'd already be wearing the protective gear in the first place, you know? So it feels redundant to kind of be like, what should you do specifically? Because the question was, what should you do when it's hot weather out? What should you do? And it was wear protective gear, but it's like you'd already be doing that in any weather, regardless of that. So I don't really understand why specifically that was the. I feel like maybe that's just bad wording. If they just changed it instead of hot weather to what should you always do when riding out on your bike, it makes more sense. That's a bit of a silly question, I think. Open the visor and have the vents on my gear. Yeah, exactly. I would do that as well. I'd open the my helmet that I have now. I'll probably have to replace it at some point because it is getting old now. But it has a drop-down visor, like tinted visor. So I just open the main visor and do the drop-down. Only problem with that is sometimes the wind gets under it and it like blows into your eyes. But even the 3 stream streak there, Pokepal as well. I had a sudden moment there where I couldn't remember how to words. But we're alright there. Gonna buy gear that actively turns you into a steamed dumpling, you're doing it wrong. Well, I mean, some of it's just protective gear anyway. So, like, I mean, some of it's ventable. Like, my stuff, my jacket that I have has a winter lining that's, like, padded that I can pull out and then just use a summer lining, right? So I would just do that. Like, I don't know. I think that's a bit of a dumb question, if you ask me. I think they asked it, like, to make it clear if you shouldn't take all your clothes off, even though you should. Still a dumb question. You're allowed to wear a mankini. I mean, legally, yes, as long as you had a helmet on, I think. Whether or not you'd want to, I don't know if I would, personally. Not only there might be a bit of a breeze, but I also think if you came off, I wouldn't want to think what'd happen if you fell off. You'd be getting road rash in places you didn't want to know about. What type of helmet? I mean, you'd be a bit of a helmet if you went off with a mankini on your bike, I think, to be fair. So you, I suppose, in that situation. Whoever the person was riding around with it on. Either the Hydrate Spino as well, Oriel. I thought we missed Ice Fang. It was just Rocky Helmet. We're good. Words are difficult sometimes, honestly, man. You'd think the amount of time that I've been doing this that I'd be better at wording, but words still fail me. What could happen if you ride your bike when it has a very loose chain? Wheel wobble, ignition might cut out, brakes fail, or rear wheel lock. I should probably dragon dance there, but it'll be okay, I think. Just don't salt cure me, please. Flinch! Let's go! That's actually so goated as a clutch. Yeah, in theory you could wear whatever you want as long as you had a helmet. Whether or not you should, though, I don't know. I've seen some crazy stuff out on my bike before, though. I remember there was one day I was coming back from the lab once, right? This is the dumbest thing I've seen when I was on a bike. I was coming back from the lab once, and there was a guy, it was in the middle of the summer, he was wearing shorts. It's not that he was wearing shorts, that's not the dumb part. He was wearing shorts, and he was riding along. And I saw a little mini helmet over his shoulder, and I was like, oh, he's got like a, you know, his like girlfriend or wife or someone on the back. It was a kid, He had a toddler, like a child, who was stood on the back seat of the bike, holding onto his shoulders. He wasn't attached to anything. He was just stood on the back seat, and I was like, mate, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, hello, we found our nemesis, the enemy Cloyster spotted. Well, like, that was the craziest thing I've actually seen. Genuinely happened. This happened about 2 minutes away from my house. I saw that, and I was like, mate, what? If you did anything, you clip a curb, that kid is getting yeeted 30 feet. Like, holy shit. Like, you must not like that child much if you're willing to throw the life into their hands like that. That's fucking dangerous. But the logic there would be, oh, well, he's got a helmet on. And it's like, that doesn't fucking matter, does it, if he's dead? He had a helmet on, but the rest of him is now like he's just rubbed himself up against a cheese grater from getting road rash everywhere on his entire body. The kid was wearing, like, jeans, I think. That was about it. But the guy was wearing, like, shorts and a t-shirt and a helmet. So I think he may have been... This might just be me, like, not remembering it and thinking it, but I get the feeling he might have been wearing flip-flops as well. So he was riding the bike. It was in the middle of the summer, if you couldn't guess. It wasn't December when he was wearing shorts and shit like that. But he was wearing shorts, a t-shirt, and he might have been wearing flip-flops as well. I can't remember. But it was just one of those things that always stuck with me of how, like, irresponsible can you actually be, though? Genuinely. What are you doing? Off now. Sorry for the short stay. It's all good, Pokey Pal. No worries, my dude. Thanks for being here. I appreciate hanging out with us, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night. Okay? Pay all my money to see you doing that? Honestly, I don't. I would not take all the money in the world to do that. That'd be atrocious, man. You'd be getting a huge amount of burns from that as well. If you're doing that on a hot day, mate, you'd be sizzling on your seat. That'd be atrocious. Have a jet punch. Yeah, we kill this. I'm a bastard if I don't think kills us here. Asking for your kid to fall off and get run over. Yeah, I was like genuinely concerned for that child. I can't believe anyone would actually be irresponsible enough to do that. That's crazy, man. Accident destined to happen. 100%. Seen some entire families of 6 on mopeds. Yeah, I've seen like pictures about stuff like that as well. Add extra. Might as well use one for experimentation. Yeah, maybe it was like a cloned child. Shifting and flip-flops I don't understand either, Under, because I think that would be horrible. It'd be hard trying to put pressure down on the brake with flip-flops as well. I've seen those videos of Indian families on bikes who have at least a dozen people. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? I don't know how they managed to not just tip over. The weight balancing on that must be insane. Genuinely, to balance the weight of having like 5 people on a moped or something is insane. And how they don't burn themselves on the exhaust and stuff is crazy as well. I made that mistake once where I just stopped and there was something stuck to my exhaust. So I was like, oh, let me just get that off. And I touched it after taking my glove off and burnt myself. And I never went back. Do we need any switch-ins here? I think Zinc might actually be a switch-in potentially if he has Gyarados, which I need to double-check. Does Clavel have Gary? If he has Gary, then I need to switch. He does. He doesn't have a Moongus. He has Gary and Houndoom. Yeah, 100%. Then the best option here is probably bring in Zinc. For who, though? Probably Quackleval. I don't know who the best chances against Meowscarada is kind of the problem. I guess it'd be Pex, Toxapex, or Cloyster maybe if we've Shell Smashed. Real question, though, is, like, do we go with Cloyster up front? Because we could get walled really badly. If the wrong Pokemon comes out, we get walled really badly. Like, Houndoom comes out, we're screwed. I feel like we need to tentatively go Gyarados up front and then play around that. Let's go Gary up front against a Rangaroo and try and get a Wheel Dragon Dance, probably turn 1. I think what I might do as well, if I can, I'm going to run... I'm going to move Rocky Helmet. and I'm going to put on something else on Gyarados. Let's put it on Gastrodon instead, and then we'll put Specs on there, even though it's not really that useful. We want a Chesto Berry, just in case he goes for Yawn on turn 1. I keep misclicking everything. I'm on the clock here. Bruh. I'm on the clock. Give it a Gaza. Gaza dose. Those Indian bikers are a different breed. Oh, Nitty sent me a picture as well. Hang on. Yeah, honestly, I can't... It's ridiculous, isn't it? How many people are on there? 6? How do you get 6 people on a bike in the first place? Yeah, I don't know how people do that, you know? I don't know how you fit that many people on there in the first place, man. I could probably get, like, 2 people on mine, but that's about it. After that, where would you even stand? Well, I guess you could have someone sat on the back seat who was holding on to someone else who was standing on the pegs, but even that, like... Stand on top of the handlebars, just have really good balance, you know? If he doesn't go Yawn, I'm going to be annoyed here as well. I bet he doesn't. I bet the fucker doesn't go for Yawn, he goes for Reflect or something instead. I'm waiting for it. You want meet soon for a cheeky pint, eh? I don't know. I mean, maybe. I'll end up... Well, we'll message about it at some point. If we end up doing that. Oh, he actually did it! That's so good that he actually went for it. Nice, no Reflect either. That's good. The only problem is that the enemy Gyarados has Stone Edge. So he can actually probably one-shot me. Well, we gotta be careful there. Usually the only vehicle they can afford at all, which is pretty sad when you think about it. That's fair. You are right, though, Nitty, to be fair. I mean, like, a lot of those manufacturers that make, like, cheap bikes and things over there, or you can just get them cheaply anyway. It's cool that they make them, I suppose, cheaply enough where that people can afford them, but at the same time, it's, it sucks, I suppose, that, Let's go Crunch, why not? The Intimidate meant we... Oh, that's gonna hurt. Fuck. We're going to bank on the fact we flinch with Ice Fang here. Come on, flinch. Even better. We froze him. Let's go. That's actually huge. He's pogging right there, Gyarados. Look at him. How's he even still flying while he's not moving? Gotta wonder. Yeah, balancing's kind of crazy. Message you on FB and you didn't reply. I can't... How do I describe it? For, like... I guess it's kind of hard to, like... I don't talk about a lot of the stuff on stream, so I won't, like, get into it, but... I've got a lot of stuff going on, you know? A lot of stuff has, like, changed for me in the last few years, so I, like... It's kind of hard to, like, describe. But I don't tend to... To be fair, I don't really go on FB anymore. Like, I think my brother messaged me a couple of weeks, like, at some point. I didn't even know he'd messaged me for weeks. Oh, he has Ice Shard, fuck. I heard that those spikes are made specifically from a different shifter that allows them to use flip-flops. Really? That's kind of cool, but also... bad, you know? Let's It's Jet Punch and... Oh, no, that's the wrong move. I wanted to flip turn. Uh-oh. I've just killed my Palafin. That's really bad. That's such a dumb mistake. Fuck. That's actually terrible. Oh, he killed himself, which is good. Well, we got Poltegeist and Meowscarada, the last two. Which is bad, because we have 2 Pokemon at least. Oh, this is awful. Man, this is bad. I think we need to set up Osmium now with Shell Smash. This is kind of scary, though. If this thing Will-O-Wisps us, this is going to be bad. I really hope he just goes for Shell... For fuck's sake. That's kind of bad. That's going to cut our attack down really badly. I mean, we still got the Shell Smash, but, like... I'm almost tempted to go Shell Smash twice here. But, it's too... Nah, it's too risky. If we get smacked by Shadow Ball, we're in trouble. Yeah, we don't want that. We have to Icicle Spear and pray. Oh, that's not... Oh, Weak Armor's good there. That's going to kill. If it didn't have Weak Armor, we'd be in big trouble. If you ever want to contact me, would you ever on my mobile? I mean, I can go on FB if I need to do it, to be fair. I can use FB. I just don't check it very often, so usually if people send me stuff, I probably get to it like a month late. Because, like, pretty much at this point, I just use most of the other socials. But, like, any other social I use, I pretty much just permanently stay logged in on streamer accounts anyway, for when I do this stuff, obviously. Because, I mean, this is how I make money now, so... At least right now. So, I stay in on my streamer accounts on everything, you know? And then most people who talk to me just talk to me through my streamer accounts. Noxcat and the Cows are gone. Oh, yeah, you haven't been here, have you, Tabletop? Yeah, they're on 30-minute redeems now. Because they're automated, so I don't have to remember to do them constantly. They're on 30-minute redeems where they'll disappear after 30 minutes now. It's also so that you guys can actually use your channel points on things, because everyone's been complaining for ages that you have nothing to spend channel points on. So I've decided that if I add them so you can use 10 a stream, you can spend 5k if you really wanted to individually per stream to get them to come up all the time. So there you go. I did it for you guys, alright? Have a good one, Undo. Thank you very much for being here and doing your modding stuff, my dude. I appreciate it very much, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night, okay? Take it easy, man. No pressure, just pop in and see how you are. Going to deposit currently. What have you done? Or is it like what's the thing? Like illness stuff from before. Is it one of those ones, or have you done something? Don't see a 5. Oh, there isn't a 5k redeem, no. As I say, it turns on and off every 30 minutes, so 30 minutes every, you know, for 5 hours means there's 10 redeems. 10 redeems for 500 a piece means there's 5k that can be used to do it if you did it basically from the start of stream all the way up to the end of stream. So you could spend 5,000 in a stream if you redeemed it how many times? That's what I mean. But I hope you are doing alright then, my dude. Being in hospital is not a great thing to do. Or not a great place to be, so I hope you're doing okay. Whatever it is, I hope you you feel better soon. Yeah, let's go Cloyster. We gotta do the Eevee fight now, but it's kind of awkward because they all have Baby Doll Eyes, which is a priority stat dropper move. And they have Quick Attack. So Cloyster might not actually work out super well here. So that's why I'm going to use it first, because it's more of like a... If it works kind of strat, but I don't expect it to go crazy, you know? Yeah, I didn't know if we would outspeed as well, Nitty, to be fair. I actually didn't know if with the burn we'd kill with a 5-shot Icicle Spear either, to be fair. I was kind of concerned we wouldn't get it. I think if Cloyster didn't actually kill, we were probably in trouble because of Flower Trick. I think, what do we have? Azumarill was the last one on the team. Maybe Azumarill would have tanked one. I don't think anyone else would have tanked one. I think Gastrodon and... Dreadnaw. Both of them, I think, would have died in one hit to Flower Trick. Baby Doll Eyes is Prio. Yeah, I think Baby Doll Eyes is Prio, yeah. If I remember rightly. It's weird that it is. I don't know why. It's a good move in itself in the first place. I don't know why it needs to be priority, but pretty sure it's a priority move, yeah. That's something that I watch Nox while I'm at work, which turns into me watching and accomplishing nothing. One of my many talents. Getting people to accomplish nothing by watching me, you know? It's one of my many talents. I'm telling you. I'm really good at that. Right, let's go Shell Smash. If it uses... There it is. Baby Doll Eyes, that'll be annoying, I was about to say. Which it is. Fucking hell, that's annoying. Yeah, I've changed a few things around here recently, though. So if like people haven't been in like super recently, like in the last like week or so, there's a few things I've changed, as I say, like the redeems being automated and stuff. Really? Oh, so we're basically back to neutral here now after Shell Smashing. The only thing we have now is the speed increase. Wow, that's awful. Alright, this is just going to be a straight fight then. I mean, Umbreon's bulky, but still. We're at like, what? Are we actually, we're at minus, aren't we now? Aren't we at like -2? That sucks. Hi, Mirage, my dude. How you doing? Welcome in. How's it going, mate? It's good to see ya. Level 65. Oh, Jolteon's got... Jolteon's fast. I don't know if it outspeeds me, though. Oh, that's unusual. The ads announcement didn't pop up. Weird. Wait on that. Played Valorant and lost a few brain cells. Unfortunate, my dude. Hopefully that won't happen tomorrow, though. We're going to do the opposite of that tomorrow and we go crazy on Siege. That's what's going to happen. I am aware that the ads are up there, though, okay? It does tell me on my screen. How's stream? Stream's been pretty decent. We've had a good time. We did a lot of time grinding, and then after that we've kind of opened up now, obviously, and we're going a lot faster along. So we're doing pretty good. We're speeding through a lot of fights. We got 2 more fights. We still know it there. We have 1 more fight after this we need to win before we do the final ascent into the end of the game. So we're kind of like, we're getting there, you know? We're getting close. One thing I'm thinking about right now, though, is I don't know how we're going to get Cloyster into the final fight, actually. How the hell are we going to get Cloyster in on the final fight for Shell Smash? He's going to get killed by everything. He's actually in a really bad spot to set up the final fight. That's odd. I don't know where we're going to get him in there. There we go, we'll switch back. Hopefully we do more to Jolteon than we did before. to Umbreon. Oh, that's probably a kill. I don't know why they didn't bring Flareon out, but I think this is more just going to be Cloyster does as much damage as it can before it dies rather than anything else. So we'll see. Welcome back to the ads, everybody, as well. Thank you for sitting through them and helping to support the stream for free. Alternatively, of course, you can get rid of them via... Well, you can get rid of them via Turbo these days, can't you? Turbo or, you know, cheeky Prime sub or whatever your chosen method is if you really want to. But, yeah, unfortunately, we have to run them. There's no ads. Unfortunately, there's probably no streams, so... It's sad, but that's just the way it is. Bloody hope so. We have a 5-stack again. Let's go. Hopefully, the performance is better than it was on Friday. We played 5 games of Siege on Friday, and we lost all but 1. We won 1 match. Funny enough, I think we won when we were in a 3-stack, didn't we? When we were in a 5-stack, we lost every game we played. We only won after we dropped down, which is weird. This is the point where we die here with Cloyster now, because there's no way it beats Flareon. Crit. That must have been a crit. How did that kill in 1 hit? I know it's super effective, but we're at like, what, -2? How did that one-shot? I have no idea how that one-shotted.
I'm not sure who to be angry at.
Oh, another attack. Oh, we're at -1. Never mind. Thank you very much for the gift sub, my dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Got 1 Mystic Bean. Not a name I recognize, I don't think. Don't believe I recognize the name. Fuck it, there's only one thing to do. Thank you so much, though, my dude. I really appreciate it. I was going to say it's the first one of the new month, but it's not, because we still got an hour and 17 minutes now until the next month, until July. So actually, not the first one of the new month. Oh, stop. Fucking hell. I'm using baby doll eyes. Stop using that move. I think we might be neutral again now. We're either neutral or at -1, but I get the feeling it's going to do it again next turn anyway. And we're probably just going to get one-shotted now, because even with a non-effective move... Oh no, we're definitely up slightly. Okay. Right, we can kill it in another turn. That's it. It's whether or not we're going to live any hits from it. What's it going to use? Quick attack's better than Hydro Pump. It missed. Oh, the luck of the Cloysters. Cloyster's actually going to Cloyster's going to 1v1 solo this entire fight, because Sylveon is going to die to Icicle Spear as well. We're somewhere around neutral, Nitty. We're somewhere between -1 and +1. I don't know exactly where we are, though, but we're around that area. I know that much. Yeah, it's nice to see the Mirage, my dude. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the sub again. I really appreciate it, man. For the gift sub. It's very kind of you. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. But you decided to. And I appreciate it very much. It's not going to kill, actually, I don't think. Feels bad, man. We die to that. Yeah, I mean, there's no way we were going to live that. Unfortunately. Oh, well. We gave it a good go, though. With just Cloyster, though. And we win. That was fairly solid, wasn't it? Play Pokemon Scarlet? No, I refuse. I refuse, Bevan. Check DMs. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That was interesting, mate. Cloyster solo till Sylveon. Still think that's... Yeah, I mean, honestly, the fact we one-shot the Flareon with Razor Shell was kind of crazy. With non-crit, I don't know. That's wild. Tall girl in white. Oh, that's Airy, Bevan. The fighting type one. What's her at? I don't know how old she is, Bevan, so I don't know if you should be... You might be pulling a Dr. Disrespect here if you're not careful. You gotta be careful here, you know? Wait, what? No way? Wait, what do you mean, no way? I mean, to be fair, she could actually be older, honestly, though. No, the reason I say that is because you do have people... There'll be students in the game that are, like, old men. So I guess, in theory, she might not actually be... She might be way older than everyone else. You don't know. Because there are students in this school that are way older than everyone else. We're just a kid, though, you know? It's alright then, Bevan. I know you're only memeing. I know you weren't meaning that seriously. Oh, can I skip this shit? I don't want to... I've got 10 minutes to beat Nimona. Someone said she might be 19. Damn it. Does say age unknown. Do you look it up? She honestly could be, though. I don't know. I don't think they released, like, character profile things. She could be older than the... I mean, she looks older than most of the other students in the game, though, doesn't she? Because she's really tall. So she could actually just be way older. You don't know. I mean, Giacomo looks older as well, doesn't he? Giacomo's clearly, like, not... He's, like, teenager-ish. He's got to be, like, 16, minimum. Flunked a few years? Could have. You never know. I mean, she's the fighting type person who's all about just fighting people. You never know. Actually self-reporting right now. This is not it. I know you're memeing, my dude. Don't worry. I know you wouldn't actually do that. Forget about her. Give me back Katie. There you go. Evan's off the kick now. I don't... Well, no, I was going to say I don't know if even they'd let the doc on there, but to be fair... you know what kick's like? Wouldn't surprise me. They're probably trying to buy a contract with him right now. They've already made it. Really? They made a statement about him already. What did they say? What did they say? Did they say they buy him? Dendress right there. Come on. Good old Dendra. We like Dendra. Dendra's a cool character. We have to beat Nemona still here as well. We have like 9 minutes to do it. Or that's if it takes us an hour to do the final thing, but of course we might end up speeding that up. The final fight should hopefully be 1 attempt. I don't know. Might be wrong, but... Cloyster Shell Smash might be like kind of crazy. Cloyster Shell Smash in the final fight is either going to go really hard or is going to get like mugged off really badly. One of the two. Because it's all going to come down to... Could you look some up for me, Nee? Because I'm trying to think about this and I'm not really sure how it works. Ice... is Ice going to be resisted by Slitherwing, which is fighting Bug? I want to say it might be, you know. Saying that it's too soon to tell about the truth. That means they 100% are going for him then, doesn't it? Cam right before I leave. Oh, don't worry about it. If you're about to go off to bed though, Nate, don't worry about it. I'll look it up in a minute. Don't worry, my dude. I don't wanna stall you out. But thank you so much for hanging out with us, my dude. I appreciate you being here and vibing. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night, okay? Take it easy, man. We also can't use Draco Meteor here either. We're going to run Palafin up front here with 0 to hero, obviously. It's kind of just the best choice. Azumarill, is that useful here? It's probably fine as it is, honestly. I think we're okay with the team we have. Found the tweets. Okay. I just get the feeling it'll be resisted. I'm not sure. If it's not resist, then I think I probably will go Shell Smash Cloyster against them. Oh, I went over the top of Penny as well. I just realized though. Because I think it'll work. If not, because I'm thinking about whether I can set up on Slitherwing. Because the problem is it's going to use probably low sweep and drop my speed. Neutral. I think it can be done with Cloyster. I think Cloyster can sweep. The problem will be is we won't want it to go for low sweep on us, which it will. Either way, either of its speed stat dropping moves are really bad. Because it either uses fucking lunge and drops our attack. Or it... I mean, attack drop isn't as bad if we still have 5 Pokemon behind us. We'd rather keep the speed so we can guarantee outrunning things. Lunge would be the best scenario, you know? Have a good alert, Mirage, mate. Thank you for the Yoda Death, Nitty. Kazam. Thank you for the knowledge, Nitty, as well. I appreciate it, my dude. Thanks for looking that up. I didn't mean to stall you out there at the end. Kick isn't going to ban him, but he turned down 10 million a month. Wow. A hell of a deal right there. A lot of money to turn down. I mean, then again, though, I don't really understand that at all. Out speeds. Wow. I don't really understand why, like... I know this is just one of those things. I've made my feelings kind of clear about Kick over the time we've talked about it. I'm not a fan of them. I don't really like much of what they do anyway, but like the way that they kind of market themselves just comes off as like this fucking... How do you even describe it? It just seemed like this kind of bunch of like little... slimy little like... I don't even... slimy, shady business people. That makes sense. They just sit there and they wait for literally anything to happen. They'll be like... Not even degens, but they'll sit there and wait for like anything to happen and be like, yeah, that's why Twitch is shit. You should come over to Kick. And it's like... yeah, fucking life. Maybe you should, like, maybe what you should do, instead of hoping that Twitch fails, and that's why you can get people to come over to your platform, maybe you should just make your platform better. Wouldn't that be a better idea? Make a better platform so people want to stream actively on Kick. Not sit there and every time Twitch does literally anything, be like, yeah, well, Twitch is fucking shit anyway. You should come stream on Kick, because we give you money. Haha. It's like, I'm sorry, what, with your copy-paste website where the only thing you did was change it from purple to green? You couldn't even come up with a fucking UI yourselves. Come on now. You literally couldn't even come up with your own fucking UI. You could have made anything and you stole the UI. Come on. Not a fan of what? Oh, Kick, the streaming site. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Kick, to be honest. Their top streamers are all degens. Pretty much all the top streamers, other than, well, other than like a couple, are pretty much all people who've just been banned from Twitch, aren't they? That's like part of it as well. They just like pick up the dregs from Twitch when people's careers go down the toilet because they do something that gets them cancelled. And then they swoop in. They're kind of like, yeah, look at this talent that we've signed literally a day after we found out that someone was touching up kids or whatever. And it's like, is that really something to be proud of? Like after the stuff with like Mr. Disrespect there, of course, who, you know, he goes on about how he you know, only messaged people and didn't have any intention behind it. Fine, say what you want. But, like, doesn't it not just seem a bit much to immediately, like, a couple of days after the news of that has broken, be like, yeah, we tried to sign him. And it's like, so you took the guy who you knew had been messaging underage people, and you decided it would be a great idea to sign him immediately and be like, yeah, headline signing. I don't know. It just seems kind of like a bit... ugh, to me. To hear that? Doesn't it? I don't know. I just don't like it. I just don't like much about their whole operation, to be honest. Like, if people like them, that's fine. Like, do what you want with them. Be them on their platform if you want. I'm just not a fan of them. I just don't like them. The way they go about things, I just don't like, and... yeah, I'm just not a big fan of Kick. People can have their own opinions on it, though, you know? You don't have to agree with what I think, but I just don't like them, personally. It's my opinion. Yeah, the moderation thing is also something I don't like about it. I suspect they'll try and change stuff on that, but I mean, effectively, most of what Kick actually is, if you look at it, is it's a way that it's designed to... what's the word? It's pretty much just a way to try and design to funnel people to stake so they spend money. A lot of people have talked about this, where the idea of, like, they offer a 90-10 sub-split and everyone thinks it's amazing. But the reason that they do that is because roughly the model is that people will go to stake and spend money gambling, so they make more money back per person because they spend, I don't know, let's say they give out $4.50 out of a $5 sub. But they bank on the fact that those people are going to spend and make more than $4.50 off of the person when they go gambling, and that's how much they'll lose, and they'll make money on each person. It's kind of the only way how you can really see it working. Otherwise, they just throw money into the hole for no reason. And it's not like they're really being successful anymore either. And I know there's a bunch of people out there that will go on Twitter and they'll just be like, oh, well, it's not dead, what are you talking about? And it's like, just look at the viewership figures on it. I looked at it the other day. You'll look and it's like, what, top category on there will be like League of Legends with 5,000 viewers, maybe. And Twitch's equivalent will have like 70,000. And it's like, you're telling me they're competing on equal terms. Don't know about that one. YouTube sent me a copyright notif on one of my Final Fantasy Rebirth streams because the game had the theme song in it. Yeah, I mean, that happens from time to time with stuff. That's why I had to turn off all of the radio in Fallout New Vegas, because I'd have been copyright claimed for it. So I had to turn off the music in that game. If I didn't turn it off, I would have been hit with copyright claim after copyright claim on there, where it had muted sections of the streams, or the VODs. It would have been really annoying. So I had to turn the music off for it. Damn. How much HP did it have? I didn't see. I mean, we'll keep Palafin in the back with Jet Punch anyway, because we can guarantee to kill it with a priority move. But oh, okay. We're looking good there. Oh, damn. Oh, no, we're fine. That didn't do a lot of damage. Never mind. There's also a potential today's stream. I don't want to push my luck, and I don't want to mention what it is. There's a potential we could hit a new milestone with today's stream as well, if something happens. Hasn't happened yet, but if something happens today, we could hit a new milestone today on stream. That would be cool. I We're one of something away from a cool number. I'm not going to say what it is, though. I don't want to tempt fate. What needs to happen? You'll have to do some investigation to find out. We're like 1 minute over finishing that fight, which is not terrible. I think within an hour we probably can run through the Area 0. I want to know, though. I just don't know if Cloyster's going to win against Thingy. Oh. I mean... I don't know. If Cloyster wins against Slitherwing, then I'm pretty sure that the entire fight is going to be over very quickly. If Cloyster loses to Slitherwing, the fight's going to become a bit more difficult. I don't think it's going to be super hard, because I think with some of the Pokemon we actually have pretty good counters to some of the common things. The one thing I would say, though, is this is very possible as well. If we take enough of a hit, right, on the fight against Slitherwing, there is a chance that Brute Bonnet will actually kill us with Sucker Punch, so we'll have to be careful there. But there's a chance we could get murked by something like that if we're not careful. We need to go speak to Penny as well, because we hadn't done that yet. We jumped over the top of her. But yeah, as I say, there's a potential cool thing that could happen. Could happen after stream as well. It could happen live on stream. It happened off stream. And then it's gone again now, but it could happen again on stream. You never know. I don't want to mention it, though. It's a curse that if I talk about it, something always bad happens, so I'm not going to mention anything. If I mention the thing, I'll be cursed forever, and it'll backfire on me, so I can't mention what it actually is. Get through this. Now we can go and talk to Director Clavel again, do the talk about Penny, and then we get to run on towards Area 0. So we're almost getting there now. We're almost on the final stretch. Do I think we're going to run over today? Maybe we might actually run over the 5-hour mark. I'm not entirely sure, but... I don't anticipate that it's going to be a huge amount of time before we get going. Maybe we don't need to talk to Clavel anymore, do we? That's just the DLC, isn't it? Oh, no, we can go straight there. Okay, never mind. That's good. That's really good. We'll take it. We'll take it. We need to go up there on the cliff. Yes. What needs to happen indeed? Something. It doesn't need to happen, but it could happen, you know? Be cool if it did. Let's go, Gyarados up front, I think. That's probably the best option. Yeah, so in theory we have like Yeah, 54 minutes to finish the story. If we're on normal clock-in time. I think we could do it in that time. With this team, I think we can. We have a lot of power. I think there's a couple of situations where we can make things work for us. If Cloyster dies, I think... it's about manipulating what happens here, isn't it, I think? It's about manipulating how we play the team. Because our team does have some things that it needs to have work for it, kind of strat-wise. Pretty much, if I look at it, the only way that I think I can get Palafin in safely is going to be by using it on Sandy Shocks, where I have to flip turn on Sandy Shocks and then get it to switch into Gastrodon to eat probably a discharge, but it'd be on a prediction. Eat a discharge, which then gives us Hero Boy at the back with Jet Punch for a final, you know, priority kill move if we need it on someone. So I'm kind of thinking about putting the pieces of the puzzle together and how it's going to work. I think it's going to be a fairly, like... I think it's going to be kind of a technical fight. It's either going to be... This is what's going to happen. The final fight of the game against Professor Sada is either going to be really technical, and it's going to be a lot of, like, putting the pieces in place to win with people doing various things, or Cloyster's going to sweep the whole fight. I think it's one of those two. I might be wrong, and it might be some weird middle ground, but I think the most likely scenarios are it's either really slow and technical and requires a lot of switching and baiting, or Cloyster kills everything. I think that's basically the options here. Cloyster, like, murks everything, or that's it. Or we, you know, we get stuck into, like, a long, drawn-out, slow fight. One of the two. Hurry up and let me move, please. Liz. We also, keep in mind, need to pick our next run after this today as well, so... I will do that today on stream as well. The last thing we'll do is we'll pick the run. Because of the nature of time right now, and we're only in a cutscene, I'm not going to switch screens and go to the BRB, just because it's just skipping this bit that we can't really do anything in anyway, so it's not really a big deal. Strangely, the Stream Elements announcement isn't popping up for ads anymore. I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe Stream Elements is kind of bugging right now. I don't know. Weird. Maybe their announcements feature is down for some reason. Very odd, though. Thank you very much for being here, everybody. Thank you for sitting through the break as well and helping to support the stream. I do appreciate it very much. Pretty cool. And thank you so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Right. In we go. The final test is about to start. I'm not going to do any more bike questions now as well, alright? We need to focus up. We don't have time for bike questions anymore. No more bike theory. And welcome back from the break, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out and vibing with me. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I big appreciate it. Today I feel like is a good day to finish the month off on, you know? Like it's a kind of finish with a flourish for June, which for all intensive purposes, I've explained this before, I've talked about on stream. I hate June. June is an awful month. For me, anyway. And not many good things happen in June, and I don't really like June very much. But this June has kind of been okay. So we'll take that, you know. Not that July is normally much better, but we'll, you know, we'll see. Who knows? There was a Cloyster Slaughterfest day. Last stream was as well, to be fair. After we got Cloyster and we got Shell Smash and Icicle Spear on it, it's basically been most of that for almost every fight. We only got Palafin yesterday as well, so Palafin we actually should have had last stream, but we didn't have. So we could have benefited from that as well at some point earlier in the game, but yeah, it is what it is. Forks helped me out yesterday and I got it because I forgot, to be honest. I needed to get him until last night. Yeah, I made it. I did the thing with Forks to get Palafin at like 3 in the morning yesterday. Or today, I guess. So, we got Palafin. He came into existence. I might put Palafin in Pokemon Home. I don't know. Finally free. I'm not grabbing items today either. Normally I go and grab items and stuff here, but I'm not wasting any time. We're motoring on here. We're zooming. We'll grab that because it's like we're literally on top of it, running through it. But other than that, we're not interested in items much. It's a shame that we can't ride Koraidon here and speed it up, but what can you do? Citrus berry. Ooh, shiny stone. Nice. I'll have that. Of course, we're going all the way down into the bottom, as we know. Dropping all the way down into the bottom to go to the very pits of Area 0. And then we're going to go crazy on Professor Sada. Yeah, I think... I don't know. Maybe it'll have more of a bearing than less of a bearing than I think it will. I think the biggest factor in winning the fight against Professor Sada... The opening fight is obviously going to be important with Slitherwing versus Cloyster. I know he outspeeds me, which is good. The fact he outspeeds me is good because it means we won't shell smash before we get hit by something. No? The reason that's good is it means our defense will still be really high at the point at which he hits us. So even if he does hit us with a super effective move, we'll be in a good spot to take it, pretty much. Problem we got is he has 2 moves he's going to use. It's going to be one of 2 things. He's either going to use, or she, I guess in this case, AI, whatever, you know, the robot Sada will use one of 2 things. It's either going to use Lunge, or it's going to use most likely Low Sweep. Lunge will drop our attack by 1 stage, and Low Sweep will drop our speed by 1 stage. Either way, that's not great. Because losing our attack means that, you know, we drop down, obviously, with the power of our Icicle Spears. And then the flip is, if we get hit with Low Sweep, we lose speed. And speed is obviously a big advantage that Cloyster needs to be able to work. So it's kind of a question of which is going to be worse, an attack drop or a speed drop. I don't know. Because I know there's a lot of fast Pokemon in this fight as well, and I don't know if going for a +2 speed on Cloyster is going to be enough with Shell Smash. I'm not sure if we're going to be fast enough, you know. We did outspeed Noivern, though, but we weren't at minus speed. But the fact we outsped Noivern, I think, and Meowscarada is probably a good sign. Nothing else. But we'll see. You all excited to find out what the next type's going to be? Whether it's going to be ice, whether it's going to be fire, or whether it's going to be dragon. I'm going to stick with my prediction I've made for, I think, the last 3, which is I think it'll be ice next. I honestly kind of hope it's ice, because not that I have any association with ice whatsoever. I just want to get it out the way, because I think, personally, I think ice is going to be the hardest out of the ones we have left. And dare I say, I think ice could be the hardest type for the entire game. Now, Oreo with me on ice. I think ice is like the one we want to get rid of. Fire and dragon, definitely both decent types. Ice is the weakest out of the 3 by a long way. I've talked about it a number of times on stream before, but ice is basically hyper offense, right? Ice is like offensive power, but no real ice types, minus Avalugg, who we had there before, has any bulk or anything like that to them. So it's going to be really difficult, I think, for us to actually make a team with ice, particularly early on, where there's a few heavy hitter Pokemon. I think it'll be really hard to actually set up a team that's going to be really powerful and able to sustain a lot of damage in the early game. And it's really going to be a speed game. Now, some of it as well will come down to me having to force things via Pokemon Home, because I can guarantee you right now, there's not enough ice types in the game, in the early game, to actually be able to complete it. Because not only could we not catch anything for pretty much half the game that would be legal under the level cap, but also we can make one trade in the start of the game, which is Snom. And I love Snom. I think Snom's great. But I'm not under any illusions into thinking that Snom is somehow going to solo carry the first half of the game on its own. If it gets to Frostmoth, we get some real power early on. Because we know how strong Frostmoth was against Iona when we used it the first time. But Snom on its own can't really do a lot. So we're probably going to have to kind of like pick and choose what's available out of the ice types in the game. And then from that, get like a cut, maybe 2, to allow us to have at least a team of 3. So give us 2 like eggs or Pokemon Home, Pokemon that we hatch, you know, that we can get that will help us to have ice types that we can use. When I like we could get like Cubchoo, we could probably get a Satoddle maybe, Sneasel is an option, Bergmite is an option. We'd already have Snom, Snorunt. Actually, 2 of those, because there's Glalie and Glalie and Frostless. There's 2 options there. Whatever else, I don't know. I can't remember what else there is. You get the gist, though. You know what I'm talking about. I'm so sleepy all of a sudden. I think it's because it's dark. Quite dark out, I think that's why. Just feeling a bit sleepy. Me too. I mean, yours is understandable, though. You've had a really long day. And you had a very busy day today. Okay? Me, not so much. In comparison to you, anyway. You've had a busier day than me, I think. I'm not surprised you're sleepy, though, if it was really busy. And people being annoying. Did you get to counteract the annoyingness of people and amount of work, though, by meeting some cute puppas? Not many? Oh, no. You didn't even have the magical counteracting force. A lot of annoying people. Aw, that sucks. I think my favorite one that you've told me about is Bow. I like Bow. Well, I can't remember what breed Bow is, but Bow's like, he's massive. And he's like, apparently he's like the most like excitable guy ever for wanting to like play with people and get treats and pets and stuff. but his like owner has him like properly locked down where he's like really well behaved. So you just see him like sitting there as he desperately wants someone to pet him, but he's not. You know, he has to behave until he's allowed the treats and stuff. It's amazing. Just hearing about Bao though, he sounds like a cool little guy. Yeah, socially. Is that guy? AO socially, love that guy. Socially's been here with us today, lurking. Now that he's not a member of the CIA anymore. What are you going to do with your time now then, socially? I imagine you got a lot more time on your hands now. What are you going to do with yourself? You gonna pick up a new hobby? What are you gonna do? Great Pyrenees, that's it. Which is big, isn't it? He's a big old boy, is Bao. Yeah, Bao. It's just kind of a... I don't know, it's just a cool name as well. Bao. Bao the Great Pyrenees. Saw him a week ago or so. Hey, yo. I love that. I always... it's always funny when you tell me about Bao. He's just he's a big, like... He's one of those... From the way that you, like, talk about him, he's like one of those massive dogs that's just, like, basically just a big teddy bear. Where he's, like... big floofy, but he like wouldn't. We're stuck in place. Oh, there we go. But he's like a big like floofy ball. But he's like super nice. So his brother last time, yo, was that the same owner as his brother as well, or does someone else have his brother? That's a lot of dog right there, though. To have two of them as well. Was his brother the same as Bao? Is he just the same type of pupper as Bao is? Bao, Xiao, and their mom? Ah, they're all the same. I like that. I guess she must have had the mom then, and then maybe had puppies somehow. Or she just... I don't know. I don't know. Somehow, though, they came across having them all. That's kind of cool, though. I like that. Bao, Xiao, and the mom. Don't know, but I love them. They sound like the coolest little guys ever. Well, big guys ever. We don't have time to go in the cave today to say the same thing I always say about how it's roaring moon and, you know, that rubbish. Go away, it's roaring moon. We can get it in that cave. And it's so cool to have you around again socially, you know, to see you, just to catch up with you again. I know it was kind of odd for a while because when you first went off to go and take your time away, like it was not too out of character, of course, because you know you're a busy guy and you're always off doing something. So we were like, oh, you know, a little bit since we've seen socially, though, isn't it? And then after a little while, you're just like, it's been ages since we've seen him. You're like, maybe we should go and see if he's doing all right. And then, of course, we, you know, a couple of us messaged you and found out that you were doing very good. And we're very happy to hear it, my dude. A lot of people have had, like, one of those kind of moments where they've stepped away and taken time away and stuff. And I'm glad you were able to do it as well, you know, and get some good benefit from it. We're very glad to see that. It's real wholesome hours right now. Thank you for the lurk, tabletop. Managed to get myself focused, so I'll be lurking, but listening, no worries, of course. It is really nice to have socially back with us. Just for the little memes and the bits and stuff, you know? The little bits and the memes and the jokes and the CIA agent stuff, which I'm still going to continue on with, even though it's part of the canonical lore that you've left the CIA now. Or maybe it's just part of the plan to make us think you left the CIA. Who knows? CIA agent socially. I think originally it was FBI agent socially, and then one day once we ended up just saying CIA instead, and it became that. I don't remember. All I know is that socially is he's an agent from an organization. Fighting crime all over Twitch. That's what he does. He fights crime everywhere. What a lad. Yeah, no, we really appreciate having you back though, socially, you know. It's just nice to know that you've been doing good recently, you know. Little did I know after that first ever stream that you came into where I accidentally ignored you because you never appeared in chat for me. Little did I know after that day that a few years later we'd be sat here heralding your return. Pretty cool. I feel like we've actually sped up significantly here because I suppose this is just pressing the buttons, but we've like kind of gone into sonic speed here. It was like 10 past when so we've done like 20 minutes and we've done 3 of the 4 things already. Gives us plenty of time to be able to do the fight and then gear up for the Koraidon fight and then moving on to picking the next typing after slipping in the non-DMCA music for the title screen. Credits, that's the word. Credits. Getting chalky milk, BRB. Making me jealous right now. I haven't got any more left. I did have a little bit of chalky milk the other... was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday or the day before, whenever it was. I had a little bit of chalky milk. Man, I love chalky milk. I have to treat myself every now and then by getting chalky milk. Not a regular thing though that I get, but every now and then I'll have a chalky milk. I've been on iced tea recently as well. I've been on a big iced tea kick. Been good. Been liking the iced tea. Let's fucking go. Never made it to the end of a run before. This will be new to me. Have you not? Oh, I suppose Sundays, yeah. That's true. Normally on a Sunday, when we used to... Because Sunday usually is the day they finish, I would say. Yeah, normally on... Well, sometimes they finish on Thursdays. I feel like, yeah, on the days we normally finish, you end up having to go to bed early to... Yeah, prep for the next day. So yeah, you might be right, actually. I don't know if you have ever managed to be here for the final chapter. Like the final section of one. It's just unlucky, I suppose, that that's the way it's worked out, isn't it? I mean, it's not much different from the rest of the run, to be fair. It's usually just, like, me trying to gauge how best to attack the final fight. You know, and like, what should we do plan-wise? What Pokemon are going to be best here? If you look at it, I think Dreadnaw probably drops out of this team for the final fight, and I bring someone else in. Most likely a Azumarill if it's not already in the party. I think a Azumarill probably should be here. Just because a Fairy type is a good, kind of useful resist for us to have for most things. Azumarill might actually have a good matchup against Slitherwing, to be fair. The problem is, like, everything basically has a coverage move for Cloyster, and it sucks. Because, like, if you look at it, right? Sandy Shocks has Discharge, coverage move. Low Sweep on Slitherwing, coverage move for Cloyster. Because he's part Ice. This is part of the reason why he has more weaknesses. There's Drain Punch on Screamtail, coverage move. There's Stone Edge on Roaring Moon, coverage move. Brute Bonnet has Giga Drain, doesn't it? Coverage move. And then there's Fluttermane, which has Power Gem, which, you've guessed it, is a coverage move. So, pretty much, to summarize everything there, Monotype Ice is going to be a fucking hellscape, because the only thing that we resist or we don't get immediately murked by is the one Pokemon that we're actually super effective against, which will be Brute Bonnet when we get to Ice later on. That's like the only Pokemon in that whole fight that doesn't have something that will just erase us from existence. That and Avalugg will be trash in that fight because half the Pokemon are special attackers. So worst part is I don't even know what oh, hang on. Oh, Runerigus, that's what you failed to catch. A Runerigus. Normally I work tonight, but due to the holiday, we're closed for the week. Oh yeah, I guess it's 4th of July this week coming, isn't it? Was it on Thursday? Isn't it the 4th of July? Yeah, it must be the 4th, because a week later is the 11th, which is when I was doing that test. So yeah, the 4th is on Thursday. Wild. Well, there you go. It's nice to have you here for the final little bit there. Tabletop. I appreciate it, you know. I say, especially because it's your first time watching one of the final ones. 15 deep. That's unlucky though. We don't. Well, I suppose you. I don't know. Had I already? I think I'd already started doing this when we met. Well, I was probably a couple in. So let's say I was 2 in, maybe 3. See, there's probably been 12 that have gone by, where every single time we've got to the final one, as you usually say, you've been working on the Sunday or on the day when we've been finishing it up, so you haven't been able to be here for it. That's wild, though, isn't it? This is the wrong way. I always think it's to the right. Oh my... Chat! It's a shiny kibble! Hey, yo! Alright, we can stop for a shiny break. Shiny Gibble! Hey, yo! I was about to say, wouldn't it be cool if we found a shiny? Hey, yo! I've never got a shiny Gibble before. Let's go. I don't want to evolve him because shiny Garchomp's kind of garbage, isn't it? Gibble! Look at him! Young Gib. You imagine if he had, like, a minus speed. I was going to say if he had a godly ability and stuff as well. That's actually super cool. We haven't had a shiny for ages. Shiny Gibble, though. That's a really good one to get as well. Gibble, of all things. That's huge. Yeah, like, I've said a couple of times recently that, like, we haven't found a shiny for a while, so it was kind of a surprise. I'm so glad we found that. That's such a nice, like... That's a good omen going into the final fight, isn't it? Giving us a bit of good luck. He's giving us a bit of good luck. He's a cool little guy, wasn't he? We're on Fairy. Fairy was run 2? Yeah, so run 2 it would have been then. So you weren't quite here for the first one, but you're here for the second one then, which is... well, there you go. Been here since pretty much since I started doing this then. That's kind of unlucky that you managed to miss almost all of the finales in that amount of time. That's unlucky, man. Hey, today, though, it's going to be different, because we are going to finish this no matter what, okay? We're going to go until we finish it, so we are going to win this run today. Don't you worry. And Sasha, hello. How's it going? Nice to see you, man. Looks like a little shark. He does look like a little shark or something, doesn't he? A little shark geezer. He looks more shark-like in the dark blue than he does in the purple. Silent lurking for 2 hours is so high. Well, I appreciate the silent lurk, man. I really appreciate that, dude. I really do. All lurks and stuff like that are all, you know, I'm very much appreciated. I know sometimes it may not seem like much to do a cheeky silent lurk or something, where you might not feel like you're doing much, but it goes a massive way towards supporting the channel. So thank you very much for the cheeky lurks and silent lurks and stuff. Been on my phone while I played Bannerlord on the phone, eh? You had to deal with the perils of traversing the Twitch app. Ugh. I hate the Twitch app. There's a bunch of people in here who have no good things to say about the Twitch app. When it's Shayla and Nitty, I think, were going in on it before a few weeks ago, and we were talking about it. It's amazing. It would be hilarious if another shiny Gibble showed up. That would be kind of crazy, wouldn't it? We found a family of shiny Gibbles. I wonder if that's ever happened. You find like a group and it's like 4 shiny Gibbles and a Gabite. Wouldn't that be crazy? I thought that was just a weird like glitch first of all when I saw it. I was like, oh, it's just a weirdly coloured Gibble because of the light. And then I went, well, actually, no, it's not even purple, is it? It's got a yellow belly. That's unusual. That's super cool. I'm so glad we found that. Going good. Bit tired. You been feeling a little better this weekend, Sasha? I know, obviously, you know, what you ended up going through was a big thing that takes a little while to get through, you know, and process, but you're starting to be on the up now, you think? On the upswing? You're starting to get back into the swing of things again? I'm glad you're doing pretty decent, you know? Only way to watch since my PC can't handle playing Bannerlord and having tabs open. Oh, mine recently has been struggling with having games open with stuff in the background as well. It's weird. I get this strange issue. I don't know if anyone else has ever encountered this before, and I don't... The only thing I can put it down to is that my PC's getting, like, overstressed, but I don't think so, because every time I look in Task Manager, it's not, like, blowing up on the numbers or anything. But my PC has this weird thing where sometimes certain games in particular, not all of them, if I open them, my mouse basically will have random freezes that will happen every now and then. Or like the whole PC will basically have like these little laggy like freeze spots every now and then. So like an example will be like, if I'm playing Siege, right? Sometimes I'll go to type in chat and I'll type like T to say something that I'm saying and it will freeze at that very moment and spam like 50 of them in the chat, and then I'll have to like delete all the messages again and stuff. It's really odd. I don't know what it is. It's like the whole PC just lags for like 1 second and then stops. It's really odd. I'm not sure why it does it. I feel like it didn't used to do it, but more recently it started doing it, and I don't know why. Siege is one that it happens all the time. It doesn't happen like super frequently though, is the nice thing. But it happens on Siege every now and then. Destiny 2, it sometimes happens if I launch it, but I figured out if I close the game and reopen it, it sometimes fixes the problem and it doesn't lag the second time. Let's do this as well because we can wait for the time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah. I'm doing better outside of the breakup and slowly getting better on all levels. Well, I'm glad, you know, that you're starting to be on the up, you know. And we're always here for you, Sasha, even if it's just to come and vibe out with us, you know, for a bit while we're playing and having fun. So we'll always be here. I'm actually going to nip away for a second, actually. I'll be really quick and then I'll come back, okay? I just need to stretch my legs. I haven't done it for a few minutes. So I'll go and do that and then we'll carry on, okay? Well, the Cynthia music's come on. Hopefully that's not what's going to happen in the actual fight. It's not going to be as difficult as the infamous Cynthia fight when we get into the actual guts of the fight in a minute. I mean, honestly, I don't anticipate it being anywhere near as difficult as that. I think it'd be quite a breeze, but we'll see. What was that? East, I hope it's nothing too serious. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why. It only does it every now and then. Like I thought, initially I thought maybe it's my mouse, right? It can't be my mouse because it happens on any input. So it happens on controller as well. Now, like I explained this the other day when I was talking, I think when I was playing X-Defiant and I was talking about it, it doesn't happen on every game. But like, if there's ever a Siege clip, I doubt it'll be in there. But like, if there's ever a Siege clip I post where I randomly just like spin in a circle, then it'll do that. Like, say I'm moving around, right, and I ADS or I walk forwards, it will just make me walk forwards for about a second until it lets me have control of things back again. Really weird. I don't know what the problem is with it. But it is what it is, I guess. Welcome back, Cinder. Found a random shiny. What did you get? We found a random shiny actually a minute ago as well. Sounds like a weird issue, yeah? I wonder if it's like a Windows issue or something. Like a Windows problem or driver problem or something. I don't think it's like a hardware issue, and I don't think it's that, like, the obvious thing is to say, well, your PC's getting maxed out and it's lagging. But, like, if you look at it, some games it happens on, some it doesn't. Like Siege, where I have my graphics settings turned way down, where it's way less taxing on my PC. It maybe maxes out at, like, 50% CPU usage, yet still does it. But then if I go up and I run something like Fallout 76, which pumps it up to more like 60-70% on its own, in decent settings, I never get a single bit of it in Fallout 76. It'll be Siege, X-Defiant does it, which makes me think some degree maybe it's a UB problem. It's something to do with UB. I just don't know what. And then obviously, it sometimes happens for like Destiny as well, but that's more of like a thing I can fix by just closing and reopening the game, you know? Shiny giraffe with a blue nose? Let's go. We'll compare shinies in a minute, shall we? I'll show you mine that we got a few minutes ago. We did find one, though, in Area 0 a minute ago. We were running down one of the ramps, and we found one, which I thought was really cool. We'll show it off. We found a shiny. I'm very excited about the shiny we found as well. Both of our shinies can be found in Area 0 as well, which is kind of cool. I'm also not entirely sure why the Stream Elements announcement thing isn't working anymore for the ad breaks, because it didn't come up twice or 3 times now. So I'm not really sure what that's about. Hopefully it's just a one-day issue and it'll fix itself, because it's kind of annoying when stuff like that doesn't work. Just because it's useful. Here we go. If anyone's never been here for a finale of a Monotype before as well, then we're about to do one. Pretty quick, like pretty soon here. We're about to get into it, so get ready. Alright, Gyarados hit that thing like a truck, which is nice. We're about to potentially finish Mono Water. Only one sub away. If I could afford it, I would. It's okay, though. Don't worry. Nobody needs to worry about stuff like that, you know? Don't worry about the goal. The goal is just kind of there as like a... So, I'll tell you why the goal's there, right? The goal is kind of there because I used to have a follower goal up there, right? Because for ages I was chasing to get to 1,000. So I had a follower goal up there from something like 500 followers all the way up to 1,000 for a long time. And after it eventually finished, it felt really weird and foreign to not have anything there anymore. So I was like, fuck it, I'll try like a subs and a bits goal up there just for the sake of it. So it doesn't actually mean anything, and no one should ever worry about like actually filling the goal up. It's just kind of there. So never worry about like actually doing anything, you know? About anything like that. being here and just hanging out and, you know, being in the stream is absolutely more than enough and more than I can ask of anybody, so. Yeah. No one ever needs to worry about anything crazy. I think we'll do that. Gyarados Rocky Helmet, I think, is a good shout here. Azumarill Assault Vest, maybe? That works. Oh, the shiny. I was going to show that off, wasn't I? Gibble! We found a shiny Gibble! Look at him! We found a shiny Gibble! Our shark boy. We got a shiny Gibble that we found. We were running down the ramp a minute ago, and I was like, hey, a minute. That's a blue Gibble. That doesn't seem right. And indeed, there he was. Blue Gib. Of course, for reference, just so anyone, if you've never seen one before, that's a regular Gibble. He has a red chest, and he's kind of like this pale bluey colour. Obviously, he turns purple when he evolves into Garchomp, but, yeah. That was the shiny, though. Chocolate Milk's godly. We love Chocky Milk. But yeah, no one ever worry about, like, the, sub goals or anything like that, you know? Don't ever worry about any of that stuff. People being here and hanging out is more than enough for me, you know? If you ever want a sub or anything like that, obviously you can. I can't stop you. Nor am I gonna tell you you can't, but, you know. Think of it, as long as you think of yourselves first, and you make sure that you have yourselves taken care of before you do anything like that, then that's enough for me, you know? AI Sada powering up. What do you reckon? Anyone want to say that I can? What do you want to predict? Does anyone think we'll do this first try against Professor Sada? You think I'm going to win first try, or do you think it's going to be a multi-attempt kind of deal? One Pokemon today, period of hours. That's pretty rough. Comes to this part of the game, it makes more sense thematically in Violet than in Scarlet. Yeah, I guess. It's I mean, I don't know, I guess it kind of either way kind of works. It makes a little more sense with that one, but the time travel thing is kind of strange though, because Pokemon coming from the past, but the past has already happened, so like, how do they still exist? It kind of is a little bit weird on that side of things. Yeah, I think we just go Cloyster up front. We are negative speed. Let's do this. Distribute how we can. Any of the big players, I think, here we do this on. Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine, I think. I don't normally do this, but I'm doing it specifically right now just because of this. There we go. Anything else we want to change before we go? I don't need to scarf anybody, I don't think, so... Do it. Let's do it. Pokemon coming from the past, being a danger to the present makes more sense than the future Pokemon coming to the present. I guess it kind of works either way. It's not, like, too crazy with either way, is it? I guess it kind of works both ways. Hoping for a Cloyster Slaughterfest. So what I said was, my prediction is one of two things. I'm glad you have faith in water as well, there, Tabletop. My prediction is one of two things. Either Cloyster is going to sweep the fight. Okay. Or Cloyster dies early, and the fight becomes a lot more slow and tactical. So I think it's basically one of those two options. Is it either becomes quite a slow technical affair? Because I think about things like, I only have certain opportunities where I'm able to bring Palafin out. Palafin's going to get mugged by, like, everybody practically, apart from maybe 1 or 2 Pokemon. So I have to bring it in safely on a certain spot, and the only real spot I can kind of factor in for how I can make a perfect turn is against Sandy Shocks, baiting out Discharge in order to switch into Gastrodon. But if there's one thing I've learned about this run so far, is you don't write off Cloyster. So until Cloyster is dead, and it happens where he actually loses in this fight, we kind of have to just assume that Cloyster's probably just going to destroy everything. And then if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But I get the feeling Cloyster might be about to just sweep the whole fight. Cloyster was up front, right? Still unsure about my team for my BD Nuzlocke. I need a champion team, and I'm between 2 potential final teammates. Starscream the Garchomp and Jovial the Togekiss. Well, Togekiss definitely has more utility than Garchomp in the first fight, being part flying, so it's definitely better against Aaron. It has some against Bertha, because of course being ground. Flint, it's decent against. Lucian, it's kind of neutral. Garchomp, then, if you look at it, fight 1, Garchomp's neutral, it's okay. Fight 2, Garchomp's decent because of it being ground. 3 is fire, so Garchomp has a field day. And 4 being psychic with Crunch. If you run Garchomp with that anyway, it can go quite well. It's pretty even. It really just comes down to which one you'd rather have for the champ. Personally, I would say, it's hard to say this, but I actually think Togekiss is better for the champion fight than Garchomp. Purely because you can check Garchomp with the fairy moves, which it doesn't have an answer for because it uses Yachi Berry. Albeit it does have Poison Jab, so you're probably going to get one-shotted if you don't kill it in one hit. And you also possess the type that's the only counter in the game to Spiritomb. So if you could knock out Spiritomb pretty early with Togekiss, I think that would be a big deal. So I would personally, I think, go Togekiss. Although if you can get both of them in, that'd be perfect. You'd have a very strong team. Alright, here we go. We're cranking the music on this one. Do you believe? We should be slower turn 1, okay? Oh, that's good. Okay, okay, hang on. Leech Life. That could be very good, actually. Depending on what happens now, that could be incredibly useful. Because I was expecting Lunge to drop a stat or low sweep. Now, it hasn't done that. It's gone for Leech Life, which is its one attack that isn't a stat dropper, really. So that's actually pretty handy. Really, what it's going to come down to is, can we kill this thing in one turn? Let's see. Yes, we can. Oh, we know what's coming now. The pain train is about to keep rolling. Oh, Cloyster's about to sweep the whole fight. I was right. Cloyster's gonna... You just don't count out Cloyster. Cloyster's about... Unless something crazy happens, Cloyster's about to kill everything. Cloyster's just about to sweep through the whole fight. The only thing maybe that's bulky enough, and I would doubt even that, maybe Screamtail was bulky enough to live a hit or two, but other than that... Oh, that thing actually outspeeds us. Never mind. Oh. So there is a twist in the tail. Fluttermane was faster than us with Shell Smash. Interesting. I was not expecting that. That was a big surprise, actually. Oh, my controller's run out of power, I think.
So, you can die.
Or it's, currently wasn't letting me do anything there. I think, actually, this might give me a chance to bring Krypton in. I'm going to do that now. We're going to get outsped, aren't we? We'll have to take that chance and take the hit. That's fine. Okay. That's not great, the amount of damage we've taken, but okay. That's a good flip turn, though, from Palafin. Alright, that gives us 0 to hero. So now we have Palafin hero stocked and ready to go. This is our best option right now. Yoda Death spooked my cat. Thank you for the Yoda Death. I appreciate it. Let's go Venoshock. Oh, damage. Oh, that was rubbish. Why did that do so little? Oh, it's special defense. That's why I should have used liquidation. What am I doing? That was actually silly from me. I should have used liquidation there. That's bad from me. I think I fucked up here, actually, really badly by doing that. Oh, maybe not. Final team would be Gastrodon, Gallade, Roserade, Houndoom, Magnezone, and Togekiss. That is a good sounding team. Roserade can stock Dazzling Gleam, which is an option. That might be worth doing, I don't know. Brute Bonnet seems an odd choice to bring out against Toxapex. Go on, go for payback. Go on. Oh yeah, that's Earth Power, that explains it. He outspeeds us as well, I'm fairly certain. We'll try and recover in case, but... No, that's bad. Oh, Toxapex lives on 2 HP. The Great Wall stands firm. Okay. Okay, we're in now. Toxapex is now in the driving seat. This is good. Go for payback, I dare you. Come on, get hit with Baneful. It's just gonna go Earth Power. How boring. Eventually it'll get bored, probably, and it'll go for payback on me. It'll probably be when I don't... It'll go for Sucker Punch and waste all the PP first. This is kind of what I meant by saying it's going to be more technical now, where it's like, we do have less options to deal with things. So we have to play around with options more now than anything else to figure out how to get in there. So, I think at this point, we can safely put one Venoshock in this turn. So we're going to go for that. Yeah, we take like 50-ish damage. Poisoning would have been really nice there, but... That's okay. How much HP do we have left? Alright, we can take one more, and then we'd be risking a crit, maybe. From 130, how much are we taking? 50 flat. That's good. Poison. Come on. Poison. I think you'll be fine against Cynthia's team, you know. I think you'll be fine. Sadly, won't he be here for the grand finale? I gotta head to bed since it's 1 AM here. Of course, Sasha. No worries at all. You take it easy, yeah? We appreciate you being here. Thank you for hanging out with us. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night, okay? And we'll be back on Tuesday for some more Dishonored. I think it'll be on Tuesday, actually. Yeah, it'll be Dishonored again. That should be fun. Oh, we look forward to seeing you again. Stream schedule in the Discord and on Twitter as per usual, you know? If anyone's ever interested in that stuff. How many Earth Powers did it get? 10? I think it's got to be close to running out, surely. Oh, you didn't get that either. Oh, it's just with a regular Pokecatch, though, so it just... Oh, no, it just does any Pokeball then, doesn't it? Trying to think. If it was a Pokeball, I think they're only like a 1/3 chance to catch. I don't know how many turns it's been now fighting this thing. We only have one recover left as well, so we're going to have to make sure we tactically use our bunkers now as well. This fight has already been going 10 minutes as well, by the way. That's what happens when Cloyster dies. The fight slows down because our wall breaker has been put in his place. Out of the Pokemon that are left, the one that threatens Toxapex way more is Sandy Shocks. Oh, you bugger. Actually kind of works, though. Alright, I know what I'm going to do. It's run out of Earth Powers. We slowly grind it down. That's what we do here. Poison. There we go. That's what we've been waiting for the whole time. I reckon it's 2 turns to kill with poison. This is definitely one of the slower fights we've done for a long time here, which is funny, because when you looked at how prevalent some of the big, like, hitters were in the team, you wouldn't have thought this would be one that would be like a 20-minute fight, would you? Like a 15, 20-minute fight. You'd have thought this would have been a quick one. That's our last recover as well, so Toxapex is kind of getting near the end of its road now for what it's able to do in this fight. Best case scenario is we get Screamtail now, leaving Roaring Moon... Oh, Sandy Shocks. That's okay. Sandy Shocks is fine. We'll take that. That's fine. We'll take Sandy Shocks. Hi, Gold. Welcome in. How you doing? Earth Power again. This is going to hurt. That does a little more damage. Okay. Okay. Just under half. Not bad. Not bad. It's going to go for another Earth Power. It did, what, 100 first time? I think it's going to kill me pretty soon. So we'll go for the Protect to get the leftovers back, so that gives us a bit more of a margin to land one more Liquidation. Problem here is that we're going to be left with the frickin' Screamtail still up. Going to do some Regice encounters before bed. How's you? It's going okay, you know. It's going okay. We're oh fuck. We're currently doing the final fight for Monotype. Oh, Gastrodon actually stuff for Monotype Water, and it's going fairly well. I actually forgot we still had Gastrodon. Gastrodon is like goated here, to be fair. Yeah, I think with Gastrodon, we're like kind of in here. I'll take that. Gastrodon! Shallow there, the goat! That's what we love to see. That's why Gastrodon's the goat. The goat! Okay, about 60 damage on a play rough. Not a huge amount of damage, but that's okay. We play slow and steady. 67 damage a piece on one of those. We're actually going to go Body Slam because we're going to try and get a Paralysis. That did more. That was a crit, of course. This is close. This is close, but I feel like we still have more in the back, you know? Like, we still have enough in the back pocket to be able to deal with this fight. Accuracy drop on Muddy Water would be nice, maybe? I'm surprised, honestly, it's hit all of its play roughs. No accuracy drop. Miss. Fuck. This is just a slow, like, grind down fight right now, but keep in mind, there's Roaring Moon at the back, who is what type again? Dragon Dark? Isn't he? Which is quad weak to Fairy. And we still have a Azumarill at full health, so just remember that. We still have a Azumarill at full health in the back. Finally, we get an attack drop on us, but the Earth Power goes out, bringing Screamtail down and bringing Professor Sada to a 1v4, I think it is, isn't it? A 1 versus 4. Roaring Moon 1v4. Okay. It's going to kill me here. We know that much. It's definitely killing Gastrodon this turn, so it's going to be 1v3. So, Azumarill's the best chance of winning. If things go wrong, I need a backup plan, which I have. Oh, friendship saves the day. At least on Dumnium anyway. That's good. We get another free shot in here then. Okay, some good damage. Okay, Gastrodon goes down. That's what I should do. But we set him up. It's time for a superhero to take the stage. Palafin Hero. Come on, we got to. We went to all that time to get Palafin Hero. We got to use it. Jet Punch. Not bad. Not very effective. That did a good chunk, actually. AI is confident considering they're almost beaten. This is true. Oh, it's a terrible time for a break as well. Uh-oh. Well, you know what happens? We have to wait for the... Well, actually, we'll sit on the screen, but we're not gonna switch to the BRB screen. But we'll be here though. We're not gonna move and do anything until it's over. We'll stay here and we'll wait. But Argon here, of course, we do have Play Rough, so. We'll wait until it's done. This is the end, though, or it should be. We have 2 Pokemon left. Because we do have Gyarados still. Gyarados is potentially vulnerable because Roaring Moon does have Stone Edge. So Azumarill is either going to one-shot it or Gyarados is going to have to probably live 1 hit. Realistically, Azumarill probably wins this, but we'll see. 5 seconds left on the rest of the break. I didn't switch screens this time because I thought we're in the final section, so we might as well. Welcome back from the break, everybody. We haven't progressed anything. I just brought Azumarill out, and now we potentially land the final blow. Goes for Stone Edge. Big hit. Game, set, match. That's the first time I've beaten Sada first try for a couple of runs now, I think. Ayo! Mono water. First try. Let's go. That could have gone so much better as well if Cloyster had not died to... I think if Cloyster doesn't die to Flutter Mane, I think we'd have been okay. I'd be interested to know what the difference was in speed, actually. How, like, it must have been close. I also want to have a look at a Pokemon calculator. Just to see. It has no items and stuff, which is... that kind of makes it a bit easier. So we'd... Shell smashed. We're at +2 attack, +2 speed. We had a minus speed nature, though. What level was... we were 67. What level was that? 60... 65? I don't know, chat, actually. I'm kind of confused. Because... I've looked at it. And from what I'm seeing, with a minus speed nature that we have... well, I guess it'd be EVs and IVs shit, wouldn't it? We would have picked up some. Let's just give ourselves like 10. And then... I don't know. I think it must have been really close. Like, from what I'm seeing just at, like, base, if you look at them on equal ground, with us with the minus nature, both having, like, roughly the same investment into IVs and EVs, we should have outsped by 14 speed points. So, I don't know. There must be, like, a few things in the stats that obviously change the balance, but it must have been very tight. Must have been really close. But there you go, though. That's Mono Water. Officially, well, the final fight is officially finished. So now what we've got to do is we've got to beat the Professor. Or not the Professor. Beat the Koraidon. And then... we go from there. So Koraidon versus Koraidon has to now happen. And then we're in. Here we go. Hoping to get another 50 encounters done tonight. We'll see how tired I am. Well, good luck in your encounters. What encounter number are you on now? How many have you done? Nothing that can go to the field. Oh, no. 650. Damn. I think, didn't I say between 1 and 2,000 the other day? I made a prediction, I want to say, on Thursday. I think I may have said between 1 and 2k. I don't remember what I said. We actually found a shiny earlier, to be fair. We found a random shiny Gibble, funnily enough. While we were in Area 0. It's the first random shiny we found for like 2 runs, I think. We found a random full-odd shiny Gibble while we were in Area 0. I thought it was kind of cool. So we have young Gib in our box now. A little yellow-blue shark. I have since found out from doing this fight so many times, it's actually impossible to lose this. You survive on friendship even if you get hit at 1 HP. So it's actually impossible to lose the final boss fight here. damn, you didn't get it again. I feel like what it's doing, though, tabletop, is it's using the lowest value Pokeball that you have first, which is probably regular Pokeball. And you're getting really... Because it's like a 1/3 chance. You must just be getting really unlucky. I don't want to say that I feel like the mono water ending was anticlimactic, but it definitely was kind of what we expected, wasn't it? I mean, it was, in a way, I'm glad that Cloyster actually... Like, would it have been better if Cloyster swept the whole thing, or would it have been better if Cloyster had just died like he did? You know? I don't know which one would have been better. Which one would have been kind of cooler to have happen? It was probably better that Cloyster died early, because it at least gave us a bit of excitement for the fight. It was a bit different, rather than just the predictable we win easy, because, you know, Cloyster sweeps with Icicle Spear. It must have been really close, though, on the stats. I don't know if anyone actually has, like, a data mine or anything of, if they can, of the actual stats that that specific Flutter main has, but... I think it must have been really close, the speed difference. Maybe I should have shell smashed twice, who knows. Are we supposed to use collision course or something? Because we're not even getting any of the boosts. Why constantly use flamethrower if it's not very effective? What, me, you mean? The reasoning behind it is, it's impossible to lose the fight because we'll survive on friendship every time. And we basically just have to kill turns until we go and change to Terra Dragon and then hit him with a super effective Terra Blast to win the fight. So it doesn't really matter what move you use, as long as you just burn turns until the point where you get enough boosts to kill him. We should get an Omni boost and then we'll go Terra Dragon and kill him. There you go, Terra Orbs glow. So using Flamethrower or Collision Course, it doesn't matter either way. Because the boss fight's kind of rigged from the start. Where it's like the whole point is that Koraidon gets his like confidence back, you know? He gets his swagger back and fights. This was the Koraidon that like kicked his ass basically at the start. When the reason he becomes like he becomes all like kind of timid is because this was the other Koraidon that came through the portal and kicked his ass. And so it's like, that's when he goes all kind of scared all the time. And then this is like his battle where he regains his confidence using the power of his friends hyping him up, you know? And then gets all these boosts from everybody and then goes in for Terra Dragon to sweep last minute. We didn't actually get the kill there, but I'm pretty sure we won't die to this. There you go. We just live on 1 HP and he'll tough it out so he wouldn't feel sad. So yeah, it's designed so that you can't lose. Originally when I did this, I thought it was you had to heal, otherwise he could knock you out. But after testing one time, I think it's literally impossible to lose. So... there we go. Final foe goes down. 18 runs total, chat. 15 down. 3 to go. 3 runs left. Ice, Fire, Dragon. The final trio. course, we still got to get a picture. And then I've got to spin the wheel. But once that is done... we'll move on from there. And we will see what team we can use. And we will put all of these Pokemon that we currently have, as well as me remembering to put Gibble in the box. But we'll also immortalize these Pokemon via a photo, and then we'll go from there. Is this the only point you can use Koraidon as a Pokemon? Before this fight, yes. After this fight, the way the mechanics work is you can... The way it's designed in this game is you can catch a second legendary. So that Koraidon that you fight there, you can go and catch him if you come back to Area 0 or Miraidon, if you're playing the other game. You can come back and catch a second one, which is designed to be used as, like, trade fodder for the other game, right? Or for a living dex. So you can use it to trade for the other legendary. Because, like, I get my Koraidon and you catch a second Miraidon, and then I trade you mine and you trade me yours, so we both have one of each of the legends, right? That's the way it was designed. As much as I don't like trading, actually, that was a pretty good idea. But other than that, what you can do is you can pull Koraidon into your party. But you have to have a free party slot open, and then you can basically change him from a rideable Pokemon into a Pokemon in your team. Or, as I say, you use the second one if you aren't, like, in a run like this where I'm not going to trade it with anyone. I could go and catch the second one and use that in my party as the Koraidon that I fight with, basically. And then this one I just keep to use to ride on. So, before this point in the game, this is the only time you get to use him. But in the post-game, you do just get access to be able to use him as a Pokemon, yeah. Because before, I guess the logic is that he was too, like, scared to actually go and fight, so he was in, like, mobile form. But now he goes back into battle form, because he's, you know, he's, like, ready to go. Koraidon won't be one of the dragons in the Dragon Run. No, for two reasons. One, because, as you say, you can't get him until basically the run is over, but also he's a legendary, so it's banned. Dragon is pretty much going to be the few, like, the smattering of, like, other dragons that are in the game, and the pseudos, that's basically it. So pseudos are obviously going to be allowed, because most of the dragons are pseudos. But other than that, yeah, it's going to be mostly, like, the fodder. Because legendaries aren't allowed, so... No Koraidon. Oh, I have to get the music up, the lo-fi up, don't I? Otherwise I'm going to get... They're going to get angry with me in a minute. Twitch is going to, what's the word? DMCA me. That's the word. Going to get DMCA'd. We don't want that. This has been a successful day today. Dare I say. What I needed, you know? I needed this today. Needed a big day. And we've done it. When we needed it, we pulled through. Mute that. Let's play the Cynthia music again. Wow. It's all over though. Can you believe it? 3 to go. 3 types to go. You want to make your predictions now for who you think it's going to be next? I say there's a 3-way shot. It's ice, it's dragon, or it's fire. One of the 3. Now my preference here would be ice now, fire second, dragon last. Because I think dragon is like the crown jewel on the, you know, the final piece of the puzzle, really. So I think having dragon last would be the best one. You're going fire. Okay, so me and Oreo are going ice. You're going fire. Okay. Are you coming around to my way of thinking that dragon might be really cool as the final one? You want ice and I want dragon. Oh, I see. The same logic of the old way of when you pick whichever one it is, it never gets chosen. I see. That makes sense. I hope it's not, but I think it will be. I don't want it to be dragon. I want dragon to be last, you know. What's going on? Oh, we're once the credits are done and we've taken a picture of the team, we're going to spin the wheel to determine what our next type will be. I was just asking chat if you had any predictions of what you think it's going to be. It's either going to be ice, dragon, or fire. One of the three. Because that's all we have left. This is run number... We've just finished run number 15 out of 18, so... Those are the only 3 types we have left that haven't been done so far. So it's one of those 3. If anyone has a prediction of what they think. And there we go. Love it to be fire. Okay. I think fire would be interesting. Fire, I think, is the middle ground. I think fire might not be that hard. I think it'd be quite good. Ice is the most challenging of the 3. Dragon may be deceptively hard because a lot of the Pokemon aren't going to evolve for a long time and they aren't going to be that great. But I think for the most part, probably it's going to be a bit like easier than ice will. Ice is going to be hard, I think. I'd be surprised if ice is easy. I mean, I thought bug was going to be difficult, but ice is really the one type that you think of that's like... I mean, it literally resists 0 types. You know? Can we respin it if it's dragon and just form a consensus to save dragon for the finale? Well, we'll see what happens, won't we? Fate might decide for us, and dragon might end up being last anyway, so I'll let you know. Has 1 resistance? Ice? I don't think ice even resisted itself, did it? Oh yeah, only ice. Yeah. That's the only resistance ice has is itself, which in this game is kind of irrelevant because there's only like a few places where we're actually going to fight ice types. There is actually one Pokemon in ice that I completely forgot about that's going to be really good at the end of the game, but it's going to take us a while to get it. There's a few Mons in this run that we will get that will be particularly good. I actually don't think there's a lot of ice types in this gen now that I look at it. We might have to crutch on Rotom here as well. I don't think we're going to have enough ice types if we don't use Rotom. Oh yeah, Cloyster is available, that's true. Can Area 0 Pokemon be used? What, like paradoxes, you mean? I don't tend to, just because they're kind of too late in the game for us to get to make useful. So I don't tend to use the paradoxes. But we can catch stuff in Area 0, yeah. But chances are is I probably would have got it before then, because otherwise I can't grind its levels up. So while in theory, yes, the answer is probably no. We won't do anything from Area 0, I don't think. Cloyster is actually a good shout. I forgot Cloyster's part ice, of course. And in theory, we could get it really early if we were careful. Oh, I need to unmute the game. There we go. If I can figure out a way of getting Cloyster earlier, or at least we can do like first gym and then get Bombardier done early. In theory, if we can swim, it shouldn't be that bad, and we could get Cloyster. See, I feel like, you know as well, when I took... So the idea behind this was we were going to do all 18 types, right? And then we had the idea of what about a Hall of Fame run at the end. So the reason we take the picture is that at the end of all of it, we're going to spin the wheel with each... We're going to put each team 6 Pokemon into the wheel spin. And we're going to spin the wheel. Oh, here you go. There you go. You can do that there as well, where you can just click on its name and change it to battle form. But yeah, we can. We're gonna do like a Hall of Fame run, where all of the Pokemon that have been used throughout the runs are going to basically be put in to represent their type, and one of them will be randomly picked out of the 6 that were in the final team. Now, we might end up doing this one for each, so we do this so that every Pokemon gets a chance to be in a Hall of Fame team, like the God team, only because when you think about some of these runs, right, like this one, Cloyster has dominated here, right? Cloyster has been so good. Could you imagine if we did it and the water Pokemon that represented wasn't Cloyster? It would just feel wrong if Cloyster wasn't involved in the GOATS team if it was randomly picked. So I feel like we may end up doing 6. So we end up doing one run for each Hall of Fame team. And figure out which is the best Giga Chad team possible. He's reversing around. Look at him. For Brawler, this is true. Although, this is one thing. The way it works is, we will only use the Pokemon that has the type. So in the case of Crabrawler is illegal, but Crabominable is allowed. So we can't use Crabrawler until it evolves. Which does eliminate it as a early-ish Pokemon that we can catch. That's a decent enough picture that I've got there. Let's screenshot that. And let's post it in Discord as we do. Under stream chat. I always post it in there. This is going to be Monotype. Monotype water team. Nice. We got Finizen, we got Toxapex, we got Azumarill, Gyarados, Cloyster, and Gastrodon. Final team. Let's pack up and go. Pop the lo-fi back on. And let's drop a save. We're going to go back to the lab. Because the game portion of today is now done, of course. You know, we just need to spin the wheel. So let's do that. Close the game. And let me grab my wheel. Don't forget Gibble. I will not. I'll make sure that I do the transfer of Gibble at some point during the week. Don't worry. Or if worse comes to the worst and I haven't done it, ask me about it in stream this week. Like, remind me this week if I don't mention that I've done it, okay? If anyone's here and remembers. Just be like, what about Gibble? Okay. What am I looking for? Favorites, that's what I want, isn't it? I have it saved as a favorites tab. Wheel spinner. I also want the other one with the decks that I can open up. There we go. Right. As per usual, I'm going to spin the wheel. I'm not going to reveal what it is immediately, but I'm going to spin it. Fire, Ice, and Dragon. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. I'm going to screenshot it and post it in Discord so as proof. Just in time for the wheel spin undo to find out what our next typing is going to be. I'm going to post it in Gamers. The next type in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Monotype series, number 16, is Monotype Ice. It landed dead down the middle of ice, so it was nice and down the middle. So there you go. So we're on that now. It's in Discord if you want to actually see the picture of it. I have it there. It's just because I don't have it set up to put my browser up on screen, so I just do it like that instead and then post the screenshot because it's quicker. I want to change the color of this as well. Let's change this to purple for Dragon. There we go. So now, next time will be a 50-50. I'm just going to spin it just because I can. Well, we got fire on this random spin that I did then, so there you go. Maybe that's good omen for next time. Let me see what ice types we can get. Remember, this is non-DLC. We're not allowed any DLC mons. So, our team will consist of the following. Winter Sourcebuck is not an ice type. Indeed, it is not. Because it's a form change, not a type change. So, yeah, we won't be able to use it. Originally, this is a thing that you'll only know if you were here in like the really early days of the monotypes. We originally used to use a situation, which I eventually had to stop just because of how limiting it was. But any Pokemon that had played like a big role in the run that we did would be banned for any subsequent runs. So like Flamigo would have been banned for fighting after we'd already used it in flying. But we had to do away with that because it made it too difficult, basically, to actually have a team. So the team we're going to have... Probominable. Glaceon. Sneasel into Weavile. Rotom Frost. Ice Cube, I get the feeling that's an exclusive. Is Ice Cube an exclusive? Yeah, it is, because I don't... Stone Journer's in the other one. I might be able to grab an Ice Cube from Sword and Shield, actually. Cloyster. Snom and Frostmoth. Frostmoth absolutely pulled its weight in bug as well, so... Abomasnow. Abomasnow is going to be good. What else have we got? Delibird. Yeah, the idea of the bans sounded good on paper, but the problem is some of them got so like limited, it was really difficult to do. We're gonna allow Glalie and Frostlass as a double because they're different Pokemon. We have Cryogonal. I have got a sheet. I'm just going through them in order and writing them in. I like write them basically the way that I write this up for how we know is I have a spreadsheet with all the Pokemon that we can get for each type on. So I'm just putting them down in order when I say them out loud. Avalugg and Bergmite, Satudle, Satitan, Iron Bundle we can't get. Chien-Pao we can't have, but we do get another Dragon type. As we get Baxcalibur. As an ad break starts there and didn't tell me it was happening, so that's unfortunate. The final Pokemon though is Baxcalibur, so we will have that with some pretty potent stuff going for it. What does Thermal Exchange do? What does it do? It's raised by one stage if it gets hit by a fire type move. Nice. Are you going to start with one? They usually come later after the first couple of gyms. Yeah, I was talking about this earlier. We can make a trade for Snom in Town 1. So we can get Snom in Town 1, but I don't think Snom's going to have enough power to actually get us through the game. So I think we may have to do a little bit of Pokemon homing on this one. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have to use Pokemon Home to at least help somehow with this. The real question is going to be what Pokemon are we going to allow through? So Frostmoth we will get early for the trade, right? That'll be fine. In theory, we can catch Shelder early, but we can't use it until it evolves. So we could get it almost immediately if we got it, if we caught one. But it's really hard to get a Shelder. And I think, honestly, if we gave ourselves Cloyster that early in the game, it might be a tad overpowered. Rotom, we can get a Levincia, so that's, you know, Gym 3. Glaceon is an Ice Stone, which isn't too hard to get. Baxcalibur is obviously OP if we give ourselves that. Cryogonal was a non-evolver, so that would be too strong. I'm trying to think, like, out of these Pokemon we have here, what would be fair to give us at the start? Because obviously we're going to... So, the way I was looking at it is we have Snom, right? So we're going to get Snom early. The last Pokemon, if anyone missed it because the ad break came up, there was Baxcalibur as the other Pokemon we get. But we're trying to figure out what we can use as a starter here. So as I say, we can get Snom as a trade. We know that much. Right? Rotom is Gym 3. I know we can get that there. Excalibur is going to be like end game, so that one's out of it. I know we can get Bergmite up on the Frozen Mountain. For Brawler, we can get early, but we have to use an Ice Stone to evolve it. So that's possible if we can get one low enough level, which we can get some by the Swamp. But I think that's still going to be after Gym 1 anyway. Glaceon is also an Ice Stone. Weavile is what, Razor Claw at night. Ice Q is an exclusive, so I'll have to get that somewhere else. Cloyster is Water Stone. Bombersnow's level up, Delibird's a non-evolver, Beartic's level up. Frostlass, I need a Dawnstone. I know where I can get one. Snorunt works well in base stat total terms, but its stat spread is all even. Pokemon has not had a dual flying ice type since Gen 2. Pretty wild though if it hasn't. I'm trying to think. Yeah, no, I don't. There aren't many of them in the game in general. So, yeah, Snorunt's not a bad idea. In theory, I could get Snorunt and do Dawnstone and get Frostlass. So that's possible. I could get a Frostlass really early. So if we have Snom as a trade in turn 1, like town 1, so that'll be one of our Pokemon in our starter group, right? If we say one Snorunt will be as well. We'll have a Snorunt as well. I think 3 is fair, isn't it? If we give ourselves 3 Pokemon for Gym 1 and before. So what will we say is our third going to be? So, like, Shelder we can get early-ish, but, yeah. Delibird's a non-evolver, so it's going to be too strong. Same with Cryogonal. Bax is not out, and Baxcalibur's too OP. I think Avalugg and Bergmite got to be out as well. So we pretty much have Satoddle. I don't know if I like that. Glalie, but we already get Frostlass Snorunt 1, so I think Glalie's out as well. Cubchoo is an option. It's pretty much a 1 in 3. We have Cubchoo, we have Snover, and we have Sneasel. Those are pretty much our 3 options for what Pokemon 3 would be. What out of those seems like it would be the best fit as a starter and least overpowered? I want to say Cubchoo, actually, is probably the best out of those 3. The thing I'm thinking with Weavile is Sneasel's kind of too OP because we could evolve it really early. And if we got Weavile, like, super early in the game, that might be a little too strong. Cubchoo. Alright, let's go Cubchoo as our third starter then. Sneasel, I think, is Razor Claw. So it's Razor Claw at night, which we can buy off the Delibird present shop. So yeah, we'll go with those then. We'll go with what effectively will turn out to be Beartic in the future. We obviously have Snom, which is an available trade, will be technically part of the starter team. But in doing that, we'll limit ourselves to those 3 at least for the early part. Because keep in mind, we can get Cloyster like straight after those 3, which will carry us for most of the rest of the game, probably. So, I think that will be fine. Because keep in mind, we'll get Shell Smash and Icicle Spear, basically, as we evolve, so... We can also get Rotom there. We won't be able to get Rotom Frost, but we can get Rotom. So we have options, basically, here. And potentially, if I decided to do it, we could actually have a Frostlass before Gym 2 or 3 as well, so... Okay. I like this team. This team looks good. Fair enough. So it looks like our team for Mono Ice is going to start out with Snom, Snorunt, and Cubchoo. I think it's fair to do it like that. I think Dragon, it'll be fair to do the same thing if we give ourselves 3. Just keep in mind, baby Dragon types, they suck. So, like, most of the baby stage 1 dragons are trash. So, that one I think is going to be another one we'll have to give ourselves a couple. One which I know we can get early is Goomy, so I don't know if we'll do that or not, but we'll figure out when we get there. Ice is a tough one. I think Ice is going to be kind of hard. With these 3, we actually have a strong start, though, because, alright, Cubchoo's not going to evolve for ages. Snorunt, if we can get Frostlass early, Ghost is really nice. Snom, I know, evolves pre-Gym 3, because we had Frostmoth in Mono Bug that went hard. It went super hard in that run. That thing just killed everything. So that's also a really good pickup, if we can evolve it early. Which we should be able to, because of course it's just grinding. And yeah, Cubchoo we can't. As I say, Cloyster we can get pretty early as well. It'll be finding a Water Stone will be the hardest part of that, but we can get Cloyster. We can also get Weavile fairly easily. Maybe even Glaceon and Crabominable won't be too hard because they're Ice Stones. Ice Q will have to be one that we'll bring in at some point. I'm not sure when. Or maybe I'll go catch one in Sword and Shield. Maybe see what level it is. And then bring it in at that level in the game. So if it's like level 30 or something, then I'll allow us to use it at level 30 in the other version, in Scarlet Violet or something. We'll figure it out, though. We'll get there in the end and figure it out, but... Only dragon I used when playing this game was Cyclozar, and I love that thing. Cyclozar is really great, to be fair. I do really like it. I think it'll be a cool Pokemon to use in another run. We've used a couple of the dragons before. Cyclozar actually being one of them, so... It was really good when we used Mono Normal. It was a big, like, stalwart on the team, so... But yeah. You have a good one, though, Tabletop as well. I know you said you were going to head off, though. But yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. I'm looking forward to it. How was your normal type run? From memory, fairly easy. Seems fair. I'm pretty sure they're on the beach below Levincia, but not sure. I played Scarlet. Yeah. I'm on the same version, so I don't know either. Unless I look it up and see where you can find them. And go from there, you know. The normal wasn't too bad. I know the main, like, heavy... The 2 Pokemon that stood out that I remember that were big heavy hitters were Cyclozar and Slacking. I know Slacking ended up winning the whole thing because we had it use Counter on Roaring Moon and one-shot it, which was kind of funny. Which run has been my favorite? It's hard to pick. Not because of, like... I would say it's hard to pick because each of them has a different reason why they've been interesting. Some because the Pokemon that we've discovered, low kicks, like any run with low kicks in has been really cool because I didn't know anything about it before, and now I really like it. So, like, you could use that as a reason as to one being a big favorite, either bug or fighting because of low kicks. And think like a Pokemon like that. Flamigo, Jerry the Flamigo, the legend being born. Most surprising, so like favorite from like the one I was most surprised by. Strangely, I think equally the most dominant one we've done so far is Bug. Oddly, most people might sort of be surprised by that when I say Bug was one of the most dominant. Keep in mind, because of the way that that game works, and when you get access to Levincia, we had a Scizor before the 3rd gym at like level 20. So we had Scizor at level 20, and we had that Frostmoth, as I was talking about before. And Frostmoth, if you don't know this, There's not something that you really know much about is the base stat totals of Frostmoth, because it's a bit of an unusual mon. Frostmoth has 125 base special attack and learns Aurora Beam when it evolves. At like level 24 or 23 or something. So it gets like a 60 plus base power ice special attacking move with 125 special attack base at like level 20 something. And it just rips through everything. So Bug was a really cool one. I'd say Bug has got to be up there. I know Ghost was pretty good. Grass was painful. Rock was annoying because we had limited options. That one was kind of interesting because it was hard. If you'll pardon the pun. Because it's rock type, but that one was quite tough. We had very limited options, and our team, quite frankly, at times was pathetic in some fights, and it really showed how like little depth we had. Clorf was in that one though, and I liked Clorf a lot. Pretty sure it gets Quiver Dance. Yeah, it gets Quiver Dance fairly quick as well. Quiver Dance Ice Beam is like just or Quiver Dance Bug Buzz is so nasty, it's unreal. I'd say Bug, I think, has been my favorite. Ghost has been cool. A few of them have been interesting, but I think Bug is probably my favorite so far, maybe. From memory, anyway. The first one, Mono Flying, I think was rubbish. I kind of wish I could redo it. Yeah, I'd say Bug was probably the favorite so far. But then it's more like there's individual moments from each one as well that are kind of influencing what I would say is the best, you know? Like, there were times where you might say that a run was not that great, but because of the achievement that we did, like, Ghost was not... I don't think Ghost was a hugely interesting run, but Ghost sticks out to me as one of the more dominant ones, because I believe Ghost, I want to say the only gym fight / boss fight we dropped the entire run was one fight to Professor Sada. And other than that, I'm pretty sure Ghost was undefeated for the entire game until the final fight where we messed up our lines. That's happened a couple of times with teams where we've made it to the... I think Bug, the same thing happened. We made it to the final fight. No, actually, we lost once in Levincia, actually, with Bug. But Bug, we only lost twice, I think, the whole run. With it also being quite a cool one, so... How was Garganical? Oh, Garganical was massive in that run, yeah. Because the thing is, you don't realize how good Salt Cure is until you use it on certain things. Salt Cure was such a massive part of that. Stealth Rock Salt Cure was huge. Because of the way that those types of moves work. Oh, interesting. Now we have a new type of bot in chat. You can use a code for 10 viewers. Activate here. Wow. Sorry, I don't want your 10 viewers, Mr. Bot. Get out of here. Fuck off, will you? I don't need your 10 viewers, my friend. I'd rather have 0 viewers than 10 bot viewers, to be fair. Yeah, like, you know, certain moments are because of certain Pokemon. Garganical was a big one. It did a lot of stuff with Salt Cure. You don't realize how much damage it does on a move like that with its percentage-based chip that it does until you use it on something like a Titan. If you have a chance, get, like, what's he called? Knuckle Stack, when he learns it. Use it on the Titan Orthworm. It takes, like, a quarter of its health off every turn with Salt Cure chip damage. It's ridiculously strong. That thing was so good in certain fights. It was a massive lifesaver. Problem with Rock was Rock just... You only had, I think, from us with Scarlet, we had more. Because if you're playing Violet, you're out of luck because you ain't getting Stone Journer and you ain't getting Tyranitar. Other than that, like... You get, like, 11 Pokemon, I think. 10, 11 Rock types. It's very sparse on Rock types. I think Rock might be the... I'll have a look at the sheet real quick. I think Rock is the least populated type in the game. From what I remember. Have a look. Yeah. This is literally the entire list of the Rock types you get in the game, right? Dreadnaw, Bonsly, Sudowoodo. Lycanroc. This is the final forms I'll go with here, though. Colossal. Garganical. Clorf. Glamora, Tyranitar, and Stonejourner. That's it. Those are the only options you get. Yeah, 9 Pokemon total. And that's if you're in Scarlet. If you're in Violet, you only have 7. Which is wild. Able to sweep the Psychic Elite Four member in my BDSP run because I know he leads my own... he leads Mime and always spends 2 turns setting up screens. When I actually did that most recently, he didn't do that. He actually he used Dazzling Gleam on whatever I set up. It was kind of nasty. Glamora is really good. But the only problem with it is it's kind of... Glamora falls into the same category as Palafin, where while Palafin's really great, you have to invest your front slot of the team into Palafin to allow it to actually be good, because Palafin needs to become Hero Palafin, right? And it's the same thing with that. Like, Glamora is good, but Glamora has to go out front, otherwise it loses its whole gimmick, which is Toxic Spikes. But... and it is a big but. If you can get it Toxic Spiking mixed in with a couple of other Pokemon, it can become incredibly good. In Mono Poison, when we used it, it became insanely powerful when mixed with the combination of Toxapex, right? Because Toxapex, as we were talking about earlier, or the other day, has Merciless, so it gets guaranteed crits every time it hits something that's poisoned. So not only can you use Baneful Bunker to poison stuff yourself, you can use Glamora up front and then chuck Toxapex in straight afterwards. Right after you've got a Pokemon that's guaranteed to Toxic everything that comes in. Every Pokemon gets Toxic and takes chip damage. And if they survive that, they get absolutely slapped the shit out of by Toxapex. So it's like Glamora's not necessarily great on its own. It's a good mon, but it when in combination with other Pokemon becomes incredibly strong. It needs some, like, help. But if it gets the help, it's in. Right? Then it's in. And it's like game over. Yeah, pretty much you have to use it up front though, otherwise it's not as good. You use it up front, and then you're kind of in trouble if you have someone who is a poison type, because they will soak the spikes up, and so it makes it all kind of useless. So you really have to kind of like play around to find like a spot where you can get it in. Once it's in, it goes hard. So, you know. I had my Palafin for my journeys through the DLC, because I didn't know how to evolve it. Oh, the Finizen. Yeah. I will say, I think that's a little stupid. I don't like the evolution method for it, but other than that, I think it's pretty cool. Like, Palafin's really cool, and I like the it's kind of silly, but the whole, like, zero to hero, superhero transformation is a cool idea, and I quite like it. Even if it's a bit kind of, like, cheesy. But yeah, if you haven't evolved it, Finizen is, like, way worse than Palafin. And then even just regular Palafin compared to the Hero one is way worse, because, I mean, Hero gets 160 base attack, so... Anyway, I'm going to do this and put the raid messages in chat. If you would like to copy one, there you go. You know the drill. If you have 100 channel points, pause the music. If you have 100 channel points, what you can do is you can unlock the Noxcat emote that we use for our subs raid message for free. So you can use 100 channel points to do it. If you look down below in the channel points, you'll have to go digging around in there because they've moved a few things around and they added that power-up shit, so... you'll have to go digging in there. I think it's a teal coloured square, but you can unlock the Noxcat emote and then copy the subs one and post it in chat to make sure it works. And then you'll have the subs emote that we use for it as well. Yeah. Hopefully everyone has had a nice time hanging out here today, and I hope you've all Had a fun time vibing and hanging out. We'll be back on Tuesday. I'll post my stream schedule as I normally do in Discord and all that stuff. As I do. And I'm going to mention it now as well because it's the end of stream, so it doesn't matter anymore. But I said about there was something cool that we could have done today if it had happened. There was like a milestone I didn't want to mention because it would have been cursed. But I'll spill the beans now, if you will, just because. But we're at $12.99 on follower count. We're 1 off 1,300, which is pretty cool. We could have made it tonight. In fact, I actually think we were at 1,300, and now we've dipped below, but we'll get back there, I'm sure. Who knows? But yeah, so we could have regained our former glory at the 1,300 mark tonight. But there you go. That was the little mini milestone I was talking about. We could have made it to 1,300 on stream, which would have been kind of cool. That being said, we are going to raid out. We're going to go and say hi to someone new tonight, actually. Somebody new who's playing Pokemon, who actually, this is a semi-relevant thing to you, Oreo, who's here as well. Saying thank you for stream. Thank you for being here. They're actually part of the Gamers VTuber SummerSlam. I was going to say Gamers Outreach, innit? I want to say Gamers Overwatch, because that's what you kept saying the other day. Gamers Outreach. They're part of the VTuber SummerSlam thing. And I saw them on there. I was like, that'd be a nice little cheeky thing, wouldn't it? So they're doing the charity stream right now. Or a part of the charity thing. So we're going to say hi to them. Why not? As Oreo did such a great job of... what was it you made in the end? $310? It's incredible stuff. We love to see it. $310. Very impressive stuff. So, without further ado, we'll switch to the end screen. I'm going to start the actual raid countdown. And... we're going to get going, okay? So, I'll see ya. We are raiding someone new. So, I don't need to tell you to be nice, but, you know, be cool, alright? Not do anything fucking weird. Everyone be nice. Nothing worse than raiding someone new and someone doing something really cringy and making the streamer look really bad. Alright. Here we go. First things first, Christoph, thank you very much for the 18-month resub of the Star Stream. I really appreciate my dude, and thank you very much for that. Shaylay with the cheeky raid earlier on as well. Thank you so much, my dude. I know you're probably busy doing stuff right now. And the 5-stream streak. Thank you very much as well for that. I appreciate a huge amount, and thank you for sharing your community with me. We also have a 3-stream streak from Mora and a 3-stream streak from PokePal. So thanks for those as well. I appreciate it. I thought I had more than this. Oh, I've run up to the end of the list already. And we have a cheeky gift sub from Mirage. It doesn't say who it went to, but it was like, what was the name? Mystic Bean. Something Mystic Bean? I don't remember. Something Mystic Bean. Either way, thank you very much, everybody. It's the end of the month. We're actually in July, technically, now, as it's 1:04 for me in the morning, but thank you very much for a pretty decent June, actually, and I will see you all on the other side next month. I'll be back on Tuesday, posting stuff tomorrow, as per usual. I hope you'll have a great rest of your weekends, okay? Bye, everybody. See you around, folks.